players for the Day 2 draft. I want to thank you for getting here early so we can start this process early. If you're in the room for the top 64 draft, then please make sure to come over towards the stage so that we can get you checked in for the draft. Once we make the cut, we will not be able to change any of the people that are in the event. So if you are in the top 64 draft, you must come to us immediately so that we can start this draft. If you are in 65th through 80th place, we will use you as an alternate for any missing individuals so that we have 64 players in the 64-person draft. If you are one of these people, come to me with All right, for the top 64 draft, I need the following players as alternates in this order. I'd like you to come up to where I am. You'll be talking to the gentleman in the ExileCon t-shirt to get you taken care of. Starting with 65th, Matthew K, Dean S, Martine C, Adam C, and Brent N. I'm also looking for, if you are available, Justin W and Colton R.
Once you're done sorting those out, if any more gaps, wherever that big guy was, I mean, he's here and he says he was 81st, so we'll put him in.
Not too dead.
He was one of your top 64 who walked in a bit late. We were wondering what's that for. All right, right here.
First players, for those playing, can you construct the last name?
We're going to figure out where you're supposed to be.
41.
We're going to figure out where you're supposed to be.
We have a 64 player here.
This is John Vaughn, right?
Yeah, I just didn't realize. I'm sorry. This is time. I gotta get those.
Yeah, we got you. You're all good. Yeah. Good luck today, John.
Yes, I didn't realize. Thank you.
I say 10, I mean 10.
All right, all right.
I told him, I'm telling him that on the message.
Not
Like,
wasting
Totally
any
reasonable.
time.
Totally reasonable.
Yeah, this check means I'm physically here. Do these check means you're now in the event? Is that,
I mean,
whatever notation you need to take people out and people in.
so I need to drop all the people who aren't.
So the ones where it's dashed through are confirmed not here.
Right, so I need to drop.
And then you'd have to look for any empty slots. So I'll go through real quick.
Table 111 or that general vicinity, you'll be using tables 111 through to the door. Please gather
That's what I'm checking right now.
who should be waving his hands and jumping around. There he is. That's for the beta seal event. Thank you.
Have we marked, what is your like?
Oh, 60, I believe.
So we got you marked good.
Yeah, well, Andre, thank you.
So I have 6 total spaces to fill, and I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. No, that's not a 5. 5 human bodies. Yep. Plus a big guy that was 81 in theory that talked to you. So we're off by 1 minus that guy. I'm going to read through 72 through 80 in case anybody happens to be here. If not, we'll put the big guy in and call it done.
First, let's drop all these people that
And like, yeah, then we know we're not here.
All right, we're seeking our final alternate spot. I'm going to read off a bunch of names in order. Once we get through that, we will sort out that last seat, and then we will get names dropped out of the event so that we only have 64 human beings that are present and ready to play SorceryCon, ready to contest the medal.
I'm learning. All right.
So VM, I'm dropping.
I mean, it's already gone.
I'm looking for Seth 97, Corey O, Henry T, Brandon W, Devin J, Jared M, Jonathan W, Caleb H, or David J in that order if you are available. This is for the final seat in the draft. One last time. Seth 97, Corey O, Henry G, Brandon W, Devin J, Jared M, Jonathan W, Caleb H, or David J.
Second to last.
Who are you?
Caleb H.
I mean, congrats. These are confirmed gone. These are have not checked in, do not have confirmation. They're functionally dropped.
Corey O is out. He wants to play in the beta scene.
Great, that's fine.
So you can just mark him out.
Yeah, so Caleb
David
H.
J. You want to play in the top 64? Yeah. David J. David J.
Let's look where David J is.
Damn.
David J is 80. I have Caleb. You're Caleb H. He's 79.
Oh, okay.
So he's gonna
Brandon W.
unless one of the other. Yeah.
Brandon W.
Brandon W. You are 75th. All right, Brandon, you are top of my list right now.
Jared M is on his way. He's not here yet. He's coming down.
How on his way is he?
He just said, I'm coming
Oh,
down.
actually, he's higher ranked.
Okay.
So he's good to go. Brandon W.
Do you want to do last call for faces and Brandon P before I drop them?
I think it's
I've already done that. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's fine.
We'll drop the Anderson.
All right. So you are Jared.
I'm Brandon.
Brandon. Jared was on. You're Brandon J. You're physically here and you're ready to play. Who are you?
It should show up as XANTIS.
Your name got dropped and you had to thought it was in.
Yeah, you were 63rd spot. You're in. We're going to take you down.
So what should I'm also signing for the beta, so I was trying to figure.
I can get you a refund for that.
Okay. Yeah. So should I just grab my stuff and start heading up here then?
Yeah, basically just have a seat.
Oh, it is still seated.
Am I?
No,
So I'm in.
we're gonna fix
making
this
sure.
and then
Sure,
produce,
sure.
but
Those way.
there are people here that know your sector.
I think we're gonna go. He's in.
He's in, have a seat, relax for a sec, we'll get you going.
Do we need to drop Justin?
Yes, you need to drop anybody that does not have a check mark. So, no, 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 no. This is why we started.
Some of the players have asked that they not be placed like 1 to 8 of the pod. We're just going to grab them.
I'm gonna walk in. I'm gonna leave this with you to do it however you need to, while I tell them about what's going to happen. Sounds good. And I'm gonna run this. I'm gonna say words while you. We talked about how they're gonna get seeded into pods. They're going to draft and play in pods. 3 rounds of Swiss. After that, the person who wins each pod.
Single elimination.
Through that single elimination. Okay, that's
Yeah, both
Oh,
top
it's
cuts are
single
single.
Leland? I didn't realize it was
Both
single
top
Leland.
cuts are single.
okay.
Do I just sit and then?
Every round single and everybody's getting a play mat. They can trade them. Deck lists are going to be coming around. There's a pile of deck lists by my laptop. They're all great. Do you want to do a whole bunch of announcements about this? Technical stuff? You know all the technical stuff?
No.
I'll take care of it.
Okay.
All right, top 64 anglers, I want to thank you for your patience. It's really important to us as the sorcery community that we have players that are here to play. So we did fill in spaces so that every single person here is ready to play sorcery, the love of this game, and be a part of SorceryCon. I want to thank you all for getting up early and coming out on this Sunday morning. We're going to have 8 full pods drafting Arthurian Legends. What's going to happen is we're going to seed everybody where the top ranked player is going to go in pod 1, and then second rank goes into pod 2. And we'll move through all the pods. So it's not the top 8 players and then 9 through 16 and then bottom. We sort of curve through the rankings, so there's a mix of players in each pod. You'll be drafting and playing within those pods for 3 rounds of single elimination Arthurian Legends. If you lose your round, then you are out for the event. If you win your round, you will go on to the next round. Once you've been through those 3 rounds, there will be 8 remaining players who will draft again as a single group and play 3 final single elimination rounds to finish out this event. Everyone in the top 64 will be receiving a 4-player or 2-player playmat. You'll find those draped over the backs of the chairs. Those playmats come to us directly from Eric's Curiosa. Those are going to be available in store kits. So when you go home and people ask about, hey, what's this? Those are going to be what's in the store kits. There are 4 different versions. Feel free to trade with your friends if they have one you like and whatnot. Because this is a competitive event, we will be using deck list. So just like we did yesterday, we'll have deck list, and those deck lists will record just the pool of the deck that you or of the cards that you have drafted. The rules for building are the same as yesterday: 24 or more for your deck and 12 for your atlas. Does anybody have any questions before we get started? You are not in your pods right now, by the way. We will be reseating everybody for the pods. Yes, you had your hand up?
Playmats on our chairs.
If you do not have a playmat, then we'll get you taken care of. We'll do that while people are milling about to get the pods. Come up here and talk to me. You had a question in the back with the black t-shirt?
After you're done drafting, are you staying in your pods to build decks, or can you go somewhere else?
After you're done, this is actually a really good question. After you're done drafting, do you sit with your pod while you build your deck? The answer to that, because we don't want your opponents to be able to see what you're building, is we're going to make arrangements so that we have some space for you to stretch out into, but we will have to be a little creative in this area. Generally speaking, we've got some end tables that'll be open. We're going to have you spread out a little, but please do not wander to the other parts of the room. Remember that if the person you're sitting across from while building wasn't in your draft, it's fine. So we'll spread you out as much as we can, but do not go outside the sort of boundaries of the space that we're in until you hand us that pool list. It is important that we get that list before you go off to the bathroom or you go off into the hallway and things like that, for reasonably understandable reasons. You had a question.
Are you going to explain the comp REL draft rules now or after we sit in our pods?
I'm going to leave that to your actual head judge to do. I'm just here to help things go smoothly. All right. By the way, if you wind up needing a draft kit, then just let us know. We will get you one. We'll have pins and deck sheets coming around in a timely fashion. All that stuff, just like yesterday, we'll have it available to you. Yes?
What do the winners get?
Glory. So much glory. Also, Dustin, over in the corner, our alternate, could you stand up for a moment? Could you hold up a little piece of art that you put together for this? So Dustin is holding up. This is an original piece of art that Dustin created. This is part of what you're playing for. The winner of this event will receive this original piece of art, and you will go home as the SorceryCon Arthurian Legends Limited Champion. All right, give us just a moment to get through getting the things potted up. As the draft gets seated and you get started for that, your judges will have announcements relevant to that. But I do want to thank you all for coming out, and I also want to say congratulations to you for making the top 64 of the largest ever sorcery event.
Welcome back, sorcerers. We're here for day 3. This is the culmination of everything that's happened starting on Friday. We have a killer constructed tournament about to start right now, and we also have the wrap-up of the sealed limited tournament. And the best players, the people that had the best records, are playing right now. And with constructed, it's about to start with everybody entering, and only the top people will stand. But this is not about competition. This is about having a great time, great vibes with great people. So, hey, if you don't know who I am already, I'm Sun God the Sorcerer, a.k.a. Theron Lewis. Man, I'm just here enjoying SorceryCon and having a great time. So, we're about to take it to the commentators that are going to tell you guys more about the games happening. Andrew and Adam, take it over.
And welcome back to SorceryCon 2024. Thank you for joining us for today's constructed event. We are about to start round 1, so I'm going to kick it back over to the feature table where we are joined by Sam and Kevin. So it looks like they are just presenting their decks to each other. And a quick note about Sam, I haven't had a chance to speak to Kevin. I know Sam is somewhat new to Sorcery. He was invited to Sorcery by one of the tournament organizers at the Store Gamers Guild in Arizona. And he is an ex-Magic player, actually. He just loves Sorcery so much more and had so much more fun with Sorcery that he jumped into the game and joined the community. So this is kind of a story that I hear a lot from people in my store and other stores around the country. People just falling in love with the mechanics of Sorcery, with the grid-based gameplay, and just having so much more fun with it than the classic, play your creature, attack your face strategy that you find in other games. Have you heard anything like that yourself?
Yeah, that story rings true for a lot of people. I know a lot of old school Magic players in particular will have jumped from Magic to Sorcery either as an additional game or to replace their love for Magic altogether.
So yeah, we did kind of skip introductions, didn't we? Again, I'm Adam Ray, aka Zalem, and I'm joined here at the commentators desk by Andrew, aka Ulavala.
Yeah, on Discord.
Yeah. So yeah, if you are on Discord and you ever want to reach out to us to catch a game or just chat, I'm Zalem, this is Ulavala, and we'll see you on there. But let's get going with this game here. We do have a Spark Mage versus a Druid. So this should be a pretty interesting matchup.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, this is the first time I think we've seen Druid this is the first time I've at least seen Druid at a live event. So I'm really curious what people are bringing to the table here.
Yeah, this could be anything, really. Like we don't know what colors he's going to be playing. We see an Aqueduct immediately played, or I'm sorry, a Lighthouse immediately played by Kevin on the Spark Mage side. This is pretty common. You see, it's usually just mono air, but you do see a little bit of water played in the sights just to help with berry effects whenever they play their minions.
Yeah.
And, what do we have here?
I believe that's a Carillon Upon Usk from the Druid.
Carillon Upon Usk.
Yeah.
This is going to be water, let's see, water, earth, air?
I believe so, yeah. No, I don't remember. Let me see if we can pull the image up real quick.
And now we see a...
There we go.
Yeah, okay, so earth, fire, water. I was way off.
Very cool. Hey, we're pretty close.
Earth, fire, water.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
I'm excited for this.
Followed up by a Lighthouse. So it looks like he is rocking. Yeah. So
four-color Druid.
Yeah. No, I'm really excited because what I've been thinking about Druid is that it's most known for its extremely powerful synergies with individual cards like Dream Quest or like the backside with Drums of Doom. So really Druid decks can be anything as long as they're running some number of those powerful cards.
Yeah, and Drums of Doom is absolutely crucial in the Druid deck. And if you don't know what Drums of Doom does, it just makes all nearby damage lethal damage.
Yes.
And because the Druid can flip into its opposite side and add the effect of dealing 1 damage to any unit that enters its nearby area of influence. Now, every time it pings something for 1 point of damage, that will be lethal damage. So we'll see if Sam can get the Drums of Doom in this match.
Yeah.
I'm also going to be looking out for Sylvan Splendor.
Yep.
It's very popular to run Druid with Sylvan Splendor and assorted beasts, and to draw a bunch of beasts up, a bunch of 1-mana beasts, and play them on Hamlet to draw a bunch of cards that turn.
Yeah, for sure.
So this should be exciting.
Yeah. Yeah, he'll probably be digging pretty deeply for that Drums of Doom here, because a lot of the Spark Mage decks are known for taking the aggression to your opponent, as we can see here with Kevin's aggressive site placement, and then, a tough to deal with stealth minion on the third turn. So.
And we do see a Briar Patch come out on Sam's side and a Phase Assassin on Kevin's side. Briar Patch is really cool with the Druid deck because it can deal 1 damage when a unit enters or leaves.
Yeah.
So that in combination with the Drums of Doom, or even just in combination with the Druid's ability, is very powerful.
Yeah, for sure.
Now any unit that enters that side is going to be taking 2 damage when it enters, and then another 1 damage when it leaves, and then another 1 damage when it enters the next site. So
yeah,
it's pretty cool.
Yeah, let me see a Wall of Fire here from the Druid, which will deal 3 damage to any unit that passes through it.
So there is there might be a misconception here on Sam's side. Wall of Fire will not deal 3 damage to the Phase Assassin when it enters from the void into the realm.
Yeah, because it specifies that the minion has to enter the site on the ground, which means that it has to enter from another site.
We'll see what happens here.
Yeah. Ooh, a tower.
See if we'll need to intervene with a rules call. But we do have a tower from Kevin's side. Does he have a 5-drop? Or if he's probably just going to
play a sequence of spells, yeah.
Yep, sequence of spells for 5 mana here. A blink plus a minion, perhaps.
I think he's... Yeah, there we go.
I think he has a Band of Thieves in hand, or is that something else?
Does that work? Okay, so he tries
So
to
he cannot blink onto...
The Carolina upon Usk there, because it's not nearby.
Yeah.
Okay, we have someone stepping in.
Yep, the location is not nearby, so you can't blink in.
Thank you.
He can just move forward and attack the lighthouse if he wishes. It will not deal damage.
Yeah. Yeah, Wall of Fire is not a very commonly played card. It seems like here that Sam's deck is, at least what we've seen of it so far, is built upon, adding the flip side of Druid's ability, the 1 damage whenever someone enters a site, to really make his whole half of the realm lethal. But yeah, so but we haven't seen Wall of Fire very much, so Kevin might not be familiar with the interaction between Wall of Fire and Voidwalk minions.
Yeah, and we don't necessarily want to intervene too much and let Kevin know that he can attack Lighthouse if he wants. That is his responsibility to know the rules, just as it is Sam's.
Yep. So taking a peek at Kevin's hand, it looks like we've got a Lightning Bolt, a Magic Missiles, I believe that's a tactical move, and I think that's a Cast to Exile.
That is definitely a Cast to Exile and a tactical move, so not a Band of Thieves.
Yeah. Yeah, so Kevin's ready to answer whatever threats Sam might play. Okay.
So, yeah, he is not aware that he can attack through the Wall of Fire.
But, yeah.
But he did have the tactical move.
Yeah, and the tactical move doing double duty here and taking the Spark Mage up directly next to the Druid so it can start dealing damage as soon as possible.
Yeah, and one thing to note, Druid is able to spawn Tawny every time it plays a side, as long as it doesn't already control Tawny in the realm. But Tawny cannot block. It has Airborne and 1 power, but it cannot block.
Yep.
And even if it could, Kevin did have Stealth on his Phase Assassin, so it couldn't be blocked by anything on that turn. The tactical move was really cool, though. Like you said, pulling double duty, getting the Spark Mage up next to his opponent's avatar.
Yeah, for sure.
To Sam's avatar. I mean, I think that's going to make a difference here.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, because part of the issue with avatars like Avatar of Earth and Spark Mage, where they really need to get up close and personal with your opponent's sites, is that you have to take several turns off tapping them to march across the battlefield, especially if your sites are placed in the way that Kevin's are. But the tactical move eliminates the need for that altogether, just immediately moving the Spark Mage to where you need to go, letting him tap as soon as possible.
Yeah, this may end up being a... well, I was going to say this may end up being a very short game if he can start getting the burn damage in, but now we see a Pudge Butcher, which will definitely make Kevin just a bit nervous here.
Yeah, for sure.
Now, Kevin does play with a lot of mobility spells. He doesn't have one in his hand at the moment, but he does have a couple of spells to try and take care of the Pudge Butcher. The problem is the Spark Mage's ability allows it to deal damage to a random unit at a nearby site equal to the number of threshold symbols on the spells that you cast. Oh, cast into exile only works on your sites.
Yeah.
You cannot cast into exile Pudge Butcher.
Of that. Hopefully we get that rectified in a moment. But in the meantime, if Kevin does want to get rid of the Pudge Butcher, he will have the option to do so. He can move his Phase Assassin to the side and then play both his Magic Missiles and his Lightning Bolt. Alternatively, he could, use one of those two in combination with the Spark Mage to, randomly try to get the Pudge Butcher dead. So, but getting rid of the Pudge Butcher is definitely going to be his top priority here, because that will very soon start putting a clock on Kevin's life total.
No, so yeah, Kevin will need to keep his Cast into Exile in hand because he doesn't have a legal target.
Yeah. Yeah, I see Kevin here is he's in the tank trying to see how he can get rid of this Pudge Butcher.
Yeah, he has random effects. He does have a Lightning Bolt and Magic Missiles. Magic Missiles can help here, but he's going to have to roll the dice to be able to take care of the Pudge Butcher.
Yeah, I mean, alternatively, he could decide to just step his Spark Mage to the side, but then he runs the risk of Sam playing a Blink or some other mobility spell. You could even grapple shot his own Pudge Butcher into his Tawny to get, to reposition and start grappling
and
the
he is choosing to cast Lightning Bolt on the site, even though his Phase Assassin is still there.
Yeah.
Now, one thing he can do, he can attack the Lighthouse with a Phase Assassin, and the Pudge Butcher cannot block because the Pudge Butcher is immobile.
Yeah.
And one thing Sam can do in this game is move Tawny onto the same side as his avatar, the Druid, which will cause problems when Spark Mage is trying to deal random damage.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, because of course Spark Mage's natural ability does damage to a random unit. So by way of Tawny just being there, Kevin will face a lot of issues in getting through.
Okay, so he did miss with the Lightning Bolt.
Yeah. But
he dealt, I believe he dealt damage to Sam's avatar though, so it's not actually a miss, really.
Yeah.
He was able to attack the Pudge Butcher with a Phase Assassin, finish it off with the Magic Missiles, and deal one more damage to Sam. So
yeah,
this is getting a little dicey for Sam. Sam is still only on 3 sites, or 4. Oh no, he is on 4 sites. So he needs to find some sort of action here to be able to get back into this game.
Yeah, because of course, even though Kevin's minions, unless he plays a Gyre Hippogriffs, which has charge, he won't be able to attack immediately, but anything he plays will fuel his Spark Mage's ability and will let him continue pressuring Sam. So, Sam's got to be really careful about that.
So we see an Undertow come into play. That is a mandatory ability that will force any minion in its body of water to move, but there are no minions in play.
Yeah.
So that effect has no effect in this game right now.
And now we see the Drums of Doom that we were talking about earlier.
He actually does have the Drums of Doom.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he's playing against a Spark Mage that almost doesn't care.
If Kevin wants, he doesn't even have to enter any of the sites near Sam. If anything, now he could attack the Undertow that Sam just put there. This is going to be pretty rough. I believe that's a Poisonous Dagger that he just put on the Spark Mage there.
Yep.
Which would give the Spark Mage's ability lethal. So now that we've seen a fair bit of Sam's deck, I think I could make an estimation about what he's trying to do here. It looks like he's trying to play a giant shark deck where he plays the combination of play a series of water sites and then play a giant shark in that body of water, then have your Pudge Butcher try to drag your opponent's avatar through that body of water, having the shark bite it at every step that it takes. That definitely seems like the kind of deck he's working with here.
It does seem that way. And now we do see Sam flip the Druid.
Yep.
And now I think the tables are turning a bit because Kevin has run out of gas. He doesn't have any spells left other than Cast into Exile.
Yeah.
And Sam is fine with just sitting back and building up resources in the meantime.
Yeah.
So Cast into Exile is not going to be terribly useful here. And meanwhile, the bear, Bruin, that the Druid has summoned will soak up any damage that Kevin tries to deal to Sam's avatar.
Yeah, awkwardly enough, though, the Drums of Doom is kind of biting Sam in the butt here. If Kevin decides to shoot the site that the Druid and Bruin are on, then the Bruin will take the damage for the Druid, but it will be lethal, so he will die, regardless of how much threshold.
That is true.
Is
unfortunately, it might have been a little bit premature casting the Drums of Doom.
Yeah. Although I can see his reasoning behind it. He's definitely trying to take a bit of a safe route here. I mean, he's probably afraid of the Gaia Hyperglyphs out of the air deck. He's probably afraid of, some quick action out of the air deck here, and he's just trying to
But
get ahead of
actually, we missed something. The Spark Mage already has the Poisonous Dagger, so actually any damage that Spark Mage would deal would already be lethal.
Yeah, no, Drums of Doom is not even matter here.
Not too bad. And he has Arc Lightning, so doubly.
Yeah, exactly. 4 damage, but it's lethal, and also it's lethal. Super dead.
Super dead.
Yep.
It's doubly lethal.
Exactly. And then Spark Mage will shoot the Druid for 2, I believe, with its ability. Yeah. Yeah, though Sam's not particularly close to death's door, he will have to find some form of life gain, or at least some form of pressure here at some point, because almost every one of Kevin's spells likely has some amount of air threshold in it, and therefore almost every one of his top decks will be dealing 1 to 3 damage to Sam. So he's got to get something going there.
So we did see a peek at Sam's hand there. He has the blink. He has his own cast into exile. He plays the Troll Bridge. I didn't notice what the last spell was that he had.
Yeah, I didn't quite see that one either.
Not a whole lot of resources on Sam's side either.
Yeah, it looks like there we go. Led Astray. Yeah.
Not a whole lot of interaction here.
Yeah, Sam seems to be going. Oh, cool! Lanely Long Arms. That's a new card actually from Arthurian Legends.
That is interesting.
Yeah, a little bit of the water version of Pudge Butcher, so to speak.
So he chooses to play the Nelly Long Arms up on the Troll Bridge.
Yeah.
It has Submerge. Tap, shoot a projectile. If it hits a unit, drag it here. Nelly may submerge it.
Yeah. Yeah, so of course not doing nearly as much damage as a Pudge Butcher to Kevin's avatar, but I think Sam just wants to, as I mentioned, get something on the board, start attacking, start, maneuvering his minions into position. But also he has to play the Nelly so far out because of that Spark Mage. The lethal damage from Spark Mage is really is going to make Sam's setup a little tricky.
Unfortunately, Sam won't be able to attack into the Free City because the Free City can defend, dealing 3 damage to the Nelly Long Arms. That is a special ability for the Free City. Oh, and we see Dispel out for the Drums of Doom.
Oh, very nice. And that could the Wall of Fire as well.
That could definitely be a major factor in this game if Kevin draws more minions.
Yep, for sure. Yeah, now Kevin more or less has free reign to enter Sam's site as long as he's not entering the thicket over there where Tawny is.
And then we see the Spark Mage tap to deal another point of damage to Sam's avatar.
Yeah. Something I'm actually curious about here is why isn't Sam attacking with Tawny? He could be pressuring Kevin's life total a bit on the tower with Tawny, or at least moving Tawny on top of his own druid to potentially shield it from random Spark Mage damage. But
yep. Now the druid is a fairly new avatar, or a very new avatar.
For sure.
So I know whenever I'm playing druid, there's quite a bit going on, and I actually forget about Tawny myself.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, because Tawny can't block, she's pretty much only good for attacking and casting spells.
Yeah.
So now we do see Sam using Tawny to attack to bring Kevin down to 19.
Yep.
And
Led Astray.
So yeah, he used the Led Astray. Oh, so he used a blink to actually blink his avatar up, and now he's using Led Astray to pull Kevin's avatar down.
Which does deal 1 damage with the Druid's ability, because he is still entering a site nearby the Druid.
Yep.
There we go. And then we got Nelly Long Arms coming in. This is actually a really creative line of play.
Very interesting.
Yeah, because the Druid will deal 2 damage, 1 for entering the thicket, and 1 for entering the Troll Bridge.
2 for entering and leaving the thicket.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, no, the thicket will deal an additional 2 damage. That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
I really like that. Yeah, you definitely don't need the shark anymore to deal with all this damage.
He also takes 1 damage every time he enters the site as he goes along. So he's taking 1, 2, 3, 4. He's taking 4 damage just from moving through the sites.
Yeah.
He took damage from Led Astray. And now, when he enters Troll Bridge, he has to take 3 more damage or discard a card.
Yeah.
Wow, what a crazy play.
Yeah,
That's actually really cool.
This. Yeah.
Led Astray with Nelly Long Arms on Troll Bridge and Briar Patch. What?
Yeah, for sure. This is really the kind of stuff that I was hoping to see. And
I know, this is crazy.
I didn't think about some kind of forced movement damage-based deck, but it looks like it's doing Sam some good. I was giving him some flack earlier for not having any pressure, but it looks like he's got pressure all along. I just wasn't.
That is
I
so
didn't have quite
good.
the foresight to see it. Yeah, this is a really creative
Led Astray with the flipped Druid.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'll discard a card.
I don't even know what his life total is at anymore.
Yeah, I know. He took so many 1 damages that.
I think he started the turn at 13, did he not? No, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong live total.
Yeah.
So Kevin's at 14 after taking.
4 or 5 damage. Yeah, he took one from entering Canterbury upon the. Yeah.
One from Tawny, right?
Yeah.
One from the Canterbury.
Or yeah, Caroline
2,
upon
3,
us.
4, 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold on.
So wait, what?
3 from the sites, 1 from Tawny, 2 from Briar Patch.
Briar Patch, yeah. Excuse me.
So they have the correct life total at 14.
Yeah.
And then I'm assuming he's discarding a card for Trowbridge.
Yeah, he discarded the Cast into Exile, I believe, because it hasn't really been seeing a lot of utility so far.
And he has not used his avatar yet. He could attack here
with
the Druid or draw a site.
Yeah.
I think he should move and attack the Treetop Hideout to get away from the Spark Mage.
Yeah, agreed. Looks like Sam's going to be toting the Nelly Longarms a little further away. Okay, on top of the site with Tawny and his avatar.
Interesting.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, that's really cool because now he can move the Nelly Longarms further away from the threat, and then next turn he could use it again to drag Kevin through the sequence of sites again, deal him another 4 or 5 damage. Very useful.
That was from earlier. Yeah, I'm sorry.
What do you think about? Man, that is really cool because he could have even waited a turn until next turn, pulled his Nelly Longarms the other direction, and immediately pulled the avatar again with the Nelly Longarms.
Yeah, and it seems like he's revised his play of it, moving it to the Carolina upon Usk instead of the Gothic Tower, or the Lone Tower, excuse me. And, just trying to keep the Nelly Longarms away from the Spark Mage, because it does seem to be his primary source of damage right now, that force movement.
Nelly Longarms is looking really good here.
Yeah.
I was trying to think, why would I ever want to play Nelly Longarms?
Yeah.
Well, this is a good reason right here.
Yeah.
What a fun deck.
Yeah. We see Kevin draw a teleport. So now, if he really wants to, he could try to get rid of the Nelly Longarms, teleporting to the Oasis or the Lighthouse to get out of the way of the Druid here, and and then he'll be able to take a shot at the Nelly Longarms. Potentially hitting the horse, but it may be a risk he has to take.
I'll spend 2 to teleport a guy
So Clinton in chat, Clinton Kelly asked how many rounds is this going to be for constructed? I think we're looking at probably 6 rounds, 5 or 6 rounds.
Yeah, I don't know exactly. 5 or 6 sounds correct to me. I don't know the. Oh no, there we go. Too fluent answered the question. We actually didn't even see it. It says 8 rounds, single elimination.
8
Very
rounds.
Cool. Yeah,
that's a lot of rounds.
Yeah, that's a lot of rounds.
I think we have 40 tables.
So that means 80 players. Yeah, so that makes sense.
Correct.
Yeah.
It would be 7 rounds with 40 tables to have a top player. Unless we're cutting, they might cut to top 8. Maybe we should have figured out the tournament structure.
Definitely should have done that before we started commentating. That's for sure. But it seems like Too Fluent's got us covered. So.
The one and only Too Fluent.
Indeed.
All right, so we see the Land Surveyor attacking here. I think that Sam is just meaning to ping and chip away at Kevin's life total until he gets to death's door here.
Yeah. Yeah, we did unfortunately see, unfortunately for Sam, we did see that the Spark Mage was able to hit the Nelly Longarms after teleporting. So, Kevin no longer has to worry about great swaths of damage from the Nelly Longarms, but...
I think this is just kind of Kevin's worst nightmare with Spark Mage.
For sure.
Having someone move his Spark Mage around the board to places he doesn't want.
Yeah.
And then loading up the board with a bunch of little 1 power guys.
That he doesn't really want to kill. It's not really worth his time to use Spark Mage on, a Land Surveyor or anything like that.
Kevin's not going to be playing any kind of board clears.
Nope.
Poison Nova, things like that. So
So he's probably just going to be taking chip damage from these little Land Surveyors.
Well, we already see a handshake. I don't know what they're shaking hands over here. Maybe just good sportsmanship. But
it looks like they're still playing. So.
They're definitely still playing.
Yes. Okay, we see a Cloud Spirit from Kevin.
Look at the Tawny now, protecting the avatar from
the
Spark Mage.
Yeah, for sure.
I think that Kevin does need to just start pinging away at these little guy, especially that horse. Just kill the horse.
Yeah. Yeah, Cloud Spirit, I mean, at first I was going to say it's in danger from the Troll Bridge, but it is airborne and movement +2, so it can kind of get wherever it wants on this board. Kevin was trying to get down some power.
Yeah.
He could try to race Sam, though. I mean, Tawny cannot come out anymore because because Druid's flipped.
Yeah, precisely.
But he does choose to go ahead and take out the horse.
Yeah.
The horse is pretty annoying.
Yeah, it is.
The horse is able to carry his avatar, correct?
No, I believe it's carried an allied unit. So, but it is still annoying to him because it can drag his druid around the board outside of the range of the Spark Mage. So, yeah, Kevin will probably have to pull some nifty tricks to get out of there. So, yeah, he's just going to get rid of the horse now.
Yep, the Fine Courser. Charge movement +1 may carry an ally.
Yeah. Yeah, I could also see Kevin using the Cloud Spirit here to get rid of the Lance Surveyors or get rid of the Tawny, just kind of, ease up the race a bit because he definitely has the minions in his deck to put solid pressure on Sam, just hasn't drawn them yet. So, I could see him trying to clean up the 1-power minions over the next couple of turns.
Let's see what other tricks Sam has up his sleeve here.
Yeah.
Kevin has to be feeling a little bit nervous at the moment. The only thing in his hand is a treetop hideout.
Yeah. Vivian the Enchantress. Oh my gosh.
Now we have a Vivian out.
All right.
This ability and his abilities.
There we go. All right. Yeah, Vivian the Enchantress, one of the coolest new cards, or at least most mechanically interesting new cards. She has the printed abilities of all avatars and all spellcasters in the realm. This means that not only will she have the Flip Druid's abilities, but she will also have the Spark Mage's ability. So she's going to be a force to be reckoned with here.
And now we see Sam moving Tawny back to protect Vivian.
Yeah, from the random Spark Mage damage here.
Now Kevin can just attack Vivian. But I'm not sure if Sam necessarily cares because Kevin would need to take a point of damage for moving, and then another point of damage for attacking the Vivian.
Yeah, exactly.
So Kevin is definitely on the ropes here.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure actually what Kevin could draw at this point that would make a difference in the Spark Mage deck.
Yeah.
Chain Lightning!
Okay, well, that's a card. Yeah, that's definitely really helpful here. Man, we were just musing about potential draws. Yeah,
and my question was answered.
Yeah, immediately.
Chain Lightning can definitely help. Holy smokes. So let's see, how much mana does Kevin have? He currently has 5 mana. He can play a Sight and Chain Lightning 3 times.
There we go. Playing up Chain Lightning there. Yeah, so he's gonna you either play a Sight and then play Chain Lightning, bouncing it 2 additional times to get rid of all of Sam's minions. Or he could, he could keep his Sight in hand and instead use a Spark Mage to deal the additional damage. So he's probably mathing that out in his head right now.
Oh. He's so excited to see this card.
Oh, no kidding. Yeah.
Oh, he was so nervous, and what a flow of relief.
Yeah. Yeah, we were even saying earlier he doesn't have any board clears, but that certainly functions as a board clear into Sam's, board full of 1-power, 2-power minions here.
And he still does have the Cloud Spirit, so he is not out of this game by any means.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, this is turning into a very close game.
Yeah. Although, now that I mention it, Kevin does have to be really careful with that Cloud Spirit because it will be taking a ton of damage from Druid if it decides to move. So he doesn't really he can't move the Cloud Spirit 2 spaces this turn because any space that it can move to is nearby the Druid and it will take damage from that. So, yeah, it might have been a bit of an oversight on the part of Kevin in terms of the placement on Cloud Spirit. But yeah, again, Druid being kind of a weird avatar and Sam playing a really novel deck. I don't think he was anticipating this kind of thing.
I messed up too.
Kevin can take Sam to Death's Door this turn, though.
Can he really?
Unless...
yeah.
No, Sam's at 10 life. You might be looking at the wrong list earlier. This seems not possible. Because Chain Lightning has to bounce to another target. So
right.
Yeah, he's probably just going to use it to clear up the Lance Surveyors and the Vivian.
Yeah, let's look at Kevin's life total again. So this is a bit of a weird situation.
Yeah.
And like you said, the fact that Cloud Spirit is going to take 2 damage every time it moves.
No,
Oh, that's true. Vivian is even copying the druid, so you know, Sam has to
but
answer.
he can kill Vivian.
Yeah, he can. Yeah, he'll have to answer the Vivian before he tries to move the Cloud Spirit. But even then, he'll only be able to move the Cloud Spirit one space in order for it not to die to the druid.
I believe so.
Let's bring up Trollbridge real quick
Yeah,
if you can.
It doesn't look like it's random.
Bridge.
Okay.
There we go.
So
Trollbridge.
Kill this, and then
So the Trollbridge says the first time a lone enemy enters here each turn, strike it unless they discard a card.
Yeah.
So the Trollbridge is really putting in the work here up at the top of the screen.
Yep.
I'll do.
If Cloud Spirit tries to enter the Trollbridge,
I'll do. Yeah, it's been.
it was any card, right?
I'll do this one.
Yeah,
So he
it's
can
any card.
discard
You
his
can
side.
discard a site. Yeah.
So, but if
Yeah,
he
Kevin-
discards a side, he can only Chain Lightning twice, but then he can use his avatar for the third bit of 2 damage since Chain Lightning has.
I'm gonna zap.
Yeah, he'll probably be using it to take
2
out
air
one of the
thresholds.
minions here. Yeah. Yep, and he shoots Lancer Bear.
that's
Yeah. So yeah, Sam must have been looking pretty incredulously at that Chain Lightning, wondering how Kevin managed to sneak himself out of that situation.
So what did the Cloud Spirit do here? I'm assuming it just moved.
I think it just attacked the druid.
If it attacked, it would die.
You're right. Yeah. I don't think Sam should have taken 2 damage. Yeah, because it would take 1 damage from entering the druid site, and then it would take 1 damage from, fighting the druid. So we'll see if we can get the life totals updated here in a second.
That's fine.
There we go. We got someone stepping in.
It dealt. Huh? Sorry.
What's the druid's ability?
Whenever an enemy.
Yeah, I mean, a little hard to remember here with this, somewhat unorthodox site placement. But that lone tower is actually Kevin's. It's not Sam's. So he won't have the option of attacking the site in this case.
All right, so he did attack the Druid with the Cloud Spirit, which does kill the Druid.
Yep. Or excuse me, kill the Cloud Spirit. Yeah.
I'm sorry, kill the Cloud Spirit.
For 4, I'm going to play.
So bringing Sam's life total down to 8. Kevin is at 7, but the minions, all of the threatening minions from Sam's side have been cleared off the board.
Yep.
We still have Tawny coming in, though, and attacking.
Tawny's been around since turn 3, no? Tawny's been pretty durable.
Tawny's been around since turn 1.
Really? Oh, yeah.
I don't think he ever removed Tawny once.
No, he started in the Briar Patch, but regardless, Tawny has not died since the very beginning of the game. This is the very same Tawny we saw
Wow,
when we were
look at where the
starting off.
Butcher is. What does that tell you about Sam's hand?
He's undoubtedly got some sort of force movement here.
Look at his face.
Yeah.
He is very calm right now.
Yeah.
He is very He's calm and collected and calculating. He knows that he has most likely close to the win. Like, I think that he might have like a led astray or something.
Yeah.
But now that Kevin was smart enough to move away.
Yeah. But led astray
is not going to be as useful.
Yeah. Kevin saw that odd Pudge Butcher placement and was like, I should probably move out of the way of this thing. I don't really want to get snared for another 10 damage.
Sam might have been a little too greedy putting it all the way up on the Trollbridge, but we'll see what he has.
Yeah, it may belay his plan.
What does he have?
There's
the
a
Courser.
Oh my God, the horse coming back. Yeah,
what
this will
a
be lethal
crazy
on
play.
Kevin, although I believe the Pudge Butcher
will die because of the poison dagger.
Yeah. In order to actually get lethal damage on the Spark Mage here, Sam does have to use the Pudge Butcher to fight it. Instead, Sam could have opted to attack with the Druid and attack with Tawny, and then let the Druid damage from the Spark Mage moving through the tower and the Caroline upon us do the trick. But you'll probably want to move Tawny or draw a site, reposition his Druid.
He could have. Another thing he could have done is just chosen not to fight with the Pudge Butcher.
Exactly.
Attacked with Tawny and his Druid.
That's what I was trying to say. I don't think I actually vocalized myself properly. Yeah.
But I think he's still in a pretty good place.
Definitely, yeah. Anytime your opponent's at death's door and you're not, and you're passing turn, you're a happy man. Okay, and then a self-same simulacrum copying the Courser. So we have got a second 1 power charge movement +1 minion here. Yeah, Kevin really doesn't have many safe places on the board. He can't move anywhere near the Druid. If he can find a way to finagle his Spark Mage on top of the lighthouse where he started the game, then he might have a shot here. But given the abundance of movement spells we've seen in Sam's deck, it does not honestly seem like Kevin could be safe anywhere on the board.
No, and we have the fine courser that can close the distance anywhere he moves.
Yeah.
Kevin only has a lightning bolt in hand.
Yeah. So yeah, he could choose to answer the self-sim simulacrum courser, the self-same horse, but he'll have to make a decision here.
I think his only option is to use the lightning bolt on the copy of the courser and then use his ability to tap and kill the other courser.
Yeah, and then he'll still die to Tawny. So
and he still dies to Tawny.
That's definitely not looking good for him. I don't think this was the I don't think this was the draw that Kevin was looking to see here.
Tawny has been so good here because
really
Tawny
has
has prevented Kevin from being able to hit Sam with the Spark Mage's ability because it's random.
Yeah.
And now it's going to be used to clinch this game.
Yeah, exactly.
I think you got me because I can't do much. I'll spend 3, so 2 to play.
Sorry. Yeah, we see Kevin taking that line, but I think he likely recognizes that he is dead here because the airborne from
Tawny does have airborne.
Yep.
What a crazy match.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. This is I didn't, you know. Sorry, let me rephrase that. One of the decks that came out of beta was the the Pudge Butcher Giant Shark combo deck. And that's one that I did not think about.
And that is the game.
Yeah, there you go. There's the handshake.
Congratulations, Sam, for taking round 1 of Constructed here.
Yep.
So yeah, sorry, continue.
Yeah, no problem. One of the decks that I really liked coming out of beta was, like I was saying, the Pudge Butcher Giant Shark combo deck, where you try to flood your opponent's sites and drag your opponent through the massive body of water.
He probably does. He probably does have the shark in the deck.
Yeah,
I'd be interested to see his deck list.
Yeah, for sure, because he was playing a lot of water sites there, and we only really saw Led Astray and Nelly as water cards. So yeah, it's definitely one of the decks though that I didn't think about what cards it got in Arthurian Legends. And with all the movement spells that we saw yesterday in Limited, plus a couple of fancy uniques, like we saw the Nelly working there as like an impromptu Pudge Butcher.
Nelly was definitely the all-star of that game. Let's take a look at the last 60 seconds of that match. That's
Definitely not looking good for him.
So yeah, we just went over this.
I don't think this was the draw. That
How Kevin struggled
Tawny
here to try to find some way to Tawny has prevented respond to the situation, being able to hit Sam with the Spark Mage's ability because it's random. Tawny was an all-star, I think, it's going to be used to clinch Nelly was an all-star. Like both of them were all-stars.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Tawny, despite being 1 power, it doesn't have the ability to defend. It feels pretty innocuous, but it got a couple of damage in, and it really disrupted Kevin's ability to deal random damage to Sam. I think a lot of the time you see Spark Mage be able to like run away with the game.
Tawny does have airborne.
You have to put down some valuable minion on top of your avatar to disrupt that random effect.
What a crazy match.
Tawny is, Sam doesn't really care about Tawny. Tawny can be respawned. Tawny only has 1 power. So he's able to
sorry, let me rephrase that.
Move it around. One of the decks that came out of beta was the
Pudge Butcher Giant Shark. Wow, that was.
And that's one that I did not think about.
And that is the game. I think that the Fine Courser is possibly underrated.
Yeah, honestly.
I think especially with the Druid being in the format with its ability to be able to deal 1 damage every time an enemy unit enters a site nearby.
For sure.
Being able to use the Fine Courser to reposition your Pudge Butcher or reposition Nelly Longarms.
Yeah. Or even the Druid if you want to reposition as, damaging area of effect.
Yeah, you could reposition the Druid and then cast Led Astray or something like that.
Yeah.
Or maybe Whirlwind. You could play Whirlwind in the deck.
Yeah.
What an interesting deck Sam brought to the event today.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm curious how it's going to hold up in later matches. Now, I will say that in this matchup, Kevin is playing Spark Mage, so it's kind of pretty good. It was good for Sam.
Yeah.
Kevin didn't really have a whole lot of minions that were threatening.
Sam's
life total.
Yeah, I gotta say that Kevin didn't have the best draw in terms of aggressive power. He's probably packing some form of some combination of Gaia Hippogriffs and the and Merlin and other high threshold air minions. He didn't seem to see too many of those after the Phase Assassin on the 3rd turn.
But we did see Sam was playing with several removal spells.
Yeah,
like Cast into Exile and I'm assuming he has Lightning Bolt in the deck. So I think that I think it's an interesting deck. I want to see what it looks like as it evolves. I'm trying to think of really bad matchups for it. I didn't see any healing in the deck.
Yeah.
It does seem like the deck takes a little bit of time to get going.
Yeah, I mean, you can see he's using those removal spells there to, clear the board, because a lot of the high threshold air minions, like you want to play early game, they're only 3 power, 2 power, they're pretty small.
Right.
And not only that, but because Spark Mage's like primary unique ability, or the ability that sets it apart from everything else, is its ability to tap and deal damage, means that you want to stop playing sites as soon as possible, which means that Kevin, excuse me, is not really going to have the time to play larger, super high powered minions like the Sphinx from Beta or Thundering Giant from Arthurian Legends that we saw in Limited yesterday. So, he's definitely going to be using those removal spells to pick off little threats and get the job done before his opponent can start laying down haymakers.
Yeah, and I think that one deck that might cause Sam some trouble later today could be the Witch aggro deck.
For sure.
Or any deck that's playing charged minions, like the Red Cap Poweries, the War Horse. These cards will definitely put a time limit on Sam's strategy and force him to rush through the match to get to the point where he can flip his Druid. Hopefully he gets Drums of Doom in that matchup.
Yeah.
But without the drums and without the healing,
yeah,
I think that the charge minions could cause a lot of trouble for him.
Yeah, for sure.
Especially if Witch is pinging him for 2 life after that every turn.
Yeah, he has he's practically zero answer for the Witch. It's really hard to disable your opponent's avatar in that way, but not only that, he does have answers for charge minions. We saw there his sights were helping him. He had the Troll Bridge, he had the Briar Patch, he has the Wall of Fire too.
Yeah, there's a lot of control in the deck, I think.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, he's definitely, I think he's probably conscious of the increase in charge minions and the increase of like these super aggressive, on the wall decks that are just gonna put pressure on you and try to end the game quickly, because it seemed like his deck was fully geared towards dealing with that kind of thing.
Right, and even though that he may have some weak matchups in the meta, I think every deck has weak matchups in the meta right now.
Definitely.
And as we've seen before in these constructed events, especially the large ones, sometimes you just don't get paired up against your weak matchups. I know when I was at March of the Mortals, I didn't get paired up against my weak matchup until the final match against Battle Mage.
Yeah.
But before then, before that match, I didn't see a Battle Mage. I didn't see an Avatar Vare.
Yeah.
Anything that would cause me a lot of trouble. I didn't even see the entire tournament until the final match. And then even in the final match, my opponent didn't get Fire Threshold on time, and so I ended up getting the victory.
Yeah.
And so I think that his deck has a shot.
Yeah.
It has a chance.
It definitely
has
does.
some surprise attacks
for sure
that people will not see.
Yeah, I mean,
especially with the Fine Courser.
Yeah, exactly. We were we were constantly surprised. Nearly every turn there during that game, he played something that we were like, "Whoa, what's that? What's he doing with that?"
And he wasn't even using Tawny early on to attack. I think he was really trying to protect it.
Yeah.
But I think he could have just been attacking and then gotten it back out with his 5th sight, before flipping.
Yeah, it's also possible though that he wanted to keep Tawny back because he probably had the Drums of Doom in his opening hand, or he drew it in the first couple of turns. So he could have been keeping Tawny there because he knew that he was going to be flipping as soon as possible to try to get that Drums of Doom out, and then he wouldn't be able to spawn Tawny again. So he might have been trying to use it, conscientiously in that way.
Yeah, well, the Drums of Doom is definitely a deadly card in the Druid deck. Hopefully we'll get to see more Druid action
for
soon.
sure.
Our round 2, we do already have one player picked out for this round, and they are playing an Enchantress deck.
Ooh.
So I can't wait to see that. Hopefully they win their round 1, and we can get a good pairing for the second round. But for now, we're going to take a break until then, and we'll see you guys then.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I need a water. Thank you. I didn't know there were two. I was looking for these earlier.
Probably not be toxic cards. Okay. I think that's good too. But pretend it's live. That way I can just cut it and take it out. So like treat it as live.
Is this the This is scary.
Sorcery constructed players. Round 2 pairings are up.
I mean, it's not present. It's more so like
Card manipulation.
But
Oh yeah.
if you choose, I could definitely just have a different mic open and not have it.
No, don't worry about it.
So you're okay with audio and video?
Oh yeah.
Gotta get my good side though. I didn't put on my contacts today, you know? I'm not ready for this.
One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello, 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 hello. Testing, testing, testing.
Ballerina, and I'm here cosplaying as the Enchantress, and I'm here with
Adam Ray, aka Zalem, and I love playing Enchantress, so we thought this would be a good discussion to have.
So I'm a big noob, and I've only played Flamecaller, but I was hoping you could tell me a little bit more about the Enchantress.
Yeah, we need to get you off Flamecaller and onto Enchantress.
Because I've heard some not so great things about the Enchantress.
So what you've probably heard is Enchantress is tough to play, and that is true. Enchantress can be tough to play because of the positional awareness that you have to have during the game. It's not the same as every other avatar. When you're playing with Enchantress, you get to animate auras into large minions. And auras naturally take up a 2x2 area in the realm, on the playmat. And so you have to be aware of the different regions, like your aura hanging over a void. If you try to animate an aura in the void, then it will get banished because it is in the void. But the flip side of that, if it's animated and someone's trying to bury it and it's on water and not fully on land, then it can't be buried. And same with submerging. So
it is a lot of steps. I'm like,
yeah, there are more steps involved because it's very important how you lay out your sites so that you can anticipate auras that you draw, and so that you know where you're going to place, say, your abundance or your thunderstorm. And it's also important to make sure that you don't overlap auras, because if you have like a wildfire and a thunderstorm overlapping and you want to animate them both, they'll kill each other because they both deal damage at the end of the turn. So, and you'll see some of those cards, as you learn the game more and you see more of these cards being played. But Enchantress is tough, but if you get the reps in and you learn how to just keep your auras separate from each other so that they don't get dispelled all in one shot. Are you familiar with Dispel and Disenchant?
Oh, cool. Okay.
So Dispel and Disenchant, you just choose a location up to 2 steps away, and then you destroy all auras at that location and artifacts. So you don't want to pile them up if you can avoid it. And you also want to create like these lanes. So when you're playing Enchantress, it's all about being aware of these double wide lanes, whether vertical or horizontal, so that you can move your auras around up and down, left and right, and still be able to perform well with them with your attacks, separate with them so they don't damage each other, and so on. So yes, Enchantress can be tough, but if you practice and you get in the reps, then you could do it.
I guess I got to get in my reps. Honestly, I do want to play Enchantress, but I'm just competitive and I want to do the things that are hard.
It's a beautiful avatar, and usually you get to play with 3 colors. You get to play with fire, air, and water, and it's a beautiful combination.
So no Earth though?
Not Earth right now. It's just there aren't that many great auras for Earth for animating at the moment. So fire, air, and water is really good, especially now because Enchantress did get a couple of cool sites, defensive sites. There's one called Troll Bridge. Troll Bridge, whenever an enemy enters the Troll Bridge site, that enemy will take 3 damage, or unless the controller discards a card. And then Babbling Brook, when it comes out, it disables all nearby minions. So there are defensive sites that can stall and just give you extra turns so that you can get to your big spells. You can get to your major explosion, deal a bunch of damage. You can get to your Thunderstorm, which will strike every turn for 3 turns. Your Wildfire, which will strike or deal 3 damage every turn and move around the realm. So you can get a lot of value, even though you're not drawing a lot of cards in the Enchantress deck. You get so much value out of your auras when they come into play, and then after you animate them, that you end up gaining card advantage in that way. And it's just fun. It's fun. There are a lot of options with the deck. So
that's really cool. That's like very interesting.
So yeah, I hope that you
definitely
can get
gonna
try it out.
Yeah, me too.
If you ever get on the Tabletop Simulator, you can practice some games. I can show you the ropes with Enchantress. Just let me know. I'm your guy.
We can just get started, right?
And I think we're going to wrap it up.
We're good. Thank you so much.
Oh, right, yeah. Okay.
I think, yeah.
Sorry,
What
not really.
outro? All right, signing off. This was great. Thank you so much
Of course.
for your expertise.
Let's go ahead and hop over to the feature table and check out Enchantress. Enchantress is being played today by Lauren Jackson. Let's see if we can get over to the feature table here real quick. And we have Lauren playing against Blake, and Blake will be playing Seer today. Very cool.
Alrighty.
2 more avatars, 2 avatars from beta. We haven't seen just yet on camera. This should be an interesting matchup. I'm wondering if the Seer is playing a control list or a more aggressive Seer list. And I wonder if it's going to try and use the Roots combo. This is something that we saw a lot in the beta meta. Seer decks often try to use the Roots combo to destroy the realm and then recover using control to outcard their opponent. and whittle away with damage spells or things like Devil's Egg. And already I see some interesting cards in Blake's hand. I think this is, and I cannot remember this knight. This is Yvain, I believe. Oh, this is the Beast Knight. And I saw Sylvan Splendor also. And interestingly, Blake mulliganed the Sylvan Splendor down to the bottom of his library and drew into Mesmerism and Shapeshift. Wow, what an interesting deck. So this is some sort of beast deck, probably using assorted animals,
We'll get better.
using Shapeshift, Mesmerism, Sylvan Splendor. Very interesting. Okay, and over on Lauren's side, we already see a Grandmaster, a Great Famine, a decent spread of sights. We have 2 air, 1 water, 1 fire. That's pretty good. We see Firebolts in her hand. Firebolts is really nice to see in Enchantress early on. It's a great way to stave off early aggression. And having the Grandmaster Wizard to refill the hand later is always nice. So I like the start that Lauren has for Enchantress. I think that she'll want to focus on drawing sights to get up to possibly a tower so that she can play her Grandmaster Wizard earlier. Blake starts out with a Impenetrable Copse, which doesn't really have a whole lot of usefulness usually against Enchantress, but Lauren does have a Firebolt, so we'll see if Blake keeps his minions back on the Copse or advances with them.
Wow, what a bunch of duds.
And now we see a Disenchant pop up on Lauren's side. Normally, you don't like seeing Disenchant early. It's usually just played as a one-of in the deck to help against Battle Mage matchups, to destroy the artifacts, or to help against turn 3 Maddening Bells against Avatar Vare. So she's probably not terribly happy to see Disenchant, but I think that she will definitely... she'll definitely be happy that she has it in hand if Blake ends up drawing into the second Sylvan Splendor. Because Sylvan Splendor does allow Blake to draw a lot of cards if he gets into a lot of beasts. Starts playing a lot of beasts and into the Sylvan Splendor's area of effect. So we do see, this looks like a beast deck that does use the pigs. He'll probably he'll try to attack and draw into the pigs of the Sounder.
One of those. So
let's see if we can get the pigs pulled up here.
Everything but fire.
Okay.
Everything but. And I will pass turn.
So yeah, there's the pigs of the Sounder. I can't remember what the little one here is called. Squeakers, that's what they're called. Squeakers. So yeah, when Squeakers die, you get to reveal the top 5 cards of your spellbook. And then if you reveal a Pigs of the Sounder, which we just saw, then you can put that Pigs of the Sounder into play, summoning it where the Squeakers died. And then the Squeakers, if they're in the cemetery, now any Grand Old Boars that Blake plays later will have charge and be able to attack the turn that they enter. So very interesting so far. Seeing the little piggies in the deck.
Yep.
And he's playing sideways here. This is usually not advisable against Enchantress. The reason being,
I really hope I can curse.
if you keep Void on either side of your avatar against Enchantress, then it keeps it would keep if Blake left that Void, it would keep Lauren from being able to attack with Thunderstorm on top of the Enchantress or Atlantean Fade or any other aura. Because if you try to animate an aura while it's hanging into the Void, it will be banished because it can't survive in the Void. It doesn't have Void Walk. So I think this could play a factor in the remainder of this game here. Now that Blake has played to the side, Lauren is going to be able to create a 2x2 grid around his avatar, around the Seer.
Yeah.
And be much more effective with her auras.
Yes, we're in Vegas after all, so.
Yeah, for sure.
What it is.
Feels like I'm playing blackjack.
So we see a Lugbog Cat in Blake's hand. And Lauren is playing with water. She does have the Lighthouse, so the Lugbog Cat will be able to be played right on the same location as Lauren's avatar, which is not what Enchantress likes to see. She does have Great Famine in hand, but...
That's a powerful card for sure.
But she won't be able to animate Great Famine after playing it to kill the Lugbog Cat because there aren't enough sights out. Now we'll see what she does with her sights here, but it might work out perfectly for her.
Draw sight.
She still needs a second fire sight here.
Thank you.
Great Famine does require
Oh, no, I drew
double
a sight
fire
for sure.
threshold to play.
I didn't draw
Yeah.
spell.
Oh, she does have an Oasis though, so she's got the second fire. If that's what she's looking to do here.
That's great. Okay, so she will be prepared if Blake does decide to play his Lugbog Cat next turn.
Yeah.
You tapped and you played the desert and you killed my squeaker system, right?
That's right, I did. So I'm going to tap to draw sight. You are correct. My bad.
All right, so Lauren did kill the squeakers with the desert.
Yep.
Did I totally mess up?
That looks
I
like Blake.
messed up.
Looks like Blake whiffed in trying to find his Pigs the Sounder here.
Yeah, he must have revealed 5 off camera. I didn't notice it, and he didn't see the Pigs of the Sounder.
What's that?
Yeah.
Judge?
We do have a judge call.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
There you go.
This is what happens when I play on camera.
Sounds like a question about Enchantress here, which
I
makes
drew a
perfect
sight by
sense.
accident after I played a sight because I forgot to tap, but I didn't see it. So
You what?
I drew a sight after I played a sight because I messed up.
Okay.
So what do I do with the sight?
There's a bit of confusion in the sequence of drawing.
So she, yeah, it looks like she just she played a
I don't
side,
want to do anything. I want to do everything above board.
and she then proceeded to draw another side with the avatar. But that is
Yeah, I'm
pretty
sure.
standard for people
I hope so.
new to being on camera.
I'm living my life on
It
the
is
wild side,
sometimes
for sure.
easy to completely concentrate
what
on
happens when I forget
everything
to
that you're doing.
Exactly, yeah. Sorcery, of course, especially in Enchantress, you're playing a pretty complex game here. You know, Lauren probably has a lot of her, mental processing power on trying to figure out how she can, finagle her auras into an advantageous position for her.
And I did talk to Lauren and ask if she was okay with being on camera.
Yeah.
She was a little bit hesitant.
Yeah.
She was a little bit nervous, especially since she hadn't been able to play Enchantress a whole lot recently. But she did ultimately decide to join us.
Yeah.
Fortunately, because I think this would be an interesting match.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see Enchantress in the wake of Arthurian Legends because there were a lot of new auras that we got, but unfortunately a lot of the auras kill, they destroy themselves the turn after they're played, so it's not super useful in Enchantress. So I'm really curious to see what Lauren is rocking here in terms of new cards.
I appreciate it. Sorry about that. I promise I'm not a cheater.
No, you're good.
Oh my god.
Only I get to do that. I'm
I
Seer.
know, you're a seer. Yeah, right? Okay, let's see.
So you played a site.
All right, so we did get a judge to come over and resolve that issue.
Precisely.
Yeah.
So now the game can continue.
I am gonna.
Yeah, we actually have a question from Two Fluent in chat asking, have we seen any wolf decks
I'm not a
from
Magic player,
none
so
other than Two
so
Fluent,
much
of course. I have not personally seen any wolf decks.
I made a wolf deck.
Oh, Zaleb, you made a wolf deck. Oh,
I think I
heck yeah.
talked about it yesterday.
Yeah.
But I made a Death Speaker wolf deck with
we love a cat.
the oh my goodness, what is it, Lady Azult?
Yeah.
Wow,
in there,
okay.
so that if they banish all the wolves with Feast for Crows or Grim Reaper or something like that, then basically all that's left is the combo with Lady Azult and Horn and Sparrows
that's
for
really
life gain
creative.
and attacking.
Yeah, for sure.
And then the Ring of Morgan is in there too.
Of course,
So-
quintessential Ring of Morgan.
And I'm also playing with Grapple Shot and Grim Reaper just because I want to do it myself. Do
Yeah,
it to myself.
exactly.
I just want to grapple Grim Reaper into my own wolves and take all the wolves out and just have the combo left.
Yeah, exactly.
It was fun. I played it and it worked, but I don't know if it's competitive.
No, but it's certainly a cool idea. I mean, especially with Feast of Crows, I think a couple people have had the idea floating around in their head of, ooh, what if I play Grey Wolves and then banish, 40 Grey Wolves from my deck and have the perfect 10-card, spellbook that I want here, and that's kind of what you're rocking with there.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can't cast Feast for Crows on yourself, though.
Yeah, exactly.
An opponent does. So we do see the Lugbog Cat come out, and actually in the perfect position for Lauren. I think she's just happy to see where the Lugbog Cat is here because then she can play Great Famine all the way over on Blake's sites and be able to attack with it the following turn after animating it.
Yeah.
So a really, really excellent situation here for Lauren.
Yeah.
So we do see the Great Famine come out when she gets the double fire threshold from the Oasis. At the end of turn, Great Famine will kill the Lugbog Cat.
Yeah. So I actually have a question for you here, as the resident Enchantress player, at least out of the two of us. Why do you think Lauren didn't play that Oasis to the right of the what is that? The beacon? Because from my perspective, she would want to defend her territory as fiercely as possible, which means that containing Blake's presence on her sites to just the desert would make an amount of sense to me, especially given the Great Famine.
So whenever you're playing Enchanters, you want to build lanes.
Gotcha.
And so this is exactly where I would have placed my Oasis too, because not only does it block Blake's advancements with his sites, but it creates a lane. A double wide lane where any of her auras can move forward and backward.
Gotcha.
Now, if Blake wants to go to the side next to his undertow, then Lauren will want to play her next site next to her Oasis.
Yeah, which would actually continue that lane, you're right.
Yeah, Lauren wants to match everything that Blake is doing to create these 2x2 lanes so that the auras are never hanging over the void.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense.
And Luce, if you are here in the hall, could you please come up to the registration desk?
So we see Blake play a
Carolina upon Usk.
Carolina upon Usk over to the left, and so Lauren will probably play her next site just to the right of her desert, so that if she needs to move the Great Famine to the right, she can do so.
Yeah.
I think Lauren is just extremely comfortable right now.
Yeah.
She may have been nervous earlier, but after getting that solid tempo play with Great Famine, and now preventing Blake from playing any sort of minions in that area,
exactly.
She is very happy, especially since she has a Grandmaster Wizard in her hand.
For sure, yeah, no, she's definitely comfortable with her late game plan here, and she's also pretty comfortable in her ability to get to the late game plan, because if Blake wants to develop his board, he's gonna have to play on that Carolina upon Usk, which then he'll have to wait a turn to do, and we'll give Lauren another turn to respond. So, yeah, this is definitely looking to be a good game.
Yeah, I would not want to be in Blake's shoes right now. I think he's definitely feeling a little bit annoyed. Enchantress just has a way of
if there's a beast out,
just kind of breaking the rules of the game.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and that's on
you
Genesis.
into
You can put that
awkward
on anytime.
positions
Oh no, it is a Genesis.
with your site placement and with your minion
Okay,
placement.
gotcha.
Yeah.
Especially if you're trying to play some sort of mid-range type of deck, Enchantress really shines.
Yeah. Yeah, so we see a Sir, how do you pronounce his name? I pronounce him
Yvain?
Yvain? There we go, yeah. I go for a bit of a different accent. We'll pull him up real quick. Yeah, so on the Genesis, you choose an allied beast, and he and his beast companion have extra power. Unfortunately, Blake doesn't have any beasts in play when he goes to play his Sir Yvain, so it'll just sit there as a 3 power, 4 defense unit with a lance.
Yeah, I did have to look up a couple of pronunciations for these cards when
Yeah,
I was
for
making
sure.
videos
Yeah.
on YouTube. And Yvain is the correct pronunciation.
Yvain,
I was hearing people say Yvain, and I was like, no, that can't be right.
Yeah. So wait,
I did
say it
confirm
again. It's Yvain. Yvain.
Yeah.
All right, very cool.
Or if you're familiar with the video game series, like Ys. So like sometimes the Y just has an E sound.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So
These like old English names are pretty confusing.
Things happen.
So yeah, I think Blake is just like, oh my goodness, what do I do here?
Yeah, I mean. Sorry.
Well, I was just going to say, Lauren is probably going to put a side in front of his minion, which will give him temporary hope, but I don't think that it's going to pan out the way that he wants it to here.
Yeah, for sure.
Interestingly, I do see Lauren blink forward. What is that? Is that a tactical?
I think
what
that
is
was
that?
a
What did she just draw?
Was it?
Oh, is that Black Plague? Wow. If
That
that's
does
Black
look like
Plague.
Black Plague. Yeah, no, it is
Oh
Black
my
Plague. There you
goodness.
go. Oh God, both of the new, board oppressing auras.
Now, a dispel to take out the lance?
My bad. They're gonna be
Interesting. One thing that Lauren could have done here is just drawn a sight. Since she does have Grandmaster Wizard in hand, it's not terrible to draw a sight here to get up to your Grandmaster Wizard, especially if you draw a tower here.
Yeah, for sure.
Then you play the sight, and then you can move over on top of Sir Yvain, and the Great Famine should actually. How much power does Sir Yvain have? I think we're missing something.
He is 3 power with 3 defense. I'm actually.
So the Great Famine wouldn't kill Sir Yvain, but she did. She was fortunate to draw the Black Plague.
Yeah.
The Black Plague will definitely kill Sir Yvain.
So I think if you're determining the strength.
Yeah,
you're
actually,
doing 4 plus
something
3,
that I just
and
noticed
then
is that I
dividing
think
it by
Sir
2.
Yvain costs 5. Does it not? I don't think Blake has 5 mana.
Does he?
It doesn't look like it. It looks like he only has 4. So he may have an artifact there that I'm not seeing, but I don't believe that was a.
Does it cost 5 for sure?
Yeah, he costs
Now
5
we do
for
math,
sure.
right? Math is
Okay. So Blake did not have mana to cast Sir Yvain.
There you go. Let's pull him up again.
We got 2 mana left.
Yeah, we got someone coming over to double check that one.
Right. Can't play him.
I think he got confused. He thought maybe the desert was one of his sites.
Yeah, most likely. You know, it happens a lot with these weird site placements.
Yeah, so the Survey Vein will need
At least we're all on the
to
same.
be returned to hand.
I thought this was my side.
I got a judge call.
So did I.
Coming over to help. In the meantime, though, as far as drawing sites go, do you think it's worth? Do you think it's worth gambling to get the Dark Tower, or do you? I mean, you voiced your opinion. You think that?
No. So because Survey Vein is only 3 power, and the Great Famine would be 4 power once animated.
Yeah.
Then once the Great Famine moved over, it would kill itself instead of Survey Vein.
Precisely. Yeah. When it comes to the power or the weakest or greatest in terms of these knights, you take the average of their attack and defense. No, I was talking more about the Grandmaster Wizard. She's definitely looking to get that down as soon as possible, so she can acquire more options. Like
so the card that I drew?
get a better understanding of what the next couple turns are going to look like.
Well, actually, I forgot about the average of the power thing. What is Survey Vein again?
Survey Vein is 3 power and 3 defense and 4 defense. Excuse me. So yeah, he's a 3.5 quote unquote when you're talking about strongest and
I
weakest.
can't remember if it rounds up or down though. It does round.
Oh, does it really?
Yeah.
I don't know then.
I can't remember
Yeah,
either.
me neither. Well,
Because if it rounds up, then she could have chosen.
Yeah.
But either way, she didn't draw a sight.
Yeah,
so
exactly. There's no
a
judge
question
call
for
needed
another
on that
time.
point. Yeah, because that hasn't happened. But that is definitely something to consider. I suspect Lauren might be a little more familiar with that than you or I, if she's been playing a little bit of Enchanter.
Well, Arthurian Legends is still pretty new, and the situation doesn't come up a whole lot where you really need to understand what the power is of a split attack and defense minion.
Yeah.
But we did see the judge have Blake return the Survey Vein to his hand because he couldn't play it.
That's awkward for sure for him.
We're gonna get it together. Don't worry.
I'll pick up for sure.
So I believe they didn't roll it back to his turn though. I believe it's still Lauren's turn. But she was allowed to return the blink to her hand.
Yeah, and then. I don't know if you drew a card from the blink or not. So.
She did draw the Black Plague.
Oh, okay.
It's actually it's unfortunate for Lauren if she was asked to shuffle.
Yeah.
Here.
She definitely wants access to that Black Plague.
Yeah, she really likes the Black Plague. Because the Black Plague will destroy a unit at the end of each turn, the weakest unit in the area of effect at the end of the turn.
Yeah.
So
when we first saw Arthurian Legends come out, I was a little bit skeptical about the use of these 2 auras, but as I've continued playing with them, oh my god, yeah, they oppress an entire area for minions.
So they didn't require Lauren to shuffle, so she was able to draw into the Black Plague. But yeah, Black Plague and Great Famine are amazing
Outstanding cards, yeah, for sure.
They make your opponent essentially skip a turn of effective play.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and if you're lucky enough to have like a Grandmaster Wizard or a or a Land Surveyor, then you can even go so far as to keep feeding your own Black Plague or your Great Family, which we might see Lauren do here in the far late game.
So we do see Enchanter's tap to draw a sight, and it is Babbling Brook. Great Famine will kill itself here.
Yeah.
So
Lauren did opt to animate it with the blink, which let her get some damage on Blake, because the Great Famine was going to kill itself anyway with its own ability, because it has nothing to kill. Might as well get some extra value in while you can.
Great Famine needs to be removed from the realm. Yeah, I think Blake is catching it here.
Oh, and it dispels actually. End of my turn, this dispels because it's the only minion there. So.
Getting it together.
Harry carry.
Okay.
All right, new cards, everybody. New cards.
Yeah. No, this set is really odd. It does not help that we're adding Enchantress to the mix. One of the most notoriously, hard to understand cards from Alpha and Beta.
All right, now we see a pond come out. Does Blake have a beast to play on the pond? No, he is just going to play Survey Vein.
Yep.
He thinks that he might have a chance here to attack with his Survey Vein. He does not know that Lauren
has the second of the 2 powerful,
unique
Black
auras.
Death auras.
So
Exactly.
Now we have the Black Plague, and it is most assuredly going to come out the next turn, unless she just chooses to draw a sight,
Be clean here, untap.
Let's see. No, she only has 4 sites out. She didn't draw a tower, so she won't be able to play a Grandmaster Wizard. Oh,
the Philosopher's
nice.
Stone, though.
That is
That's
actually awesome.
really useful here.
Now she can play the stone, play the sight, play the Black Plague, and then next turn she doesn't even have to draw sight.
Yeah.
She can just play the Grandmaster Wizard for 5 and draw 3 more cards.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and she even drew a Babbling Brook here, which lets her disable the Seer Vein, which means she doesn't have to worry about him for this turn if she doesn't want to. If she wants to take another, I mean, you know, there's not a lot else for her to do in the hand other than play out that Black Plague, but you know, she can just ignore it.
She does have Firebolts, which she could use to kill Seer Vein also.
But yeah, but she would need to use both the Firebolts and the Magic Missiles because Seer Vein does have 4 defense here, so it'd be a little awkward to 2-4 on yourself here. Although Lauren would be able to pick up the lance, so it'd be a nice little upgrade there.
I wonder what she's thinking about so hard here. It does seem a little bit like an easy slam dunk. You know, with the Black Plague.
Yeah, I think she might be thinking about trying to get, you know, as I was saying, like maximum value out of that Babbling Brook. You know, she doesn't actually have to worry about the Seer Vein this turn, so she could be thinking about, oh, I could just play this thing out, and then I can save the Black Plague for if Blake decides to commit further to the board. But I do think it's as evidenced by his Seer Vein in the absence of a Beast Companion. Blake's probably running out of like solid resources here. So
I agree. I think the fact that he played Seer Vein means he doesn't have any other minion to play.
Yeah. So actually,
but she might want to save the Black Plague because she knows Black Plague can take out a large minion.
Yeah.
And Blake might be playing with large minions.
Yeah.
I don't think that that's a bad idea.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Babbling Brook here comes out.
She does play the Babbling Brook.
So I actually have a question here. I'm not, you know, I'm not as familiar with Enchantress as I could be. So how do you think she could be playing with this Babbling Brook? Because I know that in Alpha and Beta there were a couple cool interactions where if you intentionally silenced or intentionally disabled your animated Thunderstorm, you could get it to persist for a little bit longer. Do you think she's doing anything like that with the Babbling Brook?
You can, but Babbling Brook is good in the deck without that interaction.
Yeah.
So one of the awesome things that Enchantress got this with this set was Babbling Brook and Trollbridge.
True.
So all 3 Babbling Brooks, all 3 Trollbridges go into the deck.
Yeah, for sure.
And that keeps charge minions at bay.
At bay, yeah.
The Trollbridge keeps Avatar of Air from pushing minions into your area if you can get the Trollbridge out in front of your site. But yes, a Babbling Brook.
Yeah,
so,
I'm going to cast a
so
Black
I
Plague.
think that what she was really thinking about here, another really interesting way to use it, is with Black Plague and Great Famine.
Yeah.
Because you could attack with Black Plague and Great Famine.
And then disable it to keep it alive for another turn.
So it doesn't kill itself.
That's really nice there, yeah.
So she was thinking really hard about that, I think, but she ultimately decided that she really wants to play Grandmaster Wizard the following turn.
Yeah, and have a clear board to looking at as well.
And Black Plague will let her do that. Now, personally, I would have played Black Plague over my Avatar.
Yeah.
So that way my opponent couldn't play a minion to the pawn without fear of the Black Plague moving over to the pawn.
Yeah, I see. That makes sense. Yeah, you know, you always got to keep in mind with the lanes that you mentioned earlier. Got to keep your options open.
Anytime you play an aura when you're playing Enchantress, you always want to play it at an intersection of 2 lanes.
Yeah.
When I say lanes, I mean the double wide lanes. So in this case, the way that the board is laid out, the intersection would be the desert, the beacon, the oasis, and the undertow.
Yeah.
So that would have been a nice place to play it. Now, one thing that they did make a mistake on here is Yvain did have a lance. The lance would still be on the undertow.
True, yeah. Lance should still be there.
So
we'll probably get that fixed.
Yeah, the lance does stay on the undertow. Lauren can pick that up when she animates the Black Plague to deal 1 extra point of damage to the Seer.
And then break the lance so that Blake can't even use it himself later. So, yeah, very useful there.
They're like, Barton, you choose
my only
cards.
lance card, so.
Okay, cool, yeah. The lances add a whole other nice element. Okay.
Good Times in
So, I
chat
haven't
says,
drawn
do
yet.
people play Battle Mage? Yes, they do. There are several Battle Mage decks here today, including one played by Count Tolstoy on Discord. His name is Alexis. We will most likely see him on the feature table at some point today. He's very good at Battle Mage. That's pretty much all he plays.
Yeah.
He plays Water Air Battle Mage. And he's very excited to be here today. He was so excited that he forfeited his position in the limited event today just so he could play Constructed.
Wow, yeah, look at that. No, yeah, I know that.
Because he did day 2 yesterday. He
he
had a good
qualified
enough
for the
record
top,
till day 2.
64. Yeah, no, a lot of decks have some new tech, and everyone's really excited to show off their innovations to the lists. Because this is in the first month of Arthurian Legends, there's a lot of new there's a lot of ground to cover in terms of deck building and working on the meta and that kind of thing.
So I'm wondering, Lauren went ahead and drew a site here. I'm wondering if she forgot that she has the Philosopher's Stone because it's down below her lighthouse.
Yeah.
So one really cool interaction here that I've done quite often is playing Grandmaster Wizard beneath the Black Plague, attacking with Black Plague, and then having the Black Plague kill the Grandmaster Wizard so it survives another turn.
Yeah.
It's very, very strong.
Yeah.
I'm hoping she does that here. So she's playing out her Merlin's Tower. I think she really does forget that she has the Philosopher's Stone. This is why I always play, when I'm playing Enchantress, or any deck now, I always play my artifacts on my avatar.
Yeah.
Because I always forget. Whenever I play off to the side,
yeah,
I always forget that I have them.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and especially when you get into like the late game, you can really trip yourself up with this kind of thing. All right, so we got 3 new spells. We're seeing an Apprentice Wizard. I think I saw a blink.
That's gonna animate.
Yeah, a blink and something else. Might be a summoning sphere, but.
So one thing Lauren could have done here is pick up the lance, and attacked the avatar for 5 damage.
True.
But she did choose to simply attack the site for 4, leaving the lance on the undertow.
Yeah, I think she's probably going to be passing the turn here, just making sure she's not going to miss anything before she does so.
I don't think I can do that. No, I can't do that.
She can at least pick up the lance to keep it from being picked up by one of Blake's minions.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I
just save
can't do it.
Yeah, I'm actually not familiar with this particular part of the rules. And when a large minion picks up an equipment, when it drops it or when it dies, it drops it anywhere in its area that you choose, correct?
No, it has to drop it on the site that it's being carried on.
Oh, okay. Oh, you have to designate a site that's getting carried on. Interesting. Yeah.
So no, wherever it is. So like because she picks it up. If she were to pick it up, she would need to carry it on the undertow.
Okay, and then if she were to move, it would stay on that, bottom
corner
left.
of her minion.
Makes sense. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, so she couldn't really. She couldn't reposition the lance to the desert, even if she wanted to. But still something interesting to think about.
No, she could have just simply picked up the lance, moved back and attacked the undertow, and given the lance to the avatar.
Yeah,
if she wanted
another
to.
option she could do. Okay, we see a great drowning of men here. This card is brutal. Let's pull it up real quick.
Blows up all the sites and floods the rubble, and then it submerges everything.
There we go. Yeah, 7 mana and 4 water threshold, and actually a new aura from Arthurian Legends. At the start of your turn, you destroy all affected sites and submerge the resulting rubble. Yeah, and then what? You drown.
Yep, submerge everything there.
Yeah, submerge everything that's there. Pull it up one more time.
So,
all right, let's do this.
The only problem is Lauren is playing Enchantress.
Yeah.
So she can simply animate the Great Drowning of Men and kill it by attacking it with the lance on the Black Plague, or not even with the lance. She can just cast firebolts.
True.
And attack it with the Black Plague.
Yeah.
She can do any number of things here. Oh, look, she's moving the Philosopher's Stone up to her avatar because she forgot.
She might have realized that last turn, yeah. Yeah, because it's a little unfortunate because she didn't miss the Merlin's Tower. Yeah, you missed a bit of extra free value there. She could have gotten this turn off the firebolts being free.
Yeah, to be honest, I think we should just ask players to play with their artifacts in the realm on the feature table.
Yeah, because when I remember when Blake played the Sir Yvain illegally earlier, the possibility was that he had an artifact off screen, we just didn't see.
Now, I wonder
we'll make sure it's visible.
She's running away from the Great Drowning. She definitely has plenty of resources to kill it right now. Okay, I think she's realizing that.
Yeah, she's like, oh wait, that's an aura.
She also
that's in my domain.
She literally has a disenchant in hand. There's been a lot that's going on.
Yeah, for sure.
So what we said earlier, like you usually don't want to see disenchant, but she actually has it in hand, ready to go.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I am going to.
So why would she move here? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think for a moment there she was, she
flustered,
thinking about card. Yeah, exactly, flustered. She was thinking about, saving her cards, but. Interesting. So she's going for a blink into her Black Plague.
Okay.
I will draw a spell.
Animating the Black Plague.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Draws a card.
I'm going to move this here so I can see it more clearly. Let's see. That was
she drew into... Is that an arc lightning?
And enemy
Can't
has the
quite
Black
see.
Plague. So I'm gonna swing.
Did she draw a sight? Because it looks like there's a sight.
She
in her
attacks
hand
for
now.
4.
Yep.
And then for
She did draw another sight for turn.
It looks like a river
but
of flame, yeah.
She drew that for turn. I'm not sure what she's drawing up to. She's drawing a lot of sights.
Yeah.
But maybe she has something we haven't seen in her
Yeah, I mean,
deck.
she does have a lot of cards in hand, and
All
most of them
right,
are obscured from view. Oh, she's
for
got
one
2
mana,
Firebolts,
I'm
an
gonna
Apprentice
Firebolt
Wizard,
you.
a Magic
Oh,
Missile.
is she going for the throat here?
can I shoot from there?
That is an option, to be honest. I mean, she can just choose to ignore the Great Drowning of Men and just, you know, take Blake to Death's Door here and then force him to have an answer for the Firebolts and the Magic Missile that's in her hand.
Well, she has a disenchant. I mean, it seems like she would just
Cast this, do another 3, 1, 2,
be much better off just
Get rid of
playing the
getting rid of
disenchant.
the
She has Philosopher's Stone that's discounting all of her spells, so I think she has enough
So
mana
that was
to do
one, that
everything
was
that she wants to
2.
do.
For sure, yeah.
Wait, 4 mana.
Yeah, and so then I have 2 left. I'm gonna cast that, bring it to Death's Door.
Magic missiles, firebolts,
And I
9 damage from 3 spells,
Death's Door.
attacking with both Black Plague and the Avatar, completely ignoring the Great Drowning of Men.
Yeah.
These are all rebels.
Interesting. It seems likely then that that she's got something in her hand that we don't know about that could really finish Blake off here. Because the only reason that she would ignore the loss of 4 of her sights.
I think that was so gutsy.
Yeah, definitely
that
really
was
gutsy.
the most risky play that I've seen. I think I'm not really sure.
We
I
got
can't.
nice.
I have to look at what it's in, but it really doesn't matter what's in her hand.
Yeah.
Blake could play anything. Blake could play Royal Bodyguard here,
Yeah.
and then Lauren would.
We really out of luck losing those
Yes.
4 sights. No, she must truly be confident then. She's got something. Oh, we see the new Arthurian Legends Rebel there. Nice.
So we did see the Great Drowning of Men destroy all 4 of Lauren's sights. That is a really powerful effect. It does cost a lot of mana, though, and takes a turn, basically, to do this. When Blake is at Death's Door, he has to be able to defend against an attack from Lauren and potentially a spell. She has a Fey Changeling in hand, an Apprentice Wizard, and a Disenchant.
Okay. So it doesn't look like she's got a damaging spell here. So she is really
That-
taking the riskiest line possible. In,
She literally
in
had a
killing Blake.
Disenchant. She didn't want him to heal.
Yeah. No,
I think that's
must
the
be
real issue
Yeah.
here. She knows he's playing water.
Yeah, and he's
So-
playing Seer, so you know,
And
he
he's-
could definitely dig pretty hard.
And
for
he's playing Earth.
an option like that.
Yeah, there's multiple ways to gain life here.
Yeah, so it looks like Blake is. Yeah, he's playing Assorted Animals for 6, getting a Squeakers and a Questing Beast to his hand. That leaves him with 1 mana, right?
I think that Lauren believes that she just can, whatever minion he plays,
Yeah.
she's going to cast Fey Changeling and attack the Avatar.
Yeah.
Now,
Which looks like it will be the case here, because Blake
yeah,
is playing the Squeakers.
He played Assorted Animals to grab Questing Beasts and Squeakers,
Yep.
and then the only mana he has left now is for Squeakers. And
Yeah.
so it did work out for Lauren very nicely here.
Yeah.
She's like, I'm just going to finish this game out early. I
Yeah.
don't care about this Great Drowning of Man. Whatever he plays, I'm going to deal with it.
Yeah.
That was so risky. I definitely would not have done that myself.
No. I know. The thing is, I'm also a control player at heart, so you know I always take the safe line, even to my own failings. So I gotta say, I do respect the play, even if it's not one that I would make myself.
No guts, no glory.
Exactly.
That's Lauren's game plan here.
Yeah.
She has a lot in common with Erica
Fey Changeling, your Squeakers.
from Texas.
Yeah.
So we do see the Fey Changeling come out to bounce the Squeakers, and Lauren takes the victory in round 2 of the Constructed Event SorceryCon 2024.
And with only 2 sites to her name while doing it too. No less. Yeah, that's incredible stuff. Really.
No, wait a second. Oh yeah, she had the Philosopher's Stone,
Yeah.
so she was able to.
Yeah, exactly.
What a gutsy play!
Yeah, I mean, it really
That is
only took
absolutely crazy.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it was pretty calculated though, because she knew from earlier in the game that she knew from when excuse me, I forgot his name. What was that?
Blake.
Blake, yeah. Whoa,
He didn't
I'm
have
sorry,
many
Blake.
minions.
Yeah, he didn't have any minions because he played the Surrey Vane without having any
passed
beasts.
the turn before without playing a single minion.
Well, yeah, it was because he tried to play the Surrey Vane and it was illegal, so he had to take it back. But
No, I mean just there at the end of the game.
Yeah.
He passed the turn before So
with no minions
so he
and I
played-
see. Yeah.
Well, he passed, and then he played Great Drowning of Men the turn after that.
Yeah.
So he didn't have a minion, and then he drew Great Drowning, then he played Great Drowning.
Yeah.
And then, yes, it was calculated,
Yeah.
but so
very
risky.
Yeah, all it
very
takes
risky.
is and like right there, he could have instead grabbed. You know, he could have played
assorted
assorted animals for
a sparrow.
2. Yeah, a sparrow and or a muck lampreys or any
Anything.
combination
Any
of
combination,
2 beasts,
yeah,
and
and
he
then
would have been in that game.
Yeah, he would have been still in the
And
game.
with a pretty sizable advantage over her too. You know, having like triple, quadruple her mana. You know, something insane
so
like
risky.
that. Yeah.
She did have an apprentice wizard, so she had ways to draw into other spells.
Yeah,
but
and
she
she-
had just played 3 of her 2-mana bolts spells, and usually Enchantress doesn't play with too many. I personally play with 5, I believe.
Yeah.
She might play more than that.
Yeah.
And she does have wildfires and plenty of ways to finish out the game.
Oh,
and
for sure.
She wasn't really in any true danger.
Yeah.
But
just dancing with death there a little bit, tickling,
Yes.
giving it a little tickle. Yeah.
Now, I mean,
That kind of thing.
maybe she made the right call because he's playing Earth and Water. Like, what if he
draws a
into
divine healing, draws a
and-
ring even, and like starts pinging her avatar. Like,
Yeah.
there are a lot of lines there that
It's
could
not
spell.
terrible.
Yeah.
But I still, personally, I don't think that I would have done that. So
Yeah, exactly.
Great play by Lauren there. That
Yeah.
was exciting to see Enchantress in action here at Constructed.
For
Lauren
sure.
goes on at 2-0 now.
Yeah. To
in
round
an event
3
that
of
has
8.
Yeah, we have 8 rounds, so I really hope that she continues to win.
Yeah.
So speaking of Enchantress a little bit more, I wanted to talk about the sites again.
Yeah.
Trollbridge and Babbling Brook are so powerful because they're exceptional.
Yeah.
Or such a great advantage for Enchantress going into this meta because they're exceptional. You are very likely, extremely likely, to see at least one of these cards. If you see Trollbridge, you can play it forward.
Yeah.
And that stalls the game enough to give the Enchantress time to draw cards like Great Famine, Black Plague. If you play Babbling Brook, it's a very similar effect. It doesn't work against Battle Mage, though.
Yeah.
So Trollbridge does, but Babbling Brook, if you draw Babbling Brook instead of Trollbridge against Battle Mage, you're not in as good of a position.
Yeah.
You know.
You're certainly not as protected as you could be.
Right. So if you're playing against a Battle Mage deck that has a lot of artifacts just to beef up the Battle Mage, that isn't playing with a whole lot of minions,
yeah,
then it's not as great. But if you do end up going against a Battle Mage that is playing a lot of minions, which usually the more successful ones do,
yeah, exactly,
then it's amazing.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to see that matchup at some point today.
Yeah, for sure.
The one matchup that Lauren won't want to see is the Archimago list.
Yes,
That
for sure.
Any Archimago list that's dealing a lot of damage or taking extra turns is
Yeah.
going to be difficult for her to deal with.
Yeah.
Enchantress excels when there are a lot of minions that are coming into the realm that you can then react to and destroy while still keeping your auras out on in the field.
She just wants to be machine gunning, cards that your opponents are playing. And
Constantly
Archimago-
getting a card up.
Exactly. And Archimago does not play anything like that. He just goes firebolts, 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 and then every once in a while he can play a divine healing or something crazy powerful like that to keep him out of range.
And then
of
play it
damage
again
auras.
from the cemetery.
Yeah, Archimago is definitely going to be a rough matchup for her for sure.
So one thing that I talked to Lauren about before the match, because I'm an Enchantress player, she's an Enchantress player.
Like calls to like.
She says that she doesn't play with the Funeral Pyre.
Interesting.
So the Funeral Pyre is one good way to deal with the Archimago list because it can banish magic from its cemetery so it can't reiterate on those spells.
Can we pull? Does it still show up if we? There we go. Yeah,
Yeah,
Funeral Pyre,
Genesis-
banishing 3 cards from up to one
Yep.
target cemetery.
So
Yeah,
being able to select, say, Divine Healing or Dispel, Disenchant, Dispel and Disenchant being able to be recast from the cemetery is very annoying
very
when
dangerous
you're
for
playing
her.
Enchantress.
Yeah, exactly. Because
So-
the way that she wins that matchup, right? It probably looks like some combination of Wildfire and Thunderstorm on top of the Archimago and beating him down so that he can't, firebolt her to death, and potentially animating an Abundance or some other,
Yep.
defensive aura to keep the firebolts from reaching her avatar too
Using
quickly.
Major Explosion.
Yeah, exactly.
I played against the Archimago list that was doing extra turns once recently, and there was just so much healing in the deck that I couldn't keep up with the healing before they started doing the combo.
Yeah.
So that's one reason why I was thinking Enchantress might not be as playable as it was before, but honestly, I think there are just ways, I think there are still ways that we can explore to mitigate or at least increase our chances in that matchup.
Yeah, for sure.
Maybe doing something like Lauren's doing here, she might be playing with more burn spells.
Yeah.
Maybe even considering something like Arc Lightning in the deck.
Definitely makes sense.
Just to speed up the game a bit.
Yeah.
Using Babbling Brook, Troll Bridge to stall out the game. And actually, now that I'm thinking about it, that's not a bad strategy. Before, we weren't able to play with Gnome Hollows, we weren't able to play with Quagmire because there's just no reason to be in Earth with Enchantress. Now that we have Babbling Brook and we have Troll Bridge,
we have all those options in our native to the water.
There are ways to kind of stall out the board without having to expend our spells, so we could play with more direct damage spells to speed up the game. So
yeah, exactly.
I'm going to have to get back to the drawing board and then,
Yeah, the burn spells definitely look interesting.
Testing.
Because another thing with the burn spells is that, you play out your Babbling Brook and then, okay, I can still play my charge minions. They just can't attack this turn.
Right.
And they all have 3 power. Most of them have 3 power, which means that you can trade and go up on mana because, your burn spells all cost 2. Charge minions cost 4, or in the case of the power is 3. You can answer them pretty quickly with a combination of those two, while also, like you said, getting an advantage in the control matchup where you really take the burn to them and just send damage to their face, try to get them out of there.
And I wonder if it might even be worth playing something like the Red Cap Powers in Enchantress.
Yeah.
Just to
consider.
Just to bring in and just to help deal with the charged decks.
Yeah.
Because if they come in with a Warhorse and you come out with a Powers and then kill the Warhorse, well, now they need to respond to your Powers.
Yeah.
By attacking it with a charged 3-power
Which means
minion.
you don't take 3 damage that turn.
Right.
So.
Or they just attack your site and then you could just kill their minion with your Powers. So something to consider. It really wasn't worth it playing Petrosian Cavalry.
Yeah.
In that slot because there's so many 4-mana spells already in Enchantress.
Yeah. You really can't, overload that particular slot on curve.
But Powers being at 3 mana.
Definitely
that
makes
could
it
be good.
Like a more
the only problem
appealing
with it is it requires 2 fire threshold.
Yeah.
So if you're trying to play like Babbling Brooks out and Troll Bridges, you're playing these single water threshold sites out. It could cause some problems, but I think it's worth testing.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, and like another thing to think about when you get when you commit further into fire is you get access to a couple really powerful new Arthurian Legends cards. You get access to Fields of Kamlan and Morgana Le Fay, some of the most powerful one of the more powerful new card advantage engines, and then one of the more powerful sites that we just got.
Right.
Plus you get Vesuvius from from Beta, yeah. And there's definitely a lot to think about.
Yeah, and I see Clinton says, makes me think I should be running Great Drowning in my Enchantress deck. Well, Clinton, I actually tried Great Drowning and the Year of the Blaze in my Enchantress deck. It is so slow that I just took them both out.
Yeah.
And it's almost never worth it. And even if you get Great Drowning of Men out or the Year of the Blaze out with, like, say, a 4 Waters of Paradise, your opponent's not necessarily out of the game. It's just
hampering them, really. Yeah.
It depends on what you're playing against. If you're playing against a control deck and you get those sites out, then sure, that could really
be brutal for sure.
Yeah,
for
be
them.
brutal, but it's just not good in most matchups.
Yeah.
So I took them out. I haven't found them very useful.
Yeah.
What is this guy's name? Evane?
No,
Avon?
it's like Ivan. Yeah.
Ivan? Any Avatar of Air decks around?
Yeah.
I haven't seen any.
I haven't seen any either. I haven't taken a good look at our roster yet, but and I suspect there's probably 1 or 2 people running around repping the Avatar of Air.
I'm sure we'll
it's a
see one.
popular Avatar, and
But I honestly have not seen one whenever I walked around on the floor. But also something to consider, a lot of the players who do like playing decks like Avatar of Air, they are still in the limited event.
Yeah,
so
that's true. Yeah, no,
so anyone
some of our more loyal Avatar of Air players are repping their skills somewhere else.
Anyone who day 2'd yesterday is currently playing in the limited event is not able to participate in the constructed event.
Yeah.
So all of the players in constructed right now are players who chose to either forfeit their spot in limited or didn't make it to day 2. So yeah, we might see just a very diverse selection of decks here, and we have so far. I'm excited about it. It looks good.
For sure.
It seems fun. So we are going to go to a break now before round 3. This should start very shortly, and we'll see you soon.
Yeah, thank you.
To Rex. Rex is going to record your matches.
about sorcery is
I was a player of Magic the Gathering when I was, ever since I was 10 years old. I was the kid that I had the cards, but nobody in my school wanted to play with me. Some of them had Pokemon cards, but nobody played anything, and it was just hard for me to find like my tribe, if that makes sense. I then got into middle school and finally found other people to play card games with, and then in college I got real big into the competitive scene and stuff, but it just wasn't really, it was kind of empty for me, and I kind of walked away from card games. And I was always wondering why, like, I love card games, but why do I love it, and like, why does this not feel right anymore? And fast forward, became an adult, started a business or two, but wasn't playing any games. And then all of a sudden I got into tabletop RPGs, and I realized I love the immersion aspect of gaming. And what I loved about card games is that it took me to that world that, and I didn't have to create everything. I had to paint all the stuff. There were these wonderful paintings that I really took for granted back in the day. So what ended up happening is I found a random YouTube video that literally ranked card games on a tier list. And what really hit me was they had all these rankings for all these other card games, but for Sorcery, they were like, Sorcery, the art is so beautiful. Like, I just can't say anything bad about this game, but I don't know enough about it. It was like this enigma, and I was like, okay, so this is the mystery game right here. So I saw Team Covenant playing games on their live stream, and when I saw what they were doing, putting stuff under sights and shooting fireballs, but the fireballs actually go in a direction, I was like, oh my gosh, this is like when I was 8 years old and I would play games and I could like shoot a fireball with a toy and do all this stuff, but it actually has the rules. So basically I play games to kind of transport me back to that place. So what I did, I played about 40 games in about a month and did a bunch of...
It's a lot if you have a business.
Yeah, exactly. Look, let's put it like this. Thankfully I had a business, because if I was working for a business, I don't know if I would have been working there anymore. That might have been kind of tough. But let's just say worth it, because, I'm always about doing things and kind of molding my life where I can do what I love as much as possible, and then also, somehow be able to provide a service so that, I can pay the bills, but it's like, there's a word called ikigai in Japanese that really talks about doing what you love, but also being able to live off of it and then also provide, a good service. So, the fact that I'm able to speak at this conference about a game that I love, I can't complain at all, And yes, thankfully I'm still in business with my main business, so that's all good. But without further ado, I do want to just show you what I constructed. And this is actually a Druid deck list, but I'm really into immersion. So even the deck box, I feel like it has to feel like Druid. So this is a hand-carved deck box that's actually made in Poland. And it's like a company that just makes boxes. And I didn't even know that was a thing. But they have all these inscriptions in it. And if you'd like to try and open it, like just go right ahead, because I think you'll understand the build quality and everything. Oh, my bad. Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. I feel like that's what a Druid would have as something, Something made out of wood. And it is a...
Should I look at the
Absolutely.
deck?
And I actually sorted the top cards on the top there. Those are some of the main things in the deck.
Yes,
well, this catches my eye right away because, yeah, you get Tony out for free. You can keep shape-shifting Tony into big things.
That was the catalyst for the whole deck. I'm like, I have to be able to shapeshift into something cool.
So polymorph, I guess, because you're deep into water anyway. Okay, that's good to shape. Wait, can you shapeshift into Green Knight? I guess you can. Okay, that's a good thing. Okay, that's very druid.
Right. I have to say, that's my number one thing to shapeshift into. I was like, how can I make this like effective though? Because I like to make evocative decks, but I want them to be, the word's not competitive, but I want them to function at their highest level, you know? I still have that like, I guess that side of me, but yeah.
Very thematic, but also effective.
Exactly. Exactly. That checks all the boxes for me. And of course, the number 1/3 over there.
Okay, Drums of Doom. Yeah, Drums of Doom.
And I have a little surprise with that. I hope this comes out of left field, but yeah, Drums of Doom with the flip effect. Basically, anything enters my domain, the tendrils here strike them and kill them instantly. Okay. It is so powerful.
That's powerful. Hudge can mesmerism. You're deep into water, so that's.
And even the sites are also doing battle here because you come into the Druid's Pond, it'll automatically lock you up, and then the actual pond can summon the Wyvern for one less, so I don't have to use it as a shapeshift target.
All right, that's a fun interview with Eric, and if you want to see the rest of the interview, stay tuned till after this match. This will be round 3, and you can catch up on the rest of that discussion. So let's head over to the feature table so that we can get round 3 going between, this is Alexis versus, we don't know their name just yet, but Alexis is on Battle Mage. If you're in the Discord community, you'll be familiar with Alexis. He is known as Count Tolstoy.
Yep. Yeah, and his opponent's rocking a Sorcerer build here, which usually means it's going to be an aggressive deck. So, well, I'm curious to see what exactly what flavor of aggression it might be. However, we might also see a mid-range deck or some other kind of brew. So, let's see.
I'll be on the plane.
So, kick off the game.
Yeah, I'm curious who won the die roll there. Alexa, if you're playing Battle Mage, you always want to win that die roll.
Yes.
Especially against Sorcerer.
Yeah.
If Sorcerer goes first and gets mana ramp, then it is a bit of a struggle for the Battle Mage to keep up.
Yeah,
so I think this would be a good matchup.
Yeah, for sure. You really want to be the aggressor in this matchup, regardless of which side you're on. Yeah,
so we see Alexis actually bottom the Feast for Crows.
Yeah.
I'm all about that. I think that against Sorcerer, you just need to hurry and do everything you can to finish the game out quickly.
Anything that doesn't contribute to the board meaningfully, anything that isn't a minion or a removal spell is going to be something he's not really super interested in right here, or at least some way to get the Battle Mage into action and attacking. Yeah, and I saw a bit of Conrad's his opponent's name. Thank you. Yeah, it looks like in Conrad's hand he was rocking some Earth Fire Sorcery deck, a popular build that's been going around. I didn't catch specific cards, but I did see his sites. That's where I'm gathering the colors from. Leading on a Lighthouse for Alexis here.
So Alexis does have Philosopher's Stone in hand, but he chooses not to play it on his avatar.
Or interesting. Yeah, I mean, it could be the case here that he just doesn't have a second water for the Lugbog Cat in his hand. Yeah, it looks like he only has 2 towers there. So he draws a 3rd site. Oh, and there's a 3rd tower. That is really not what he's looking for here in getting this aggression going. And he has he does have a Merlin in his hand, though, so he's got a plan in the turns to come.
And he does tap his avatar to draw another site, which would be the Pond, which will allow him to play the Lugbog Cat. He's really wanting that Lugbog Cat to come out.
For sure.
I think I probably would have just drawn a spell to see if I can get something else.
Yeah. And then, let your avatar find the site as the game progresses.
Yeah, just to get going here.
Yeah.
That's a Power of Flight that he has, right?
It looks like a Merlin, actually.
Merlin.
Merlin. The powerful new spellcaster. So
interesting. So this is a very awkward hand for Alexis.
Yeah, as we saw yesterday in all limited games, Threshold can really make or break your hand, and it looks like Threshold is kind of breaking Alexis's opener here. He was forced to, even though he was on the play, he was forced to ignore a sight drop in order to get his. Excuse me. Yeah, in order to get the threshold he needs to play out his hand.
So it does look like Conrad is on Earth Fire.
Yeah.
So this is probably going to be some type of aggro deck with some charged minions, Violims, Kobolds, maybe even the Giantess.
Yeah.
And Alexis's hand is not really set up to be able to deal with this.
Yeah, for sure.
So he definitely he wants to see some... oh, and we see the desert come out to ping the Slugbog Cat.
Yeah.
And the Red Cat Power is coming out with charge to finish it off.
Yeah, to the last
resetting
3
the board.
Yeah, Conrad here is just really not trying to let Alexis get the lead here. I mean, he was already on the draw. So
yes, now we see more threshold issues on Alexis' side. He draws into a browse.
I mean, he does have 3 towers in his hand, so he will get to play that in a couple of turns. But the Marlin as well being a little awkward to play with his triple air threshold.
Oh,
thankfully he did. Yeah, he did find a Phase Assassin, so he found something to bridge the gap.
He did get the Phase Assassin.
Yeah. Yeah, he did find something to bridge the gap between the Merlin and the Browse, which each cost 3 threshold, which he won't be able to play until his next turn, and this turn. So, excellently timed draw for him.
The Phase Assassin is putting pressure on the desert here.
Yeah.
But I might have liked to see the Phase Assassin played further forward next to the Sorcerer, so that if Conrad wants to play something that could deal with the Phase Assassin, like... well, actually, the Phase Assassin has stealth, so maybe this is actually a calculated decision to avoid something like Minor Explosion.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that, then.
No, yeah.
It's good.
For sure. Yeah, because in order for Conrad to interact with the Phase Assassin at all, he would need to play a sight underneath it, and if it were next to his avatar, then it would be a sight underneath the avatar. Oh, interesting. So Conrad declining to play a sight, declining to draw an extra spell, and instead going straight for the Dispel.
Yeah, but Conrad doesn't have mana to play Jihad and Dispel.
Yeah, so we'll get that fixed momentarily. Yeah, because I mean, he probably thought in his head that he was able to play an extra, that he played a sight, was able to follow through cleanly on that, but instead he had to move up in order to use that Dispel effectively on the Philosopher's Stone. Yeah, it's a little awkward for Conrad though, because in order to play out the Jihad without it getting destroyed by the Dispel, he had to play both of them in the same turn. So, or he had to at least sequence it so that the Dispel came out first and then the Jihad comes out after that. So yeah, a bit of a sequencing, bit of sequencing trouble there. All right, we do see the third air threshold. Yeah. Took care of it.
No issue here, but now we do have a mana for the Browse and an additional mana from the tower, so he's going to have 4 mana left after this.
Which means despite the Philosopher's Stone getting blown up, he is going to be able to play both the Browse and the Merlin in the same turn. So this is going to be a pretty powerful turn for him.
Actually, Alexis was happy to see Conrad move forward and dispel his Philosopher's Stone.
Yeah.
It's always tempting to do something like that. It's always tempting to move forward and dispel your opponent, but one thing you have to consider is it worth it to sacrifice your site placement for that turn and set you back a turn on resources?
Yeah, and in the Sorcerer's case, he declined to draw a card there. Even if he didn't want to play a site, he could have drawn a spell from his spellbook there. So yeah, it was definitely a risky play. It was very calculated. He probably thought, he's probably faced plenty of times a Philosopher's Stone that absolutely dominates the early game with its mana advantage, and he's thinking, oh, okay, well, if the Philosopher's going to...
Well, he had to dispel, too.
Yeah.
So he didn't want to be able to have to dispel his own Jihad.
Yeah, exactly. Well, like I was saying earlier with the sequencing, you got to make sure that you get the dispel out of the way if you want to play that Jihad later on. Yeah, so we see the Phase Assassin coming in from Alexis here. He's going to start the aggression, get the first blood between these two aggro decks.
So he's looking at the top 7 cards of his spellbook here with the Browse.
So yeah, we're looking at a blue knight. Yeah, and then we're looking at a couple of knights. We see 4 waters. One of the powerful mana accelerants from Arthurian Legends. We see a Mix Air and a Highland Falconer. So, the Mix Air, between the Mix Air and the 4 waters, I can definitely see why Alexis is taking some chances with Marlin. Because, we saw the threshold be kind of an issue for him. And even though he was able to line up, his lighthouse into his towers, I can definitely see him being more comfortable playing something like a Marlin if he's got access to the Mix Air and the 4 waters to make it easier to play.
Just look at the next 7 spells, put one in your hand on the rest in the bottom, and then you order.
I am surprised to see Merlin here, though, because Merlin only looks at magics, or is only able to cast magic spells. Now, it does give Alexis a view of the top of his deck.
Yeah.
But he does have a lot of minions here, too. But I think it's probably worth it for the most part, just because it is 3 mana for 3 power.
Yeah.
And you do have tactical move in the deck. You do have grapple shot. You do have blinks.
Yeah.
So it is interesting. It's an interesting inclusion.
Yeah, exactly. Being a minion in his deck is relevant. And being one that's on rate, 3 power, like you said, 3 cost. It's just a pretty reasonable card in general.
Yeah,
and yeah, even if he's not drawing 1,000 cards off it, like an Archimago player might, he's still able to draw a couple, draw quote unquote, as in play spells not from his hand, a couple spells per game, and that seems like it's going to be enough for him. Conrad, though, dropping his own Philosopher's Stone, which it does kind of shed light on his play last turn of going for the Dispel. I'd definitely be a little more comfortable skipping my site placement if I knew I had something like a Philosopher's Stone to back it up. Although, he likely drew it for turn, because he would have just played the Philosopher's Stone last turn with his extra mana.
So now we see one of the new cards in Arthurian Legends, Brother Knight.
Yes.
So Brother Knight is a 3 attack, 2 toughness minion. And whenever it comes into play, it has a Genesis effect that allows Conrad to search for the other Brother Knight in his spellbook and play it out at that location. So really, really strong play, giving Conrad 6 power on the board. Now, each one of these minions has only 2 toughness.
Yeah.
So there are usually a lot of ways to easily remove them, especially if an opponent is playing fire. But here, Alexis is playing air. Most likely, these 2 Brother Knights are going to pull a lot of weight here.
Yeah.
One of them will definitely be able to trade with a Phase Assassin.
For sure.
And then the other one, I don't think that Alexis will want to throw away his Merlin quite so early.
Merlin's pretty powerful. He'll most likely want to keep that one stored away.
Yeah, but he does have a grapple shot in hand, so this will make it very, very easy to clean up the board.
Yeah, if that's what he's looking to do here.
And keep the Merlin.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, and another option for Alexis here, if he really wants that Phase Assassin to stay alive, he can move it sideways into the void and give it stealth again. Because the Phase Assassin, of course, doesn't just gain stealth whenever it attacks.
Oh, wow.
Oh, okay.
He grapples forward with his avatar.
Yeah. That's definitely a solid option here. I mean, being Battle Mage, he does get extra value from, doing combat with your opponent's minions, killing them, and then you get extra cards, which might be what he's trying to do here. So it looks like he has another grapple in his hand, so he's probably not looking to fire that off anytime soon, because it's one of the more powerful cards in his deck. But yeah, he's gonna deal with these Brother Knights here. Yeah, and there it is. Yeah, Battle Mage taking out the other Brother Knight and giving Alexis a look at another spell. Yeah, against this Fire Earth deck, you do really want to keep their board as clean as possible, because oftentimes in these decks you see cards such as Blaze coming in there, and really trying to turn, and Gigantism even, the powerful unique from Beta, turning any singular threat into a really swingy play. So I think Alexis just really feels safe here, getting some damage in, looking at a new card, and getting the threats all off the board, forcing Conrad to spend his next turn playing out another threat.
I am surprised to see him playing that grapple shot so aggressively that turn with the extra grapple shot already in hand, though.
Yeah.
Because, well, I guess with the tower, he already has the Gothic Tower out, so with the play on the second tower, it would only take him up to 5 mana, which would not be enough to play both Cat and grapple shot.
Yeah.
But it's really, with Battle Mage, especially when you have so many cards in your hand, going up to 5 mana is pretty good.
Yeah.
I think that he could have just played grapple shot here and then attacked grapple shot on the Phase Assassin to kill one of the Brother Knights and then attacked with the other one. Attacked into the other one, then attacked with the Merlin, and got out another site and then used the other grapple shot the following turn in addition to potentially another spell.
Yeah.
But he did choose to get very aggressive and to also draw a card off of the attack on the other Brother Knights. So this could work out for him.
Yeah, excuse me. Alexis is also probably looking to find a couple more threats here. As he was able to remove all of Conrad's threats the last turn, he was probably looking to, take a look further into his deck. He might have even seen the Lugbog Cat that we see he drew on the top of his deck with Merlin. So, yeah, he's definitely looking to get more threats into play and take the battle to Conrad, because Conrad is losing the life total race.
All right, so we do see Conrad play Blaze on his avatar in order to wake up the Giantess that he also just played.
Yeah.
With the Philosopher's Stone, he was able to play each of those spells for one less.
Yeah.
And now, so he blazes. I wonder if he just reversed his blaze there.
No,
or if he went
what he did was that he blazed past Alexis's
but if he
battle mage to deal extra damage, and then he moved back and attacked the Merlin with his
If he comes
sorcerer.
back, though, he'll take a 2 additional damage.
Yeah, and also I just realized that it's only a movement +2, and Blaze does not actually just teleport the minion. So there was a bit of an infraction there that we're gonna work to resolve. Yeah, Blaze is a little strange because compared to the other commonly played movement and damage spells, such as a grapple shot, which just teleport the minion that's affecting it. You do have to tap the minion. It only gives the minion movement +2. It does not give it the ability to teleport 3 spaces and then leave it untapped. So Conrad probably just missed this here, especially after seeing the grapple shot from Alexis. Yeah, and we do see the Blaze that I was mentioning earlier this turn, which really probably reinforces Alexis's line of thought that, oh, I should probably go to these Brother Knights, keep the threats off the board, but now Conrad gets to play the Blaze to wake up the Slumbering Giantess, and then get rid of the Merlin and deal some damage to Conrad's avatar.
So, I just came back from the feature table. So Conrad did choose to blaze past the Merlin and then come back to attack it, but he did forget that the Blaze would deal 2 additional damage to him.
Yeah.
Because Blaze deals damage at the end of the path. So any unit within its path of departed locations, which that desert is one, including the sorcerer, will take the 2 damage.
Yep.
I think they're talking
Alexis
about it
illustrating
again.
exactly what he did there. He should. I think he marked down the damage himself. Conrad just confirming.
So yeah, this turn, give an ally movement +2. It can be intercepted and it leaves a trail of fire at departed locations when it stops each unit along the trail.
Yeah, even the minion that left the unit, which is what we're seeing here, which is why Alexis has to take a bit of damage here to get rid of that Merlin. But Conrad is Conrad had to take some damage to go to that Merlin. But, he did have to deal damage to himself, and now he's only at 6 life, which gives Alexis many lines to take him straight to 0. He's just straight up got the grapple shot in his hand. So if he wanted to, he could, use his battle mage, grapple shot to the sorcerer at the site that he's at, and then attack the River of Flame ahead of him so that the Slumbering Giantess can't defend. There's definitely a lot of options here, but Conrad, I feel like, had to make a gutsy play, really, in order to get this done. Because he really can't let Merlin persist in his territory, dealing 3 damage, preventing incremental card advantage, and giving Alexis, more knowledge as for what he wants to do. Yeah.
So we do see Alexis go ahead and attack the River of Flame for 3 damage, and then cast Grapple Shot to take Conrad to death's door. Now, this doesn't leave Alexis with any options for finishing out the game.
Yeah, he's just got his avatar. So Conrad probably doesn't know it yet, but all he has to do is play a couple of minions. No, not even a couple of minions. He could just leave his Slumbering Giantess right there, and so far he's safe. But he does not know that. He's likely expecting some magic missile, some grapple shot, some whirling strike, any combination of these, these damage spells or these spacing based damage spells that Battle Mage tends to play.
But I do like the play simply because healing is just so powerful. And Conrad is on Earth. So, I mean, he could draw into a Divine Healing and gain 7 life, which would be a little bit devastating for Alexis if Conrad continued to play out these strong, beefy minions like the Giantess. So.
Yeah, Alexis is probably also looking to, clean up the game a bit here because Conrad does have the Philosopher's Stone, and we saw its power in that last turn, allowing him to play 6 mana worth of spells with only 4 sites in play. See, Alexis, especially given that his hand is a little, it's a little unfocused. He's got, movement spells for the Battle Mage, and he's got a removal spell in Cast into Exile, and he's got the Lugbug Cat. He's definitely looking to just try to clean up this game as soon as possible before Conrad starts, coming into action with the Slumbering Giantess and all that.
And Conrad is getting extremely aggressive here.
Yeah.
We see both the Red Cap Powries attack and the Slumbering Giantess attack for a total of 8 damage plus 2 damage from the Vile Imp.
Yeah.
So this is going to be, it's a little bit dicey for Alexis, but Alexis does have the Screaming Skull to attack into the Vile Imp, kill the Vile Imp, and untap the Battle Mage and then attack Conrad's avatar for the win.
Yes, there we go.
The one thing Conrad didn't expect, the Screaming Skull.
Screaming Skull, for sure. Yeah, I mean, this game was really
good
quick.
Match.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, very good match. Yeah, this is one thing that you see a lot with these aggro matchups where the game goes really quick. You know, one person tries to find an advantage, which Alexis was able to find in killing the Brother Knights and forcing Conrad to play out another threat, and he was able to take advantage of the fact that he had his avatar as an additional threat and close out the game quickly that way. So
yeah, and we did see some threshold issues at the beginning of the game for Alexis, but Battle Mage just always seems to find a way to get in that damage, to sneak in that damage. But honestly, I think that Conrad didn't help himself a whole lot this game with the amount of damage he dealt to himself with the avatar.
Yeah.
He attacked into
it's a little
Merlin that
unfocused.
turn.
He's got, movement spells for the Battle
I don't
Mage,
think that
and he's
Conrad
got a
had
removal
any
spell
other
in
play
Casting to
currently
Exile.
available to him.
Yeah, it's likely he just had to take the play that reduced the amount of power on the opponent's board as soon as possible.
He might have had the red cap powers.
Yeah.
He might have had Violimp, but I think that he just had the Giantess. He needed to get that Giantess out and wake it up with the Blaze. So.
Yeah, and you're seeing a replay here of this last turn. Alexis seeing here that Conrad not leaving the Giantess open to defend left him able to safely attack the avatar, and Violent defends, but Battle Mage is able to untap because it successfully kills it. That is the game. Yeah.
So yeah, it was a very close match. I think that if the Screaming Skull wasn't there, and assuming he doesn't draw a third grapple shot, then Alexis could have been in serious trouble that match.
Yeah, for
With
sure.
the Sorcerer continuing to draw through its deck and continuing to draw cards like Violimp or Kobolds or Red Cap Powries, Alexis really needed to win on that turn.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
he was
it would have
really
been very
quickly running
dicey.
out of time.
Yeah.
I mean, he was at 15 life, but what people might not quite understand is that against essentially these fire aggro decks with the enormous cards like the Sleeping Giantess, lethal can come to you way faster than you think. You really start being
direct
unsafe.
damage. You have Dragonets, you have the Powers, you have Warhorse.
Yeah.
You have Pro-Trojan Cavalry.
Yeah.
Gigantism.
Yep.
In the Earth Fire deck, Gigantism can cause another 6 damage to push its way through.
Yeah, you're really not almost ever safe. Like it seldom matters your life total against that kind of deck. You always have to be wary for any kind of damage that could apply to there, because they can really kill you at a moment's notice. It's terrifying.
Yeah, and a lot of people don't remember how Blaze essentially works. The fact that Blaze deals damage to every single unit at the parted locations after the movement of that unit.
Yeah.
So anything along its trail, including the minion or avatar that is blazing through, will take the damage. So
yeah,
I think that was a bit rough. It was a pivotal play. It gave Alexis the exact amount of damage that he needed to put Conrad on death's door. If it was just 1 point off, we wouldn't
have seen that game. Yeah, exactly.
So.
Yeah, I mean, and
Very close.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, a lot of the time in these aggressive mirrors, I've at least seen, especially sorcery decks with their crazy card advantage, just throwing 3 Divine Healings in the deck just to break the mirror. Because in games like that, you saw how close that game was in terms of life loss. If a player had just had a couple more life, not to mention 7 additional life, then that game could easily have gone the other way.
Yeah, and I think usually the Earthfire decks that are more aggro focused like this one don't generally play a whole lot of healing effects.
Yeah,
I
for sure.
will see 1 or 2 Divine Healings, definitely Ring of Morrigan.
Oh my god, yeah.
And I think that if anyone, like you said, if any one of those healing effects had shown up here, it would have been a different game altogether.
Yeah,
I think it's normally a good matchup for Earthfire.
For sure,
against Battle Mage.
Yeah, because a lot of the time, like what Battle Mage tries to do against decks that play a lot of minions is utilize Battle Mage to get rid of those minions and keep the pressure off them.
Yeah.
But against a deck that plays a ton of 3 power, 4 power, 5 power minions, it just can't do that easily.
No,
Like you can't just be attacking into these huge minions every turn to get rid of them. You can't afford that kind of life loss. And we saw like right near at the end of that game, he was getting beat up by a Violimp, a Giantess, and we saw Powries in his hand. That he was going to be at death's door within a turn. Or turn or 2 at most. So, yeah.
Definitely close. I think that Alexis has a good chance at making it to the finals today
we have
in
someone
this
who you may or
field.
may not know.
I think that
Just
Alexis
kidding.
is very
You guys
good
better-
at piloting his deck. Like I said before, if you're familiar with him on Discord, he's been in the community for a long time, and he always plays Battle Mage.
Yeah.
So he is very, very skilled at it. Even though we do have a new meta.
Yep.
I've noticed he's playing Blue Knights now, which is very interesting and definitely helps in his poor matchups. One of the matchups that was not great for Battle Mage in the beta meta was Earth Air mid-range. So being able to have the Blue Knight that will attack in for 4 first strike damage against an Autumn Unicorn, that's pretty good. And I think that helps out a lot.
Yeah.
So
and
I think it's pretty strong.
Oh, for sure. And especially in that matchup, having against these earth decks with the huge minions, having lances that you can drop and give to your battle mage means that you can more effectively attack into their 4 power, 5 power minions without fear of taking 4 or 5 damage in return.
Yeah,
and
I played
then you
a
get
practice match.
Yeah.
I played a practice match with Alexis yesterday.
Yeah.
And it was very powerful.
Yeah.
I was testing out an Avatar of Earth deck, and both games were extremely close, and he happened to win both of those games. And it was strong. And the lances are very, very strong. And being, like you said, being able to give the lance to the battle mage anytime you want.
Exactly.
Attack, not take damage, and still draw a card.
Yeah.
Like in this game, if he had the lance and he was able to attack the Brother Knight without taking the 3 damage,
he'd be a lot safer for sure.
It's very strong. So, all right, so we are going to move on to round 4 soon, but before that, let's catch up with Eric and Theron with the rest of that interview.
Fantastic. Okay, well, we are here at SorceryCon, and, we have somebody who you may or may not know. Just kidding. You guys better know this person. This is Eric, and Mr. Eric Olofsson, the creator of Sorcery Contested Realm. It's a pleasure to meet you, Eric.
Oh, good to meet you.
Yes, and as someone who jumped into this game head first when he found out about it, I just wanted to explain to you, and I'm sure you get asked to do interviews all the time, so I kind of was like, I'll just do the talking, and you can just take it all in, and I'll just tell you about
I quite like that.
Okay, fantastic. I'm great at doing that too. I could talk about this game all day. So, what I do with this game is, I was a player of Magic the Gathering when I was, ever since I was 10 years old. I was the kid that I had the cards, but nobody in my school wanted to play with me. Some of them had Pokemon cards, but nobody played anything, and it was just hard for me to find like my tribe, if that makes sense. I then got into middle school and finally found other people to play card games with, and then in college I got real big into the competitive scene and stuff, but it just wasn't really, it was kind of empty for me, and I kind of walked away from card games. And I was always wondering why, like, I love card games, but why do I love it, and like, why does this not feel right anymore? And fast forward, became an adult, started a business or two, but wasn't playing any games. And then all of a sudden I got into tabletop RPGs, and I realized I love the immersion aspect of gaming. And what I loved about card games is that it took me to that world that, and I didn't have to create everything. I had to paint all the stuff. There were these wonderful paintings that I really took for granted back in the day. So what ended up happening is I found a random YouTube video that literally ranked card games on a tier list. And what really hit me was they had all these rankings for all these other card games, but for Sorcery, they were like, Sorcery, the art is so beautiful. Like, I just can't say anything bad about this game, but I don't know enough about it. It was like this enigma, and I was like, okay, so this is the mystery game right here. So I saw Team Covenant playing games on their live stream, and when I saw what they were doing, putting stuff under sights and shooting fireballs, but the fireballs actually go in a direction, I was like, oh my gosh, this is like when I was 8 years old and I would play games and I could like shoot a fireball with a toy and do all this stuff, but it actually has the rules. So basically I play games to kind of transport me back to that place. So what I did, I played about 40 games in about a month and did a bunch of...
It's a lot if you have a business.
Yeah, exactly. Look, let's put it like this. Thankfully, I had a business, because if I was working for a business, I don't know if I would have been working there anymore. That might have been kind of tough. But let's just say worth it, because, I'm always about doing things and kind of molding my life where I can do what I love as much as possible, and then also, somehow be able to provide a service so that, I can pay the bills, but it's like, there's a word called ikigai in Japanese that really talks about doing what you love, but also being able to live off of it, and then also provide, a good service. So, the fact that I'm able to speak at this conference about a game that I love, I can't complain at all, And yes, thankfully I'm still in business with my main business, so that's all good. But without further ado, I do want to just show you what I constructed. And this is actually a Druid deck list, but I'm really into immersion. So even the deck box, I feel like it has to feel like Druid. So this is a hand-carved deck box that's actually made in Poland. And it's like a company that just makes boxes. And I didn't even know that was a thing. But they have all these inscriptions in it. And if you'd like to try and open it, just go right ahead, because I think you'll understand the build quality and everything. Oh, my bad. Okay. Exactly. I feel like that's what a Druid would have as something, Something made out of wood. And it is a...
Should I look at the
Absolutely.
deck?
And I actually sorted the top cards on the top there. Those are some of the main things in the deck.
Yes, this catches my eye right away because, you get Tony out for free. You can keep shape-shifting Tony into big things.
That was the catalyst for the whole deck. I'm like, I have to be able to shapeshift into something cool.
So polymorph, I guess, because you're deep into water anyway. Okay, that's good to shape. Wait, can you shapeshift into Green Knight? I guess you can. Okay, that's a good thing. Okay, that's very Druid.
Right. I have to say, that's my number one thing to shapeshift into. I was like, how can I make this like effective though? Because I like to make evocative decks, but I want them to be, the word's not competitive, but I want them to function at their highest level, I still have that that side of me, but yeah.
Very thematic, but also effective.
Exactly. Exactly. That checks all the boxes for me. And of course, the number 1-3 over there.
Okay, Drums of Doom. Yeah, Drums of Doom.
And I have a little surprise with that. I hope this comes out of left field, but yeah, Drums of Doom with the flip effect. Basically, anything enters my domain, the tendrils here, strike them and kill them instantly. Okay. It is so powerful.
That's powerful. Hudge can mesmerism. You're deep into water, so that's.
And even the sites are also doing battle here, because you come into the Druid's Pond, it'll automatically lock you up, and then the actual pond can summon the Wyvern for one less, so I don't have to use it as a shapeshift target if I end up just drawing it. So that's how I tried to make it effective, where I have a good chance of playing this card, and that's worked really well.
Yeah, they have some Riptides. These are, I guess, more into staple territory. Okay, here we have a big, efficient new minion. Okay. Right next to Autumn Unicorn, which is interesting comparison.
It's so true. And then, the fact that Autumn Unicorn can get summoned from a pond, I can use all these great water sites.
Lagbog Cat also really shows one of the design shifts we did, where we want to put, so both earth and water, they sort of represent life and sort of virility, I guess, or life power. So they're both very powerful minions for a low mana cost.
Right, and it's almost like you said, even with virility, generation, this is it's a pond. This generates life in a lot of ways. So kind of being able to get this out for a little bit less, it kind of makes sense to me too. And the unicorn wants to take a drink at the pond. It's probably easy to summon that out there.
Yeah, another beast that's a great target to.
Yes. The questing beast is in the Druid's domain.
And even it only costs one less than shapeshift, if I'm correct.
Let's see. Yes, one more,
but you of course get to attack right away.
Exactly.
So you still.
That's what makes it so good. And I find it hard to take Ruler through out of any water deck for me. She's just so good.
Well, he's quite pushed, you could say.
Yeah. And the way I see it with some of these mortals is I feel like some of those folks they're kind of helping, they're connected with nature to some degree. They're helping out the druid. It might be a quest that's not fully, anti-human or anything. So you have a couple of folks that are supporting that the druid's got to their side. And then of course Sir Yvain.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. Yes, okay, Lady of the Lake.
Yeah, so Lady of the Lake, Sealy Court. These are good. Well, you have a nice mix of old cards. Well, Earthquake. If you're a druid, you should be able to sort of use nature to your advantage.
Exactly. Like it hits
Earthquakes
on
the most powerful natural disasters.
Exactly.
In sorcery, at least.
Right.
Yeah, Sealy Court, Lady of the Lake. Yeah. Awesome stuff. Ring of Morrigan.
Yes.
This one. They say it's useful in almost any deck.
Yeah.
Are they all right?
I just put it like this. I find it hard to take it out of most builds that I think of, but I don't see it as much of a problem. I do think it also thematically can work in a lot of decks. I mean, it's just like a ring of power. Why wouldn't an avatar want something like that in a lot of situations? But it is dang good. That's all I gotta say. It is. I love it. And I think we're filming again. Let me just make sure. Marcellus. Let's see. Marcellus. There he is. Marcellus. I think we're good. Marcellus. There he is. Are we good? Okay, cool. By the way, this is not live, so. But
yeah.
So I mean, this is like what you just said. It has so much immersion. It makes a lot of sense to me. I'm telling a story every time I play. And let me show you one thing that I did that I think other people might want to do it. I have a little custom thing that I did here. I didn't make this. A great artist made this, but this is, I always buy and keep the actual avatars, but sometimes what I'll do to enhance my story sometimes is I'll have a custom avatar. So this is my druid card, and so I bring both of these with me to games so that people can read the card, but sometimes I'll play with this. And if we look where it says King of Pentacles, and that's not why I picked it. I picked it because this felt kind of druidy to me. I don't know how you feel about it, but if we look at, if it's King of Pentacles, if we look at Drums of Doom, there's a pentacle there.
Okay.
Yeah. So I actually have this kind of set up as one of his names is the King of Pentacles because he uses the Drums of Doom to wreak havoc.
I assume this is a tarot card?
Yes, it is. It is.
Tarot cards are kind of interesting because they would actually fit kind of perfectly in the square grid.
Yeah.
So I'm sort of having it in the back of my head of maybe doing some sort of tarot card promos or things that are...
I'd be first in line, all right, Eric? I'd be first in line, I'm going to tell you right now. I think there's so much of that. Like, we'll even say like some of the esoteric underpinnings with just like fantasy in general, but like this card game, I mean, it's there, and like it wasn't even a plan where it's like, oh, I'm getting a tarot card. I love the art, but I think I'm a storyteller at heart. So tarot cards, I found the cards a lot of times they tell a story, and you can really make stories with them. They actually use them a lot in tabletop gaming. So Dungeons and Dragons has a deck of cards called the Deck of Many Things. And it's pretty much like a tarot deck. It just has random kind of like king, queen, sword. One thing might be death. And it's like, so you open up a chest, and then the dungeon master can hand you this deck of cards, and whatever you pick, maybe that's your item. You got a magic sword, or maybe you pulled death. Well, I don't know. Maybe in this game you just you just blow up or something. Maybe it's a poison trapper or a bomb or something. But you know, with the 4 elements and things like that in this game, I realized, oh wow, that makes a lot of sense. So this just it just kind of came to me. It's not even something that I planned out, but I just kind of go with what like feels real cool and try to tell a story from there. But I have to make it good.
I have another question for you.
Yes.
I guess this is a reverse interview.
Yes.
So, Postern Gate.
Yes.
It's a card that many people, when they look at it,
Yeah.
it's like, why would I ever want to do this?
Yeah.
But how does this work especially well in this deck?
Oh my gosh, so this is let's say this is some secret tech that me and some of my friends cooked up. So there's a really prominent player by the name of Boatank on Discord. I think he's in Holland. He's probably going to the Siege at the Core event. I think that's the next big event over in Europe. Me and him were just, we always brew different things, and he's kind of like me, where he wants to play well, but he wants to make a story. So he started testing Postern Gate, and what'll happen is you'll have your, let's say you have a Wyvern, and let's say this is the back line. I guess we'll use the custom Druid for this one. Maybe there's a Wyvern here, maybe Bruin's out. Let's say they're all just kind of hanging out right here, right? And then you're playing this defensive strategy with Drums of Doom. It's very defensive, though it's very powerful. So sometimes it's hard to really get an opening to attack because your opponents are just like waiting at the gates because they can't really get into your sights. So then just out of nowhere, you play Postern Gate like that. It's flipped over because it's their sight. It's kind of adding a little insult to injury there. It's like, hey, this is your sight, buddy. And then bam.
Swing for 11.
Exactly.
And then 11 next turn.
Exactly. And they're just scrambling. And then the beautiful part is they can't even put any minions here to defend because as soon as they enter, it gets killed by Drums of Doom.
Ah, interesting.
Oh,
interesting.
Man. I was like, this is my new favorite deck. I was ecstatic when he showed me this, and we just kept playing with each other, and I molded this together, and so that this is just between me and you, Eric. Okay, I have not shared this outside of the group. Okay, you have to keep it secret for me.
So this video will have a very delayed release.
Oh, I say it again.
You will have to delay the release of this video.
I know that's
not
true.
share the
That's true.
secret tech.
I almost wanted to just slip this into one of the players' hands. It's like, look, run with this, make this go. Like, dude, play this deck well. Like, you know. But no, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play this online on the league that Ira runs.
Yeah.
That was where I was really trying to keep it a secret because those league players, you show them one deck list. I mean, it's the internet. They could just pass it all around. They're fast, exactly. So I'm gonna run it in league, and then I'm happy to share it with the world. So this can go out immediately. I'm gonna start playing league games when I get back home on Monday. So no, I'm good. I'm good. I got the cosign from Eric, so I maybe I'll have a shot. You know.
Great. So yeah.
Well,
be prepared for the Postern Gate crew deck.
Oh man, this video might make this one of the most played cards. I better pick up some more singles from Cold Foil Heroes. They might be going up. But is there anything else you wanted to ask me? I really appreciate the time that you gave, and appreciate you coming to SorceryCon.
Yeah, I think that's about it.
Yeah, let's say we covered a lot. Now I'm ready to just crush the tournament. I got a deck prep with the maker of the game. So I think I'm good. I think I'm good.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
Thank you. And yeah, if you ever think about coming out with any sort of like special card set like you mentioned, I'm totally down. It could be a tarot set. It could be a dungeon. I don't know, some sort of RPG set. I don't care. Like I'm all about storytelling. So.
Like a tarot size alternate art sorcerer with yellow.
Oh,
yellow clothing.
Oh gosh. All right. Look. Don't get my hopes up, Eric. Don't get my hopes up. Like I said, I'll be first in line. It was an honor and a pleasure, Eric.
Oh, thank you. That was fun.
Yes, it was. Okay. Well, I'm glad.
Okay.
Hello, sorcerers. Two quick announcements. One, this is your last chance to buy raffle tickets for our amazing Shade Tree charity to help women and children in need. You get tickets up at the registration desk. Two, Card Nexus. If you fill out their survey, which you can either find through the announcements or they have business cards up there, they're doing a drawing for a alpha foil Pride of the Winter. So, or Victor. That's what I've got. We'll be doing the raffle drawing soon next to the Bearish booth. Thank you.
Stuff has happened to me since then, so.
Also, I don't know.
How many were being taken? You guys also got the menu B.
Gotcha.
stuff.
Okay.
Sorcerers in the top 64. Please move to your pod tables. Again, in this round, the odds will play the odds and the evens will play the evens. There should only be one of each left, since there's only 4 of you in each pod. So get across from that person. We're not going to start right away though. Just get there and get settled.
They are sorcery players, easily confused.
about to do the raffle. I know.
I'm not actually trying to find where are you at? Okay, yeah, that's right. That's right. One play mistake there.
Top 64 players, I need you at your table now. If you are not here, I'm going to have to start this clock without you, and then you're going to receive an auto loss and be eliminated after 5 minutes. Please get here within the next 2 minutes.
Also, everyone who has raffle tickets, we are about to start the raffle soon. Please come in and listen for numbers. All right. The raffle drawing is about to begin. Once again, please listen out for your numbers. I'm going to call out some numbers, and you're going to have to bring the corresponding ticket with that number up to me. We are starting off with a Brian Wackovitz print. This is Magic Missile. This is going to, the last 4 digits are 1261. You have ticket 6101261. Anyone? Going once, going twice.
1261?
1261.
Hell yeah!
Go on up. Next up, we have a print from High Caliber. Once again, I am very sorry if I mispronounced any of your names. This number is 0820. That's 0820. If you have that raffle ticket, please come up and claim your prize. 0820. Are you coming? Is that someone? Oh, yeah. All right. Next up, we have a Death Speaker print. This is the Death Speaker. All right. You have ticket number 1448. That is 1448. You have won this Death Speaker print. 1448. Next up, we have a love potion print, another one from Tony. If you have number 0948, 0948, you have won a love potion print. Please come up to the front room. Next up, we have a second love potion print. This is your second chance at love. 0114. If you have 0114, you'll want a love potion print. And then next, last of our items from Tony, we have a Black Knight print. Everyone loves the Black Knight. All right, this is 0367. If you have ticket number 0367, Black Knight. Oh, here you go. All right, Sherwood Huntress. Another lovely print. This ticket goes, or this prize goes to the ticket holder of 0400, 0400. You have 0400. You're 100s.
There it is.
All right. All right. Next up, we have a foil avatar bear. This was graciously donated by Alex West. All right. This is going. This is going to 0749. Should I read the numbers backwards so that you don't get disappointed about the first one? 0749. You have to run quickly. Also, I'm going to keep raffling stuff off, but in the interest of time, we are going to have the now top 32 players start their matches. If you do get called, you don't need to rush up right away. We'll hold on to the tickets for you.
Contest the well!
All right. Next up, we have an artist group. Which one is this? Oh, yeah. Crown of the Victor artist proof. All right. This goes to 0179. That is 0179. Whoa. All right. We have another artist proof. This one is a violet. All right. Violet artist proof. This goes to ticket 1266. You are 1266. Congrats on your artist proof. Okay, you don't need to rush up right now. Play your match, dude. I'm not trying to put more pressure on you. Next up, we have a few playmats from the store kits. I want to make sure these get in the players' hands. All right, so this one is Tithe. For the Tithe playmat, we need ticket 0510. That's 0510. You'll want a Tithe playmat. Next up, another playmat. This one is the Great Drowning of Men, as opposed to the Mediocre Drowning of Men. We have ticket 1151. Ticket 1151 has won the Great Drowning of Men playmat. Next up, Year of the Blaze. All right. The year of the Blaze goes to 1078. You have ticket 1078. You won this lovely playmat. And then last playmat. We have more stuff. This is the. Oh yeah. If you want something, get up there. This is the Midsummer Night's Dream playmat. Everyone likes this one. It is lovely. This is going to ticket 0868.
Yeah, Kevin!
There we go. Finally, someone excited.
Kevin!
Woo!
Woo!
All right, next up we have a box of Arthurian Legends donated by Mystic Moose, one of our lovely vendors. It comes with a acrylic case provided graciously by our friends over at Bearish Cases. This prize goes to 1015. You have ticket 1015. Congrats on your box of Arthurian Legends and case. Next up, we have another box of Arthurian Legends with another lovely case provided by Bearish Games and Mystic Moose. All right, this goes to ticket number 1159. You have ticket 1159. You have won. Box of Arthurian Legends in a case. All right, now we have a few uncut sheets provided to us by our friends at Air Studios. We are going to start this one. This is the draft kit uncut sheet. It is lovely. All right, let's go out to ticket 0809. 0809. I love the drama. I'm sorry. Next up, we have an exceptional uncut sheet. Once again, everyone outside. All right. Next up, we have, like I said, an exceptional uncut sheet. Once again, provided to us by our great friends over at Experience. This one is going to go to ticket number 0962. You have ticket 0962. You have won an exceptional sheet. Up next, we have another uncut exceptional sheet. This one is going to ticket number 0747. 0747. All right. And the last of our uncut sheets that we're raffling off today for Shade Tree. This is a unique uncut sheet. Yes, you can cut the ring of Morgana if you want it. All right. This goes to ticket number 1186. You have ticket 1186. You have won a unique uncut sheet. I think that was someone down there, maybe? Oh, you already got something, Cam. No, just kidding. Thank you for supporting Shade Tree, man. Congratulations. All right, up next. All right, up next. Once again, thank you, Bearish Cases, for this lovely acrylic case. Inside of the lovely acrylic case is a box. It is a box of Alpha. Sorcery Alpha, Kickstarter only. All right. This goes to ticket number 0068. 0068. If you have ticket 0068, you have won a box of Alpha. There's cheering from that direction, and I assume that means somebody has won. Yeah, we're okay. So this is, and once again, I'm very sorry for any mispronunciation of names that I might be doing, but this is a original painting from Michael Nagapil. I'm sorry. Nagapil? Yep. And we're going to have our friends from Bearish pull the ticket up, so we can show some impartiality here that there's not a Chimera mechanism in that box. All right, this original painting is going to, that is a blank ticket. No. Ticket 0264. 0264. Ah, there we go. All right. Thank you all once again for your tremendous support. Oh yeah, okay. So we do have a few items that haven't been picked up yet. I'm going to reread them. We have a Year of the Blaze playmat. This is once again to 1078. A Love Potion print. Ticket 0948. And then one of the uncut exceptional sheets. Can't believe no one will claim this one. It is 0962. If you have ticket 0962, come up and claim your uncut exceptional sheet.
Perfect, all right. He's like literally sprinting, we're like, send us a photo.
So, unfortunately, we did say that people had to be here to pick up the prizes. We, if you haven't identified that you've got one of these tickets and just need to run back to your hotel room or whatever, then we're going to have to redraw for the sheet and the love potion.
I was going to make sure you ran the Excalibur. Perfect. Yeah, cool.
What was the number on the sheet?
The number on the sheet, once again, is 0962. 0962. And the love potion was 0948. It's probably the same person that both. All right. Going once, going twice. All right, let's draw some new numbers. Construction. Our new number is 0508. You have ticket 0508. Please come claim your print. 0508. And then for the uncut exceptional sheet, we have ticket number 0494. Okay, sweet. You do not have to get up. We'll take care of you. All right. Hopefully, someone will come claim this print. Once again, I just want to thank you all for coming out here and showing tremendous support for Sorcery. We're trying to do something good for the community, the local community around here. We have raised a total of $5,920 for Shade Tree. Thank you all so much. All right, without further delay, let's get back to playing some sorcery. Let's get this round started. All right, thank you.
Sorcery constructed. We are missing one report from match 3. If Jesse J or Daniel H could come up to report in the next minute, we can do that. Otherwise, we'll be picking a random winner for that match and moving on. Jesse J or Daniel H. Sorcery constructed. Round 4 pairings are up. Round 4 pairings are up. For those playing Two-Headed Dragon at 2 o'clock, meet at the base of the bay booth near the front of the room.
Colton.
Colton, C-O-L-T-O-N.
Yep. I'm Matt, also known as Shivy.
Are you okay with having your face on camera?
Yeah.
Okay, and your voice being recorded?
Yes. Yeah, excited.
Colton and Matt.
Matt and Colton.
Nice to meet you, Colton. I was talking to you over there, but actually.
Yeah, I'm Tux. We've talked before on
You're what?
Discord. I'm Tux.
Oh, Tux. Yeah. Okay, I know you, Tux. Yeah. Are you on Discord too?
I'm Shivy.
Should be on Discord.
Yeah.
We've done some deals. Yeah, a long time ago.
Yeah, exactly. Back in Alpha.
Cool.
Yeah, Bulavala.
And
Bulavala?
Oh, yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah. What's your? Are you going by Tux on the stream, or what's your? It's an interesting icon.
I don't care. It's the old.
I move
legend
my name.
troll.
Fine. Yeah. I always knew as soon as I saw that icon, I was like, oh, yes.
Yeah, that's the old.
Rogoff.
Something of Rogoff.
Rogoff.
Yep. Yeah.
Cool. That's awesome.
Yeah. Oh man, fun. Yeah, this is cool. Got the real deal going. I get to memorialize whatever happens here.
I'm going to put this there.
And we're back for round 4 of SorceryCon 2024. Let's head over to the feature table where we have Matt versus Colton. And I believe it's Colton on the left, Matt on the right. If you are in the Discord community, oh, cool, they have their little nicknames here. Oh, yeah, Shibby does. So in the Discord community, Matt is Shibby. You might recognize his name, and Colton is Tux. So this is a fun match with people that some of us know. Looks like Pathfinder on Colton's side, and Sorcery coming from Matt.
Yeah, this is the first time we've seen Pathfinder today, so we'll see what they're.
I know this will be a fun one.
Yeah, for sure.
Matt's playing with clear sleeves, so no foils. That's a shame.
Yeah, it's true.
You don't like foils, Matt? Come on, Matt. Foils
Like
are
in defense
cool.
of Matt,
He has a foil avatar.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's the one that really matters.
I've got one for you.
Yeah, Tux is rocking the foil Pathfinder. We can see the full art by Drew Tucker on the back. Absolutely gorgeous.
I know Shibby. I know he has foils because I've done trades with him.
Yeah.
Online.
Yeah.
So
Same.
he's just choosing not to play with them.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say I blame him. I'm a bit of an aesthetic guy myself. When I'm playing paper sorcery, I tend to prefer that all my cards match and like finish. So I tend to, if I don't have the whole deck in foil,
That makes sense.
which is unlikely, I tend not to go for it. But yeah, something to think about before the game even begins is for Pathfinder, the biggest change that Pathfinder saw was the increased deck size. Going up to 30 sites in your Atlas means that now Pathfinder decks have to look for. Have to stretch their options even further in order to get the mana fixing especially for 2-3 element decks. They're just like it's going to be really hard.
On the other hand, though, one of the worst parts about going up against sorcerers, you are almost guaranteed to see an Imperial Road in a sorcerer deck.
Yeah,
because the sorcerer decks that run Imperial Road are so popular. And Imperial Road is tough for Pathfinder to play against, but with a 30-card Atlas, you are much less likely to see it.
Yeah, so that's very true, Yeah, I mean, Pathfinder, of course, like almost never having sights in our hand, it just loses value to the Imperial Road.
So Matt may or may not be playing Imperial Road. We don't know what his elements are just yet.
16. I'll go first. Very good.
Well, we could probably guess if he has in his deck. If he opens hand and he has Fire Earth here, I'm going to guess he has Imperial Road.
Yeah,
if
for
it's
sure.
Mono Air, he for sure has Imperial Road.
Yeah, mono element decks really like rocking those powerful utility sites.
Interesting.
So it looks like we're seeing, is that a Hamlet? And
this is Fire, Earth, and Air.
Oh yeah, Lightning Bolt. Man, you're
With
right.
common cottagers?
Is that a common cottage or is that a Hamlet? It looks like a Hamlet. There's very little skyline in there. I like we're analyzing what the mechanics of the card
He has a
is,
common cottagers and a Hamlet.
Oh, common cottagers, excuse me, yeah. Yeah, I thought you were talking about common village.
It might be a common village actually, and a common cottagers. I can't really tell, but definitely common cottagers and a black knight.
Yeah, so he puts away a couple.
What are we looking at here? What are we looking at here, Matt?
Really interesting deck.
Yeah, I want to see this play out.
Yeah. Yeah, Pathfinder looks like it's on something water, leading on an iceberg. Something kind of awkward about Pathfinder is that you can't really rely on your, obviously you can't really rely on your sights to do anything for
but
you.
look at that turn 2 sight.
What is that? A troll bridge. Yeah, troll bridge right on time.
Exactly where you want it. Whoa.
So true.
And against Matt's aggro-looking deck here, this is just going to be a game changer.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, right now Matt is normally looking to go. The Warhorse that we just saw in his hand is looking to play that out this turn, but now he's going to have to opt to discard a card or take 3 damage. It's going to be a whole. He has to just kind of rethink his game plan so far.
I think he just needs to go for it. He has to. Otherwise, he's going to fall behind. But he's not going for it. He's playing the common cottagers first.
Yeah. Makes a amount of sense.
But you know what?
Yeah, we thought about it at the same time. You explain what we just...
no, you tell him. You tell the viewers.
Yeah, so Trollbridge actually says the first time a lone enemy enters the site, which means that if the Warhorse comes in there with something riding on its back, then it will not be a lone enemy. It'll have a buddy along with it and will not force Matt to discard a card.
I can't
That's
believe
really
this is
cool.
happening. I was telling somebody recently, I was like, yeah, that was like almost never happened. And like, here we have it on camera.
Man, I didn't even think of that. It looks like the aggro decks do have some tech for Trollbridge. That's really cool.
So now, oh my gosh, now Colton is going to take 4 damage this turn.
Yeah.
Hopefully Matt knows the trick.
Weird interaction, yeah.
Does Matt know the trick?
Yeah, that is a Hamlet, it looks like. So he's playing fast and furious with the sights here.
Matt, do it, Matt.
Please see it. It'd be so cool.
He has to know, surely. What a strong play here for Matt, though.
Oh, for
Having
sure.
a boss troll for one.
No!
Matt doesn't know the trick.
No.
He doesn't
That's so
know the
unfortunate.
text on Trollbridge.
Yeah.
That's a shame.
Yeah, Hamlet cost reduction. You know, ordinary minions cost 1 less to summon here. Means that Matt's able to summon 4 mana worth of minions onto that Hamlet. Yeah, so it looks like the Warhorse is picking up the boss troll and then taking it over onto the red desert. Yeah, onto the desert, dealing some damage.
Deflated.
I'll move the comment.
Yeah, so he's finagling the common cottagers to move around that troll bridge, trying to get into position to attack that desert.
So the Hamlet's probably going to be pretty useful here with the Sorcerer.
Yeah,
I'm excited
sure.
to see this play out.
Yeah, definitely.
Lots of minions coming out. I doubt that Matt will draw another site.
A tadpole pool, wow. That's really luckily timed, too.
I know, what the heck? Pathfinder is really getting a lot of value.
It doesn't even look like a Pathfinder deck. It just looks like someone playing sites correctly, the way it's played out so far. Getting his frog token set up. Awesome.
Yeah, the tadpole pool does require the frog tokens to be summoned underwater beneath the site, submerged.
Yeah, it makes it a little awkward to defend with them. I mean, it's gonna be probably 2-3 turns before Colton's able to defend those frog tokens if he wants to defend on his desert over there. But you know, as a Pathfinder deck, he's probably running some amount of removal. Oh, okay. Oh.
So we see the Riptide to bring in the boss troll to force Matt to discard a card.
Yeah.
Matt's playing Sorcerer, so it's not the end of the world. And he has a little leopard there to discard, so not terribly detrimental.
No, really.
I think I see Hamlet's Ablaze in Colton's hand.
Interesting.
But he only has 1 fire.
Yeah.
If he can get that second fire and hit the
Hamlet?
annual fair.
Oh yeah, the annual fair too. Yeah, because I mean, as I said, Matt's kind of playing it tricky with the threshold here.
But see, I'm not sure that Colton actually knows that Matt is playing air. Oh no, he just discarded the snow leopard, so now he knows.
So now it's public information.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, the funny thing is, I think Colton was aware of the troll bridge carrying minions interaction.
Yeah.
Because he just brought in the boss troll. He did not bring in the Warhorse.
Knows.
So,
he knows.
He definitely knows.
So actually, the step would probably be the better target for the Hamlet's Ablaze because that would just take care of all the threshold.
Yeah.
And force Matt to use the annual fair going forward unless he draws a site.
Yeah. I mean, you can also make the argument to get rid of the Hamlet here, just because that means that Matt has to play a new site in its place to, get minions out, and he won't be able to play on the tadpole pool as easily. But I mean, it's not as big of a sacrifice.
Yeah, all 3 of these sites are pretty good targets.
Arguments can be made to destroy any one of these for sure.
Yeah, but you might be right. The Hamlet might be just such an engine card for Matt and his particular deck.
Yeah.
If he's loaded with a bunch of ordinary minions.
Yeah, for sure.
That could be like if you're in Matt's shoes and you're feeling good about being able to play 2 spells per turn with your sorcerer. I think you're right. I think that Hamlet would just be the site that you would least want to see go.
Yeah.
You would really want to keep your Hamlet to do that. So.
Yeah. Yeah, and also just based on like the incredibly low cost of all of his cards so far, like the Snow Leopards cost 1, everything that we've seen him play so far cost 2. It doesn't seem like he's super taxed by the annual fair. Like, yeah, especially if he has the Hamlet, he's kind of okay paying 1 mana in order to fix for everything he's going to play for the turn. All right, we see Pathfinder moving up and finding an Autumn River. So yeah, still not finding the second fire threshold for his Hamlet Ablaze.
I do like Matt's strategy here with his deck, though, because it looks like he's thrown a ton of little ordinary minions along with the Hamlet out, and then he has ways to fix his threshold. It might even, who knows, it might even be a 4-color deck.
That is a crazy splashy play, ironically.
Oh, my goodness. We just saw Mix Aqua into a great drowning of men.
On all 4 of Matt's sites.
All 3 of his sites.
Oh, sorry, yeah, all 3 of Matt's sites.
And it's in the Pathfinder deck, so
Exactly.
Pathfinder is going to try and close Matt in here to keep him from playing more sites.
Yeah.
Wow.
Getting obliterated and in a gorgeous fashion to all these foil cards.
Yeah, thankfully Matt is playing a whole lot of low mana cost minions.
Yeah, so it's not going to shut him out of the game entirely.
Not completely, but one of the problems with playing Great Drowning of Men and Year of the Blaze is it takes up a card in your hand that would otherwise put pressure on your opponent in some other way to win the match. But in this deck with Pathfinder, you don't really care. You're drawing a spell every single turn. You're able to tap and play out your site every single turn. You're not going to fall behind on cards. So it's just a blowout here, I think.
Yeah, for sure. This is really not what Matt wanted to see, which is why we can kind of see him, taking his time before he makes his play this turn.
So Matt does have a tower here. He has an opportunity to be able to Common Sense and search for a Dispel.
Yeah.
But he may not even be playing Common Sense.
Yeah, I mean, given the overall super low cost of his deck so far in terms of mana, yeah, it looks like he's packing 2 Lightning Bolts and a
Black Knight.
Black Knight, yeah. Thank you.
Create a water threshold.
Yeah, this looks like a kind of an interpretation of the Magic deck Sly, where you just play a super low curve of aggressive creatures, and then but he's got a bit of a sorcery spin on it, letting his sites do some of the work.
More help. Yep. Okay, so I will
Now, Colton does have 3 frog tokens up and able to block the Black Knight's attacks the following turn.
Yep.
So Matt is not going to be dealing damage with the Black Knight anytime soon.
Yep.
I'm going to swing for 3.
He does have 2 war horses.
4, 5.
Yeah, I mean, Colton is under the gun. Like, despite the fact
and
that Matt is about to lose the vast majority of his mana and threshold, he still has, what is that in total, 12 power and minions on the board?
Yeah,
So-
and you know what? Like, honestly, I was getting so distracted with our previous conversation, the Great Drowning of Men, I didn't even realize Colton's down to 4 life.
Yeah. Colton's...
What the heck?
Yeah, he's really not in a good spot here.
He's in a terrible spot here.
Yeah.
And this is what I'm talking about. You can have Great Drowning of Men, you can play mixes, and you can destroy your opponent's sites. And you're spending all this time doing this while your opponent is just beating on you.
Yeah.
And this is what I've found with these 2 giant auras that destroy all these sites like this is because you have to wait a whole turn before their effect resolves, you don't get a whole lot of value out of them in the long run.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, here I'm sure Colton would much rather have had like a Mester Storm or some other, large minion that's a payoff for his Mix Aqua. It would let him, put a lot more pressure on Matt and force him to have an answer.
Block and remove minions. And
exactly.
Valley of Delight. I'll choose fire.
Okay, a
We'll see
Valley
what
of
he has.
Delight.
I mean,
That's useful.
he could easily play a Poison Nova here and be right back in the game.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see if he has it. I haven't seen his hand yet. He seems to be holding it pretty close. Helpful Hob, interesting.
The Helpful Hob will untap the Pathfinder and allow the Pathfinder to use its ability again
Finding a Forge this time. Does he want to use the Forge's ability?
It looks like this deck is all about just closing the opponent's site placement off.
For sure.
So just locking the opponent down into a few sites for the rest of the game.
Yeah, looking at that hand, between two copies of Hamlet's Ablaze, a Siege Giant, and a Warhorse of his own. Yeah, and the Warhorse
site
is really...
destruction.
It's just site destruction. Yeah, and like Warhorse especially can be really helpful in Pathfinder. Normally you have to rely on having Riptides and Blinks and other movement spells in order to get the Pathfinder in a position so that it can be in the right place at the right time to shut down your opponent's site placement. But with Warhorse, the Warhorse can just cart your Pathfinder around, let you play sites wherever you need him to be.
Yeah, and the site destruction deck it's really interesting. It's an interesting deck. It's something that could be fun to play.
For sure.
But you can see here, if you go up against an aggro deck and all you've got is a handful of site destruction, you're going to lose that match.
Yeah, this has honestly got to be one of the nightmare matchups for Colton here. You know, Matt is just playing a ton of super efficient, low-cost minions, and he got enough of them out before Colton could shut down his mana that Colton is under the gun right now, and it seems likely he's going to go to Death's Door during this next round.
And he didn't even take advantage of the Troll Bridge trick with the Warhorse.
Yeah.
So...
it wasn't even necessary.
No, it wasn't necessary at all. The power of aggro is strong.
Yep.
That was something I was worried about in this format going forward. There are just so many viable aggro decks, so many things you can do with aggro.
For sure.
It's very tough to... it's very tough for any other deck to be as consistent.
For sure.
Now, Archimago and Death Speaker, they're still pretty consistent decks, like even in the 50-30 meta that we're in now, with the spellbook increasing to 50 cards and the Atlas increasing to 30. Archimago can recast spells from the cemetery, so it gets that recursion and the selection of choosing whichever spell it wants to cast.
Yeah.
And then Death Speaker gets to still churn through its deck with cards like Land Surveyor. It's both of its decks with cards like Land Surveyor, Apprentice Wizard. Now we have Sisters of Avalon.
Yeah.
And you still have the Wayfaring Pilgrim. So there is still consistency in some control
decks,
strategies.
Yeah.
But aggro with all this charge?
Yeah, aggro, because when aggro is trying to play the game, they have usually just one game plan in mind. It's play a lot of minions, put pressure on your opponent, maybe play 1 or 2 burn spells to finish off your opponent or to remove a key defender. But that's all they need. And as long as and really with that kind of deck, you just need to keep a ratio in mind, a ratio of minions to magic. Whereas in control, you're often looking for silver bullet answers, or you're looking to draw the right amount of card draw and board clear and the right number of sites. So yeah, aggro decks have definitely gotten solid with this update. With Arthurian Legends.
All right, so we saw Colton play out his second Warhorse.
Yep.
To attack into the boss troll and then finish it off with a helpful hob.
Yep.
And now we have a Siege Giant.
Very useful, yeah. Siege Giant throwing the Pathfinder to safety, which means that it will take basically exactly a Firebolt or a Magic Missile or the Lightning Bolt that we know is in Matt's hand to finish him off.
Yeah,
so
we'll see if Colton moves his Frongs back to protect his Avatar versus Lightning Bolt.
Yeah.
It's just so difficult. It's so difficult to tell what your opponent has in their hand when they're playing so many colors, so many elements.
Exactly, yeah. And it made it even harder by the 50-card spellbook.
Yep. Okay.
But knowing that Matt is playing Earth, you got to be ready for Common Sense plus Lightning Bolt at the very least.
Yeah, for sure.
And so this could have been a way, definitely moving the Frogs back, could have been a way for Colton to protect his Avatar, but he's chosen not to do that. And we see the Lightning Bolt coming out
Lone Tower
with the tower.
Yep. Oh, yeah, making sure you have the
Matt's
mana
like, do I win? Did I win here?
Yep.
I did win.
Yeah.
I did win.
There you go.
So
And there's the
congratulations to
handshake.
Matt.
Yep.
That was a crazy game with the Great Drowning of Men. Coming out for the second time today?
Yeah. Second
That
time
was
we've
Great
seen that
Drowning
card,
last
yeah.
round, right?
Yeah.
That's wild.
And both times it has, although the first time was a little unusual,
Yeah.
See, the card
Lauren
is,
didn't care about the Great Drowning of Men.
No, not at all. No, but both times we've seen Great Drowning of Men, the mana reduction from the opponent hasn't really mattered.
No,
it just doesn't. The opponent can just keep playing minions. They still have the mana the turn after you play the Great Drowning, and then it takes a whole another round to get rid of it. So, yeah.
And the following turn or the turn after, they go to Death's Door because the Great Drowning Minion just doesn't have an effect when it comes into play.
Exactly.
It doesn't do anything. You're basically giving your opponent an extra turn with no response from yourself, from your own deck, from your own strategies. So those big auras, they're tempting to play, but at the end of the day, there's not enough interaction from them.
Yeah, we're seeing
there's just too
here-
much aggro in the format.
Yeah, we're seeing here a replay of Colton playing out his last turn as a free sorcerer.
How about that Siege Giant with the Pathfinder?
Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, no, it definitely seems like in this deck he's trying to take massive advantage of the fact that there's a couple of these sweet new movement cards that let you maneuver your avatar around the realm, and he's really trying to lock down your opponent's sights. This is gonna be really, really effective against a deck like Archimago or Death Speaker that look to play way out into the late game and assemble a large mass of sites, play out some big spells like Grandmaster Wizards, large amounts of card draw. But yeah, no, I think
wondering-
it's just a bad matchup for him.
Wondering if he has other charged minions in the deck too, because he did play out 2 War Horses. I bet he probably has Red Cap Poweries in there
Probably,
too.
cards outstanding.
So it's a very interesting mix of control and site destruction, but then also aggro to try to close the game out before they can rebuild their sites.
Yeah.
So very interesting. Definitely the most interesting deck that I've seen today. Well, honestly, I would say that, but that Druid list
That Druid
was so
deck was
fun
sweet.
in
I
round
love that
1.
Druid deck, yeah.
And since then, I've talked to some people out on the floor, and I've heard several people brewing around that same kind of archetype.
Yeah.
Where you have water and air or earth.
Yeah.
And then mobility things, with Pudge Butcher, Wind Blast.
Nelly Longarms, yeah.
Nelly Longarms. What's
Yeah.
the new spell that rotates the Twister?
Whirlwind, I think.
I think it might be called a.
Let's take a look.
Whirlwind, maybe.
Yeah. I don't.
But yeah, that's another spell that people are using to move the opponent's avatar or minions into harm's way.
Yeah.
Whether that's on a free city, bottomless pit, whatever. There are a lot of options for that deck archetype.
Yeah, for
And so
sure.
I'm really interested. I kind of want to brew that myself and check it out.
Yeah.
Sounds fun.
Yeah. See, like what combination of movement spells and elements and disruption works.
Right.
Yeah.
And I really want to see what weaknesses that deck has.
Yeah.
I think aggro is definitely a weakness. But
Yeah.
if you're playing a version that has free cities,
Yeah.
Babbling Brooks,
For sure.
Troll Bridges,
Yeah.
then is aggro going to be a terrible matchup?
Yeah,
Maybe not.
at that point, it might look like one of the decks that's the most prepared for aggro, and then
Right.
the majority of the deck is going to be forcing movement and dealing damage when movement happens.
Yeah, and how about what was his name? I already forget his name. Not Tux, but Shibby Matt.
Matt, yeah.
So Matt, how about that sorcerer with Hamlet?
Yeah. I genuinely think that Hamlet's a really interesting way to alternate the cost of your spells, because a lot of the time what Sorcerer wants to do is they want to play out they want to play a clean curve of minions, and then at some point stop playing sites with their avatar and just draw 2
Right.
cards a turn. And at times you can get ham. It's a little awkward because you draw, say, 2 4-cost cards in a row, or and you just can't actually play all your hand. You might want to at some point take time to play it on another site. But but having access to Hamlet means that if you play Hamlet as your 4th or 5th site, then you can more flexibly play out minions. You have to forfeit
Right.
deciding where to play them, but you get to play them for cheaper. So it definitely looks.
And he was
solid.
playing 3 colors.
Yeah,
I think that's quite a bit.
Really bold
for that. Yeah,
but-
for that strategy
Yeah.
with Hamlet, because it doesn't provide you any threshold.
Yeah.
And you want to get to the point where you're drawing 2 spells per turn.
For sure.
Quickly.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think that's a lot.
Yeah.
I would personally probably focus more on 1 or 2 colors, but maybe there aren't enough ordinary minions to cast.
Yeah, I definitely think actually that as long as you've got Hamlet, then Annual Fair looks really good. Because when you're playing only 1 and 2 cost ordinary minions, having
That's a good point.
a Hamlet reduces their cost by half or 100%. which means that you're more than happy to funnel all your mana into your annual fair because you're just going to play out a swarm of minions anyway. It doesn't really matter.
That is true, but then you have to have both Hamlet and Annual Fair,
which
in
is
a deck
risky.
that only wants to draw 3 or 4 sites.
Exactly, yeah.
Basically, one extra site at most for the rest of the game.
Exactly, yeah.
So that was kind of the same situation I was in with Witch.
Yeah.
In my Witch deck, Witchfire, I play with mostly fire.
Yeah.
And a little bit of air, and I splash air. Whenever I open my hand, I really just want to see 2 fire sites, 1 air site, because I know I'm only going to be drawing probably 1 more site for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and then just burning your opponent with Witch, taxing them, doing what you need to do, yeah.
So I'm not even willing to go to 2 elements fully commit to 2 elements. Every one of my air spells only has 1 air threshold.
Yeah.
So in a deck, even with the Annual Fair around, I'm not sure 3 colors is the
super
the best
tenable.
option,
Yeah, for sure.
Because of the variance.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a 30-card atlas.
Yeah,
you're not guaranteed to see Annual Fair. You're
Not
not
at
guaranteed
all.
to see Hamlet.
Yeah, you're not even guaranteed to see both if you draw 7 sites that game, like a lot of control decks do. It's just not going to happen every time.
Andy's playing towers.
Yeah,
we saw 2 towers.
Yeah, we saw 2 towers and we saw a dual site.
Yeah, so
yeah,
that's risky, but I think
it definitely paid
I'm
off.
not actually sure if these were undefeated players, but if it is, then he's 4-0.
Yeah, they were. Yeah, I'm getting a note that they were undefeated players. So that means that he's 4-0 with his, vomit little minions onto the board deck, which is it's really impressive because we also didn't see most of his deck that game. I mean, we only saw.
No, we didn't.
I mean, he was playing a super aggressive deck. He got the game done quickly. Didn't see a board clear, so he only needed to play 5 minions, right?
Yeah.
I genuinely am gonna see if I can locate him and take a look at his deck list after this.
We need to see how he does too.
Yeah.
I'd love to see the entire spread of decks. This is the first constructed. This is the first constructed event.
Yeah.
Since the launch of Arthurian Legends.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. People have had their month to brew to figure out what they like.
We're seeing a lot of variants here. We're seeing a lot of different types of decks. So
Yeah.
it's a really good spread.
Yeah. Actually,
I'm liking it.
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, going back to the end of that game, real quick, he was holding those 2 Hamlets Ablazes, and he could have played them on his own desert. Right? I'm pretty sure you can play Hamlet's Ablaze on your own site. And and if you're to do that, as you can see here in this replay, if his opponent with the pile of war horses, the pile of, the boss control, if he wanted to go further into Colton's sites, he would have to go through that troll bridge, which would be pretty awkward for him. So I could definitely see a play as Colton. It may have been too late, but I can definitely see a play as Colton in putting down the Hamlet's Ablaze where he's putting that Siege Giant now, just to make sure that
it is possible. I think that as Colton, as the Pathfinder in this deck, you should probably consider giving up the site destruction game plan when it comes to just trying to limit your opponent to just a few sites and close them off.
Yeah.
When you see your opponents playing aggro and charge, and every minion they've played so far has been 2 mana
and and
then discounted by Hamlet, I don't think the site destruction plan is going to work at that point.
Yeah, it's not really going to be tenable.
So even though you do have Hamlet's Ablaze, things like that, focus more on reducing their threshold, right? Taking away their threshold, not so much on closing them in. So play more defensively with your avatar, keeping your sights back, and like you said, trying to use the troll bridge to kind of stave off, some of that pressure.
For sure.
Potentially even destroy one of your own sites with the Hamlet's Ablaze.
Yeah, to make that happen.
Yeah, I think that's probably maybe it would have been a better line of play here when you're so low on life.
Yeah, for sure.
So, all right, well, that was very cool.
Yeah.
We are going to be headed into round 5 sometime soon here, so we will see you when that happens.
Sorcerers in the top 64. We're going to go ahead and get started for the next round. Please get to your pod. Should be pretty fast.
So, I was just saying at the end of the commentary that, let's see, it was Matt, you were on aggro. Colton, you were on. See, I was saying that as a pathfinder, when you see your opponent play one of two arena minions this time, at that point, I guess consider giving up the side structure and blocking your opponent in, strategy.
I was considering when it came out, I was so devastated because I wanted to put my team in that position too. But then I chose not to, so that I could see which direction the Pathfinder was going, and then I was planning on that, and then I drew into the Great Dread. I was like, oh, if I hit this, like, well, you already should. Add the again.
So that was the other thing I keep saying. We had picked rounding and being played last round too. I tried to down every time we played. That person who played great rounding and that I've seen never win. Because you're spending the turn playing this huge thing. Instead of responding to their opponents, they just keep beating you. You know, against control. So much aggro. Especially like that. There's very little.
It's more extra. It's not dynamic. It's just trying to pump them out. Yeah. And the thing is, like we were talking about afterwards, the game was about to be 100% flipped. You know, like with him and having.
Organizer Alex, I need you for pod 8 in the top 64. So
Yeah, you had a poison right after that, then you would have been gold. Yeah. But you disappointed everyone.
Oh no.
You disappointed everyone on the screen.
I haven't read the deck.
Do you know what he did?
Nuh-uh.
You didn't read that either? You had a warhorse. We were so excited because your turn 2 was the cottagers. And they were like, oh, that troll bridge is perfect. Now he's going to
run
take
across
in.
it?
And you're like, oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
You have a warhorse.
That's
it
true.
only triggers if you come in with one nit. and then we saw you thinking. We're like, no.
That's so funny.
Matt doesn't see
I
it.
did like that.
You had a chance to do the thing that never happened. Because we were like, there was some debate over a troll bridge. Like, wait, how does this work? Really? It only cares like if you're grouped up with other minions? Like, that seems really weird. When that ever happened? You literally could have done it.
Top 64.
I'll take the needle.
Contestant realm.
Good match. Yeah, you're just all committed on the side.
Well, so the general idea is that it can go maybe into the mid-range kind of stuff with like monster science, siege giants, no power use, but I was thinking about them. I meant to face Amazon instead. Yeah, and then horses, everything. I have the some here and there, because I'm playing pretty much except for siege giant, only beasts. I've got Pentagram and Mana Quarter there. And so yeah, it's trying to get those drop marks to get that. Kind of it's the hob if I've already got enough sites to then get in damage to finish off people. I haven't had one yet, but that's the plan. But I did one of them. Two sorcerers now. And I had first that it's been busy for a moment. Yeah, basic idea. I had it while I was driving down here. That 16-hour drive. And I was like, I haven't played this deck, but I have it in my head like while I was driving. Oh yeah, like I came up with the deck in my head, the concept of it while I was driving here 16 hours. Put it together, played it for the first time last night. After I submitted it. Yeah. But yeah, the general idea is like you can kind of I probably should have recorded it. I think I just saw the great routing. Yeah, I was thinking about it.
It's not for my favorite cards, personally. I'm going to give away more stuff. we have the door prizes. Everyone who has, once again, a chance of being called up here. I'm going to call some names. If you hear your name, you do not have to rush up immediately. Just come up as soon as you're immediately able to, and you will roll on the table. And by here, I mean over here with John, just next to our vendor. All right. The names I'm called are Gavin Hansen, Emmett Stokes, Matthew Hamilton, Christopher Lee, Kevin Loftus, Brendan Boyle, Caleb Galastanio, sorry, Cassidy Birch, Grant Harrison, Alex Jensen. That was Gavin Hansen, Emmett Stokes, Matthew Hamilton, Christopher Lee, Kevin Loftus, Brendan Boyle, Caleb Galastanio. I'm so sorry if I'm butchering names. Cassidy Birch, Grant Harrison, Alex Jensen.
Just push that third red button there.
I'll go ask.
Right there. Yep.
If you are playing the Mountain Giant team games, please come to table 110 in that row and join us. We would like to get the event started. Say that we just had one of our lucky folks here come up and roll on the table and win a box of alcohol. And we have had someone win the stamp ring. Congratulations.
Instructed players, 10 minutes left in the round.
had it there yesterday.
I'll pay $5.66. I need to find it. Exactly.
The guy that I'm thinking of is straight. Right in the front. We hung out all the time.
players that is time around. Please move into turns. Constructed players, if anyone lost a Jess or a Rock in a black sleeve, come find me. Alrighty, constructed players, round 5 pairings are up.
All right. Time for some more door prizes. Once again, I'm going to read off some names. If you hear your name called, you don't need to rush up running it, but please make your way up to this booth with John, where he's waving his hat. You'll get a chance to roll on the prize realm. All right, the names are Sean Robinson, Henry Cho, Nicholas Ilo, Martin Creamers, Matthew Curl, Tristan Fourier, Andrew Pearson, Blake Ward, Mike Van Dyke, and Matt Ship. You can make your way up here. You'll get a chance to roll on the table.
Nice to meet you, Joey.
What's your name, John?
Joey.
Joey.
Joey, yeah.
Okay, I'm Adam.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. What are you playing today?
Avatar Bear.
Avatar. So we have people asking for Avatar Bear.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it cool if I go to the restaurant really quickly? Okay, will we get like a time thing? Like,
you're good. Go ahead.
My last game went all the way.
Oh.
Yeah, we have people asking for Avatar Bear.
Okay.
Wondering if anyone will play it. That'd be nice.
Well, we'll see. We'll see if I can do any good to it.
You're 5-0 or 4-0?
No, I'm 3-1 actually.
3-1?
But my opponent is 4-0.
You're down. Okay, who'd you lose to?
Sorcerers in the top 64.
Archimaggio, that was specifically geared toward Avatar Bear. Crater Eyes, that then just came right back.
Oh, yeah.
And we're back for round 5 of SorceryCon 2024. And guess what? We finally have Avatar of Air at the feature table. You asked, and we delivered. And this is Avatar of Air versus Archimago. Let me ask you, how do you pronounce this?
I pronounce it Archimago.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
I can't say the arc.
Uh-huh.
I have to say arch, like Archmage.
Yeah.
But I'm okay switching to Mago.
Yeah.
So.
No, I think I take it. I think I take it from Spanish. Adki makes sense to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
So here we go with two more avatars that we haven't seen on stream yet.
Yeah, we've seen neither of these today.
Really cool.
Yeah.
I feel like it's been like different avatars every single match, right?
Yeah. I mean, with like what, 14, 16 or some number like that, different avatars now in the game, where there's a really high chance for diversity here.
It's just nice to see so many of these avatars doing well in their own individual lanes.
Yeah, exactly.
So this will be a very interesting match. I did talk to Joey ahead of time. Marcus is undefeated. Joey has 1 loss.
Okay.
So Marcus got the pair down, and Joey's previous loss was to Archimago.
Oh, wow. So now he's coming for his revenge, yeah.
Yeah, so it is to Archimago, and it's because Archimago had so much damage, direct damage. And look at this. We already have a Ring of Morgan in play. And this is being carried by Marcus, Marcus's avatar. So this is going to be, I think, a huge benefit for Marcus in this match, because Joey is going to be playing a lot of somewhat small minions.
Yeah.
Anywhere from 2 to 4 power each.
Yeah.
So having the ring paired with the magic missiles for that 4 damage against like a headless haunt.
Yeah, for sure.
It's going to be extremely important. So.
Yeah. I also caught a little glimpse at Marcus's hand. He's got a divine healing in there too. So Marcus is not looking to die anytime soon in this game.
No.
Yeah, and then the third spell that was in his opening hand was a Thunderstorm, which is fantastic against this air deck, because unlike the fire deck and the earth decks that we're seeing in previous rounds, well, fire decks are the exception, but unlike earth decks, these air-centric aggressive decks have a ton of 3 power minions, you know? Gaia Hippogriffs, Plume Pegasus, all those kind of things. So,
and we do see a Perilous Bridge come out for Marcus.
Yep. And a Gnome Hollows.
But Avatar of Air does not care about the Perilous Bridge, because it can just teleport over it or fly its units over it. Meanwhile, the Kettletop Leprechaun will not be able to move through the Perilous Bridge.
Yeah.
So I've had Perilous Bridge actually restrict my own movement a couple of times while playing mono air sorcerer.
Yeah.
So it's a tricky side. Like, you don't want to have to block your own units from advancing.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and I don't think Marcus is really going to be looking to take the aggression here to Joey, unless he finds some big kind of super swingy minion in the late game. I don't know. Maybe he's playing an Atlas Wanderer or something strange along those lines. Yeah, exactly. He's just going to be using the Leprechaun, as we saw there, to keep his life total up.
Jump block, draw sight, get more resources, so that he can start filling up the cemetery.
Exactly.
I would not be surprised to see a Magic Missiles or Lightning Bolt come out here.
Yep. Just cleanly answer that Pegasus. These Archimago decks, the brews that I've been seeing, floating around the Sorcery Discord, floating around Curiosa, they tend to be playing a ton of the 2 mana, 3 damage spells. We've got 3 of them now in Magic Missiles, Lightning Bolt, and Firebolts. And Marcus is probably just going to be playing a load of those and sniping all the minions off the table, recouping any life he might lose with the Divine Healing and the Ring, and then, putting together some late game plan with by recasting blanks or something along those lines.
Now, one thing that I noticed is the Skirmishers of Mu is all the way back on the Perilous Bridge.
Yeah. I think it's likely to protect it from a Lightning Bolt or something along those lines.
Well, Avatar of Air won't be able to push it over Marcus's Perilous Bridge, though.
True. Yeah, that's definitely a little bit of an awkward situation.
It doesn't have
there.
airborne, so it can't fly over on its own.
Yeah. Yeah, I in my defense, I've never played against, or not never, but I seldom play against Avatar of Air. So I don't know if it's correct or not for the Avatar of Air deck to be pushing their own avatar up on the first turn or on the very early into the game. Yeah, it seems like that would be normal for them to do, because then like we just see here with the Skirmishers of Mu, he could be pushing all of his minions onto Marcus's sites as soon as possible.
I think he saw that Ring of Morgan.
Yeah.
And he just immediately decided, I don't really want to get close to the Archimago.
For sure. Yeah, that definitely makes sense. Like, Marcus is more than likely to be packing, between 2 and 4 copies of Blink, given that, Archimago can exile them from the cemetery, recast them later for additional card advantage. So, yeah, Joey's probably just, avoiding that ring there.
So I am surprised to see this Watchtower played to the right.
Yeah.
Oh, he can't move through the Perilous Bridge. So I think he forgot about the Perilous Bridge blocking his movement.
Yeah.
So I think, I'd like to see this Watchtower played on the left side of the tower and then, fly over that direction.
Yeah.
He's going to have to try and protect his skirmishers here.
Yeah. All right, taking a little peek at his hand, it looks like he's rocking a Gyre Hippogriffs, a Phase Assassin, and then a Host Eagle, which is a card we don't see very much, but it is functionally a better copy of Plume Pegasus in every way in these mono air decks where Threshold isn't really a concern.
I think the Gyre Hippogriffs are going to come down here and attack the bridge, though.
Yeah.
They can cross over the Perilous Bridge, because the Perilous Bridge only prevents minions or units from entering that location from its top border on the ground.
Yeah. Although, it's definitely going to be hard, though, because if Joey commits only 1 minion onto Marcus's sites at a time, then he runs the risk of Archimago just being able to ping it down with Ring of Morrigan and get it off the field immediately, recouping all the life loss that it just inflicted on him. He is going to go for it, though. It is pretty unlikely that Marcus is going to be able to play out 3 spells here. It could be that Marcus is slow rolling a core or a Philosopher's Stone or something along those lines.
It is interesting that he's giving up his skirmishers, though, instead of pushing his skirmishers up.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to take 3 damage at all. I think he just has maybe PTSD from the
from the last game where he got burned out.
Yeah, from the other Archimago game.
All right, so, a second Thunderstorm. That is really annoying for Joey here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Marcus is really just shutting down the ground. It's really effective for
This
him.
is interesting, too. Like, Archimago playing with Thunderstorms instead of magic.
Yeah.
I don't think he's played a single magic spell.
He has not, despite that being the main line of text on his avatar. Yeah, I mean, I've always thought that in beta, the Thunderstorm was one of the generically reasonable sources of removal. If your deck is like super heavy on creatures or on minions, and you want to start and you want to be able to answer some aggression, Thunderstorm is a pretty easy way to do it. Especially if you open on a core and a tower or something along those lines. Thunderstorm coming down pretty early can lock down the sites that are played early. In the same way that we saw the Great Famine and the Black Plague? Yeah, the Black Plague that we saw in the first game today.
Yeah, it's very good, especially against Avatar of Air.
Yeah.
I know whenever I'm playing Enchantress against Avatar of Air, I love seeing Thunderstorm.
Yeah.
Now, Thunderstorm is a little bit difficult because Avatar of Air does kind of like push their minions around a lot.
Yeah.
But if you can reliably create this lane where the minions don't really have a lot of directions to go to, then Thunderstorm can just easily take out 2 or even 3 of the Avatar of Air's minions.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and I do think that, like, I want to comment a little bit on the inclusion of an aura in a deck that should be so focused on magic. It definitely looks like Marcus here is playing a deck that's more focused on, he's declining to run fire. Huh?
I think he's playing a deck that's focused purely on burn.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
He's playing a burn deck, and we can see with his sites, he's trying to get as much value from those sites as possible. He's got a Pebble Paths, a Perilous Bridge, and a Gnome Hollows, which all just make it really difficult for Joey to encroach in his territory. And but because he can't run air, that means he can't run Firebolt, which means he loses and Major Explosion too. A really solid late game play in these burn decks. So yeah, I think he's using Thunderstorm to compensate for the lack of damage, because it does a fine job.
So we do see a Phase Assassin down on 2, square 2 from Joey.
Yep.
But the Phase Assassin cannot enter the Gnome Hollows because the Gnome Hollows prevents any minion with power 3 or more from entering. So that was an interesting spot to put the Phase Assassin. I'm not sure if Joey noticed.
Oh God, I didn't even see this. We just saw an Orb of Balberith, one of the more interesting and techie plays for the Archimago deck. It lets it turn blinks and berries into 2-for-1s, just all on its own.
Yeah, he has a divine healing in hand too. So even if Joey was putting a lot of pressure on Marcus, which he is not, the divine healing would be able to gain 14 life with each cast.
Yeah, and and recasting it, this is going to be a really uphill battle for Joey this whole game. Now it's just up to Marcus to find a win condition and all this, value and impenetrability.
Yeah, with both Ring of Morrigan and divine healings.
No, that's fine.
I don't see it happening soon.
Yeah, especially with the way that he's set up his sites. His first site being Gnome Hollows is a little awkward because you kind of want Gnome Hollows to be on your front line, but he doesn't really mind playing it in the back line because of what we saw there with the Phase Assassin. It protects it from Voidwalk. It protects your site from Voidwalk minions entering on the side. So now Marcus is developing his sites to the left and getting set up that way.
I don't know if Joey is going to be able to remove this orb.
Yeah.
He has to top deck a disenchant. There are no ways to search for it other than browse. And I think at most Joey probably only plays with 1 or 2. So I don't think this orb is going anywhere anytime soon, which means Marcus is just going to take over this game very quickly by getting double cast on every single spell he plays, or the first spell he plays every turn.
Yeah.
We already saw an Arcane Barrage in his hand.
Yeah.
So Arcane Barrage getting doubled. This is going to be...
It's going to be a rough game.
A rough game for Joey.
Yeah. Yeah, and also, even if Joey does draw the Disenchant, he has the choice between the Ring of Morgan and the Orb of Balberith. I think in this case, it's unquestionably the Orb, given the potential for, Blink to be a draw 2 all of a sudden, Divine Healing to be a gain 14. I mean, Orb is definitely the stronger of the two, but I can't imagine Joey is super happy leaving a ring in play.
Spell?
And we could also see Joey try to move forward a bit to get close to the orb to get double cast for his own magic.
Yeah.
But I think that he's not really wanting to do that. He's just wanting to stay out of cardinal directional range of the Archimago.
Yeah, for sure.
But if that was the case, I would like to see this Free City played to the right.
Yeah. It is played to the right. You mean to his left, or?
No, to his right.
Oh, directly to the right of his avatar, yeah.
Yep. Oh, but we see now why he wanted to play it here. He wanted to get in with the Cloud City and the Devil's Egg as far away from the Archimago as he could.
Cloud Spirit there with the Devil's Egg. That's probably going to be Joey's best hope for winning in this game is, getting a Devil's Egg or getting some really disruptive artifact down on Marcus' side of the field. Better yet if he can get it on top of the orb so that if Marcus wants to dispel, he has to hit his own orb as well.
Yeah, I would have liked to see it go on top of the orb or on top of, just on top of the orb. I was going to say on top of the Archimago, but then the Archimago just move out of the way and not have to disenchant its own or dispel its own ring.
Yeah.
But definitely on top of the orb. That would have been awesome.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, because, with all the life gain that we know now that Marcus has access to with his Divine Healing copied by his orb plus the ring, Joey's going to need some artifact that's going to be putting pressure outside of his minions. His minions need to be the thing, Marcus is going to be able to answer them pretty easily. So Joey needs some artifact that's matching the value from Orb and matching the value from Ring, and Devil's Egg is a pretty good example of that. So
we do see a Ball Lightning in Marcus's hand as well. He can use that to take out the Cloud Spirit or the Phase Assassin. Unfortunately, they are not in orthogonal range of each other, so he won't be able to use the Ball Lightning to take out both of them at once.
Yeah, and there's the Devil's Egg. One life at the end of each turn is... excuse me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just realized the orb is out doubling every spell, so he doesn't have to have them in a certain location.
Oh yeah, he can.
They just double every single spell he casts gets doubled, so he can just take them both out, no problem.
Yeah, it looks like he's going for the Arcane Barrage here. I think he's deciding. I think it's just picking 3 for the number. But yeah, he gets to shoot 3 projectiles at the Phase Assassin, 3 projectiles at the Cloud Spirit, and kill the Cloud Spirit down. It is a little awkward because now the Devil's Egg is sitting on his site, so he has to find some way to get around that. And another thing, actually, that Marcus has to be really careful of here is like I know right now, especially with his orb, he's looking to get as much value out of those divine healings as possible. And that means he's going to want to try to gain as, you obviously can't go over 20 in this game. So he might be tempted to wait until he gets down to 6, 5 life before he plays that divine healing. So he's not wasting even a point of healing. But if he does that, he runs the risk of Joey playing something like a lightning bolt, an arcane barrage of his own, or a charge minion, and some combination of all that could get him quickly to 0. So he definitely has to be mindful in timing his his divine healings.
I'm a little surprised he chose to use Arcane Barrage here instead of the Ball Lightning.
Yeah.
Just because the Arcane Barrage scales so much.
It's a good finisher.
And the orb is actually, I don't know if Joey realizes this, but when the orb copies, the spell comes from the orb.
Yeah.
So the orb can shoot the Avatar of Air where the Avatar of is right now.
Yeah, that's very true, yeah. Yeah, so the one thing that, me personally, I've been brewing Archimago a lot, so one thing that I'm wondering about Marcus's deck is how many minions is he running? The obvious comparison you can draw between this, grindy control, life gain resource deck is Death Speaker from Beta. And in Death Speaker, you're already running a lot of the, Apprentice Wizard, Grandmaster Wizard, Lance Surveyor, the usual package of, Genesis minions that you get value off your avatar. But we saw Marcus with a Leprechaun instead of the Lance Surveyor, which I think is a little heads up thinking from him, because it means that the Leprechaun can move around next to Druids, as opposed to the Lance Surveyor where he can't defend against anything if the Druid's nearby. But I'm wondering if he's running any Apprentice Wizards or probably Grandmaster Wizards to supplement his card draw.
I wouldn't expect to see that, especially since he's already put in the Thunderstorms. Yeah. He has these other non-magic cards in his deck.
Yeah.
But I think this deck is looking really powerful right now. And I want to say that because, honestly, he didn't even have to worry about these minions attacking him with the Divine Healing in hand. He could have just focused on winning.
Yeah.
He probably just could have stepped over he could have played like Ball Lightning here.
Yeah.
To kill one of the Phase Assassin and shoot for 4.
There's a Ball Lightning.
Oh, sorry, he does have the Ball Lightning now. So now he's got double cast, and now he's going to go for the throat.
Yeah. The first Ball Lightning is going to shoot 8 at the Avatar, and then the second projectile is going to hit the Eagle, and then the last one's going to go back to the Avatar, dealing... That's Avatar of Water, I meant Avatar of Air. Dealing 5 to the Avatar of Air, and then on the second one, the same thing is going to happen, dealing another 5. So, yeah, Joey losing half his life from just a Ball Lightning here. Yeah, I really...
Okay. Devil's Egg. Spell.
It's projectile targetness. So he's sending a 4-damage ball. No, it all works. I can explain it.
So we were just answering a judge question off cam.
Yep. Yeah, and the thing to remember about Marcus, we were oh my God, that is an atrocious hand for Joey to be looking at. A White Heart, a super defensive minion to be playing in these control decks. A Grandmaster Wizard to give Marcus a refill in his hand, and then the Divine Healing to take him back up to full. Yeah, there we go. There's the White Heart.
Yeah, I've not been terribly impressed with the White Heart, to be honest.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree that it's not an outrageous card. It's just that if your opponent cannot answer it and they're trying to get in with their minions, it is a bit of a roadblock. Like the card itself is not broken. It's just that its ability is so splashy that if you don't answer it, you can be wasting points of damage here and there. That can be really relevant.
Well, yeah, the fact that you can attack Whiteheart to kill it, I think is what makes, because it's only 2 power.
Yeah.
So for something like Avatar of Air that's playing Hippogriffs and Cloud Spirits and other even burn effects like Lightning Bolt or even Rolling Boulder, I don't think it's necessarily a terrible threat here.
No.
Grandmaster Wizard refilling Marcus's hand is pretty good, though.
Yeah.
And
the Divine Healing, obviously, that we saw on the first
especially
one.
since Marcus only has 2 magic spells in his cemetery right now.
Yeah, he's definitely looking for a third here. I mean, that divine healing will suffice, but he really wants to keep that divine healing in his cemetery so he can recast it later. Same thing with the arcane barrage. He doesn't really want to be wasting too many spells with Archimago here. He'd rather exile a blink or banish a blink from his cemetery. Yeah, and yeah, back to what I was saying, way earlier about, he's using the Arcane Barrage a little early. Yeah, but he's still playing Archimago. He can still just recast the Barrage later, and, he can make use of that next turn if he wants to take Joey to 0.
Yeah, I think that Joey is probably feeling a little bit hopeless at the moment.
Yeah.
Seeing the Divine Healing, the Grandmaster Wizard, Marcus having both Arcane Barrage and the Ball Lightning in the cemetery.
Yeah.
We do see the Lookout is placed all the way over on 20, so Joey can just fly himself over there right now if he wanted to.
Yeah. Yeah, this Archimago deck actually looks kind of a lot like the build that I've been messing around with these last couple of days. I've been messing around with cutting fire, including fire, cutting air. Messing around with quantities and that kind of thing. So yeah, kind of like Chat was saying, there's likely going to be 1 or 2 Craterizes in this deck, because but you don't even need a combo to finish off the game in Archimago. Just recasting huge damage spells like Arcane Barrage with the aforementioned Craterize, that's enough to finish the game right there.
Yeah, I also cut fire from my Archimago deck recently too, just to make it more consistent.
Yeah.
Easier to cast the 3 air threshold spells.
Yeah, Divine Healing, Barrage, Browse. Yeah.
Browse, and even using Merlin's Tower.
Yeah, for sure.
So.
Yeah, Merlin's Tower. You're right. That card is pretty crazy, especially if you're already on Arcane Barrage as a finisher and a removal spell.
Very good.
Yep.
So we're likely to see Marcus try to close this gap on the left column.
Yep.
Play a side over to 10 and then to potentially to 15.
Yeah. Yeah, because, the Archimago deck doesn't really want to have to move its avatar around too much. So, he'd rather just, cover the map so that he has line of sight to everything. Oh, we see Joey throwing up his hands with the pillar. Yeah. Yeah, Marcus doesn't even have to play out the Divine Healing at this point. He's perfectly healthy as it is.
Joey is not happy.
No, not at all. This is truly a pretty fantastic draw for Marcus. This is more or less exactly what he's looking for in the game. An early Ring of Morgan to stave off some pesky attackers, 2 Thunderstorms to clean up Joey's opening hand, and then he's got the Ring, the Grandmaster, or sorry, not the Ring, the Orb, the Grandmaster Wizard as far as like ways to bridge the gap in card advantage to the late game. Yeah, this is exactly what Marcus wants to be seeing here.
And a Tithe now to draw 3 sites.
Yeah. Seeing Tithe makes it all the more likely to me that he's running Craterize because
you run Tithe even if you're not running Craterize.
For sure, but
it's magic and it gives you 3 sides.
Exactly.
It is so good.
Yeah. And especially if you're cutting fire and the really low element Archimago decks, you can definitely lean more on these like super powerful new unique triple threshold cards.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Pendragon's Legacy here just to add another magic to the cemetery while drawing a card.
Yeah.
Avatar of Air is really not looking great here.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie. I don't think that Avatar of Air's hand was that bad.
Yeah.
I don't think that Joey's hand was that bad. It's just that Marcus it's just too many options. Now, Marcus did have Thunderstorms.
Yeah.
2.
Yeah.
Both of those Thunderstorms did a whole lot of work.
They did, yeah. They made it. Yeah,
but those Thunderstorms could have been magic missiles.
They could have been.
And done just the same amount of work. With the Ball Lightnings, too, that's something I went up to 2 Ball Lightnings in my deck recently.
Yeah.
And it's been amazing. Ball Lightning is crazy good.
Yeah.
I remember Ball Lightning was going to come out in Alpha Beta, but they ended up pushing it to Arthurian Legends. So it's really cool to see Ball Lightning. I'm sure a lot of people who were part of the game in the early days were excited to see Ball Lightning make a comeback.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I must admit, I was initially skeptical of Ball Lightning's use as like a general card, just given that the more relevant aggressive minions are all going to be 3 power or 4 power, and to me that meant that Ball Lightning was unlikely to get a 2-for-1. But I think it was really just that in my head I was comparing it to Earthquake too much, which is just a gold star example of a 5-mana using a removal spell. There's really no competing with Earthquake.
And you can also set up your sights in such a way that kind of funnels your opponent's minions so that Ball Lightning can get that 2-for-1.
Exactly.
And I imagine it's really good with fire, too, with deserts. Being able to ping, then Ball Lightning.
Yeah. Yeah, burn
deal
math.
4, and then deal, another, like 3 instead of 2.
Yeah.
To take out a 3-power minion.
Yeah, actually.
It's a cool spell.
Yeah,
it's going to be a mainstay. It's going to be everywhere.
Agreed, yeah. Yeah, answering Nunciative in chat, you said, interesting that we haven't seen things like guards or border militia as stall spells for an Earth Archimago. Yeah, I think that's definitely possible, but like if he were to play a bunch of foot soldiers in this case, it would be blocking his projectiles, which is kind of a huge part of Archimago's game plan. Archimago wants to be playing the arcane barrages, the ball lightnings, the magic missiles to get rid of his opponent's minions from far away, and then eventually to deal damage to them. And he also doesn't really want to have to worry about playing sites to cover his avatar. He wants to prioritize making the most out of those utility sites, making the most out of the Perilous Bridge, the Gnome Hollows, the Pebble Pass, and making sure that the position that they're getting played in is optimal for his current board state, and not having to worry about making sure that he has 6 sites around him so that guards make sense, or making sure his territory borders his opponents such that border militia makes a ton of foot soldiers. Oh, God.
All right, so Mark is counting up his mana here, trying to figure out the shortest path to victory. I think Marcus is just feeling so good right now. I mean, he's sitting at 20 life.
Yeah, against an aggressive deck, and they have an empty board, and I'm at 20 life, and I have a full hand and a fat cemetery for my Archimago. You really can't be feeling much better than Marcus is right now.
And there we see a blink too.
Yep.
I don't think he needs it. He has the Grandmaster Wizard.
Yeah.
But
I think
it does fill up the cemetery.
Yeah, exactly. That's what the common sense was for. Just make sure that he can save his really high priority spells in Arcane Barrage and Divine Healing in a cemetery, and fill his graveyard or fill his cemetery with common sense and blinks.
He's picking up the Devil's Egg and blink. Is he gonna blink and then move Devil's Egg back onto Joey's sides?
Yeah, there you go.
He doesn't need any of this, but he's gonna do it anyway.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he gets 2 blinks.
Oh no, No, that should have been common sense that was copied. So, or no, it was. He played Divine Healing this turn. I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah.
It's just been a long turn.
He's
so
setting.
I'm myself turned around,
he's setting it up.
Yeah,
setting up for the next turn, maybe.
Yeah, Tooth Fairy should also probably be dead by now due to the ring. I don't know if he's missing triggers or if I'm confused here or something. But
there's the blink.
Yep.
Interesting.
The remaining 8 players for the top 64.
Yeah, I think there's the ring trigger.
By the round table banner.
The last 3.
We are going to get your next draft started and get all that good stuff going.
There's the White Heart. Okay. Yeah, the White Heart here protected from. Although genuinely, I don't think it matters a whole lot anymore.
Yes.
Marcus is pretty on his way to being unkillable. The White Heart is just locking that down.
Yeah, I'm surprised the White Heart is going on the Pebbled Pass.
Yeah.
Because it can't attack the free city without dying.
Yeah.
And on the Pebbled Pass, it can be attacked by a charged minion.
But it can't because the Pebble Pass.
You're correct.
Yeah, I think that's probably why he's doing
Pebbled
it
Pass takes away charge from any minions nearby.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think the only reason he's playing it there is he just wants, absolute protection for the majority of his sites. Like, he's got a Headless Haunt that he's, maybe somewhat worried about, and he wants to protect the Gnome Hollows that he put, stretching out to reach that avatar area there, so.
Yeah, a lot of good protection here.
Yeah.
Not only the White Heart, but also the Perilous Bridge, preventing the Headless Haunt from attacking this turn.
Yeah.
The worst place that haunt could go.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I really appreciate Marcus, spreading out his cemetery in that way, giving us full knowledge of the spells.
It is, but also I can't even.
It's also helpful for. It's also good sportsmanship to his opponent, making sure his opponent understands what he's got working with at all times, without having to ask.
Joey has got to get something going here.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, his Headless Hunt didn't even get in the line of sight of the Avatar or the White Heart, so he can't even use the boulder on the Hunt. He can use the boulder on his Avatar, though, to take out the White Heart, but there's no teleportation for the Headless Hunt to then attack in.
Yeah, the Perilous Bridge is making that not possible.
It's probably not worth using the boulder right now to take out the White Heart with no immediate gain.
Yeah. Yeah, especially because Marcus still has a Grandmaster Wizard, so he'll be more than happy to just, take a quick step over, pick up that boulder, and save it for the finishing blow, so he doesn't even have to have cards in the cemetery to finish off Joey there.
We do see a Cloud Spirit in Joey's hand. He'll most likely play that here to try and get in some extra damage.
Yeah, to Nate Smith from chat saying, "I'm not sure what Avatar of Air can do to come back at this point." Yeah, I don't know either. To be honest, he's definitely in the rock and in the hard place at the same time. I think he's just scrambling.
Get out of the way. Your turn.
So he passes back to Marcus. Marcus draws a spell. Is drained 1 life from the Devil's Egg that is still sitting on the bedrock.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what's
opening hands killer.
Yeah, the ring has been mitigating the damage so far, so he's not super worried. Getting rid of that 2 fairies.
But I do like Joey moving over to the Perilous Bridge. He moved over out of line of sight from the Grandmaster Wizard and the Archimago.
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons why I was a little confused about the blink. I mean, he could have left Archimago over towards the center.
Yeah.
And then just blink the Grandmaster Wizard so that the Wizard could be closer and also take the Devil's Egg forward, either on the Free City or potentially on the Lookout.
Yeah. I mean, to remember, Grandmaster Wizard is also a spellcaster, so that would give him a spellcaster in 3 lanes for his projectile spells, which would be pretty rough. Actually, I don't know if Headless Haunt could go through the Perilous Bridge there, because can't minions not traverse the site on the top?
Yeah,
it
minions
shouldn't
can't
matter
traverse.
a whole lot, but it is technically illegal. A little bit of an odd situation for this here because most of the time you're not retreating back from the from the front line through the Perilous Bridge.
And the Haunt is going to teleport at the start of Joey's turn, so I don't think it matters positionally in this state of the game.
Yeah.
So Marcus is looking through his cemetery right now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Border Militia. Look at that. Enunciative, you called it.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Thank you. Now we do see the Border Militia come out to bring out some 1-power soldier tokens. I think
boosted by the orb.
I think that you had a good point that they do block projectiles from getting through. I would agree with that, but they also can deal damage themselves. They can deal damage and attack Joey, and Joey has to be able to deal with these minions. Now, in this situation, the White Heart is kind of awkward.
Yeah.
He can move the White Heart back so that the soldier tokens can attack. So it's not in the way necessarily.
Yeah, he just has to stay conscious of it.
But yeah, it is one thing that happens a lot with White Heart, where you feel like you're protecting your sites and your minions, and then sometimes you end up protecting your opponent's sites and your opponent's minions.
Yeah, inadvertently. Yeah, that's something that I like about sorcery design as a whole, is all these effects tend to be symmetrical. I mean, we see with the Perilous Bridge, we see with the White Heart. You have to be really mindful of your own spells. It's not just one-sided stuff all around.
Right.
Marcus playing an offensive Root Spider. Yeah, above the ground Root Spider ready to head into combat. He's definitely looking to finish the game off as soon as he can.
Now, was that Marcus's first spell that turn, the Border Militia?
He may have played I think he played a Common Sense from his cemetery.
Okay.
Yeah, I see that
makes
banished.
sense.
Which means I don't know what he got with the second Common Sense. He may have just declined to or not cared.
And it looks like he banished his blink. He kept divine healing, arcane barrage, and
it looks like ball lightning. There's
ball
Look
lightning.
at that. Fancy him for moving it for us.
So Common Sense, banishing spells from your cemetery to get Border Militia, when you have Arcane Barrage and Ball Lightning, it seems like I would say that it almost feels not as efficient. Like you're kind of like stalling the game out longer.
This is stupid.
Yeah, longer
when
than you have to.
Joey's at 10
I
live.
don't have much choices. I'm going to grapple shot the headless hunt into the white heart.
Okay.
Oh, now we see the grapple shot.
The projectile would hit him. So I guess you.
You're right.
Oh, but there is a soldier token there, so grapple shot cannot. It cannot get past the soldier token. So the headless hunt can move over
that's fine.
to the location with the white heart.
Yeah.
And then cast grapple shot.
Yeah.
It can also just attack the white heart. Hopefully Joey realizes that the white heart only prevents attacks on other nearby units.
Yeah.
And sites, not itself.
It would be quite a different card, I think, power-wise, if it prevented attacks on itself as well.
I'm going to move the Cloud Spirit here, then grapple shot it into the white heart.
Huh? Okay, so yeah, we saw the Cloud Spirit now move in.
Then I shall...
And grapple shot the white heart, freeing up the headless hunt now to attack soldier tokens, root spider, sites.
Oh yeah, okay. Another lookout showing a Cast to Exile, or Cast to Exile, excuse me, the backside of it in foil. A Cave-In and a Ratenous Titan for Marcus there. Yeah, what do you think about Ratenous Titan in this deck? I think it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, he's playing a lot of different things here.
For sure.
He is using his Archimago, but definitely in a deck that's playing with all of these minions in this way, I would not be quick to banish magic from my cemetery unless it was very much worth it.
Yeah.
I think, like I said, the common sense for Border Militia, so 5 mana for 4 1-powered minions, and then getting rid of 3 spells in my cemetery. I think it was a bit, of overuse of resources, but I don't think it matters a whole lot for Marcus at the moment. He's still very much ahead.
Yeah, the longer this goes
has plenty of life gain. Still has the Ring of Morrigan. Still has the Orb out, doubling spells.
For sure. Yeah,
but I do feel like he could have won the game already.
Yeah, he probably. Yeah, no, it can be argued that he's stalling the game a little longer than he needs to.
Can't he just take him to Death's Door this turn?
Yeah.
With the Arcane Barrage?
Yeah. Yeah, move Archimago over onto top of the Orb of Balbrith, and then, play an Arcane Barrage for X is 9, copy it with the Orb, have the Ring trigger kill the Foot Soldier, and then only 2 of the total 17 shots, or 18 shots, get blocked by the, Yeah, he doesn't even need to play it for 9 at that point, he can play it for like 6. Still take Joey to 0.
I think it's easy to forget, like, when you have all of these resources at your disposal, all of these options, it's easy to just kind of overlook the easy path to victory.
Yeah, whereas, like, especially if you're playing an aggressive deck, you're more likely to be searching for the Death's Door. How can I get the Death's Door? How can I get the Death's Door? But in control decks, you can kind of get tunnel visioned on how do I not die? How do I not die? And then you forget how to actually end the game in your favor.
Yeah, now we see him. He cast the Cast into Exile twice off of the Orb.
Yeah. Copying, you're shuffling back both of Joy's minions, and then he's playing a Border Militia from his cemetery.
Yeah. Yeah, he does have 9 mana here, so he could have just moved over, cast Arcane Barrage.
That was 3.
That's a little odd. I don't know why he's moving Archimago up. Because now if the Orb tries to cast a Ball Lightning or an Arcane Barrage, or at least Marcus tries to copy it, then it'll hit his Archimago if he's trying to go for that particular line of fire.
So Joey's at 9 life now after the attack from the Soldier token.
Yeah.
Marcus still at 18.
Yep. Yeah, Marcus is probably just trying to move his Archimago in a position where Ring of Morrigan can finish the job, and he won't have to shoot a projectile. But
All right, Sorcerers.
Yeah, we'll see.
More door prizes to hand out. If your name is, I'm sorry, I'm going to butcher some of these.
Yeah, the Archimago list is looking good, though. I think there are a lot of different directions that you can go with Archimago. You can play with fire. You can do fire air. I'd be interested in seeing some sort of water variation.
Yeah, for sure.
You know,
recast
recasting,
riptides.
yeah, riptides, different things like that.
Yeah, I mean, in kind of an imitation of the Druid deck that we saw, I could definitely see some deck, you know, playing a bunch of an Archimago deck where you throw your opponent in and out of a troll bridge, trying to get them to discard cards or take damage. Or
Yeah, that sounds like fun.
lines. Yeah.
Yeah, Pre-Cities, Troll Bridge, all that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of movement in water.
Yeah.
Geysers. Geysers
Oh,
can draw.
I forgot about
turn into
Geysers,
water.
the old forgotten exceptional from
Yeah, it might be
Beta.
fun.
Yeah.
You still have Ice Lance.
Yep. Nerfed, but not forgotten.
Yep.
What do you say? You say come find me.
Oh, okay.
But you don't get to play with Divine Healing or Tithe.
Yeah,
you could play with Earth Water and try that, but then, I mean, why give up Blinks and Arcane Barrage and Ball Lightning?
Yeah, there is definitely a lot pulling Archimago into the two colors that Marcus is playing right now.
Being able to Common Sense for Dispel, Disenchant.
Yeah, and then recast it to find more Silver Bullet abilities. And yeah, and like we saw Marcus earlier, Common Sense finding Blink lets you just, you know, they both replace themselves, but you put two magics in the cemetery, letting you more easily recast stuff. So there's just like so many clean lines as long as you have Earth and Air in your deck.
In water, you get Babbling Brook and Troll Bridge.
Yep.
For protection. So, pretty fun. I think, yeah, more of a fun, you know, side experiment, trying out water.
For sure. Still something that's worth trying, though, especially in this new and open meta. You never know if, due to a meta switch.
What about like a Plague of Frogs?
Oh, I want 14 frogs.
Yeah, 14 frogs. Ruler of Thule.
Oh, man, that'd be awesome. Man, now you have me wanting to build that in my free time. That's awesome. Okay, we got a Palaberry Bats and a Maddening Bells. We're just going to tax every spell Marcus plays so long as he does not move his Archimago down a spot.
Oh my goodness! Actually, I keep thinking about water. I'm sorry. Font of Life.
Font of Life.
Being able to recur life gain.
Divine
so
healing.
yeah, you don't have to have divine healing if you're playing with heavy water.
Maybe you're onto something.
That sounds like fun.
Maybe even go mono
Wrath
water.
of the Sea.
Ooh. Oh yeah, that would bury your orb, or that would submerge your orb though. That'd be sad.
Well, I mean, you don't have to play.
No,
you don't have to have orb out.
for
You know, you're
sure.
just recasting these things.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, and also it's kind of funny with Wrath of the Sea because it would mean that you'd expand your body of water twice, meaning you'd likely cover the entire realm.
That's the end of the game. Marcus does take round number 5.
Very nice.
And yeah, I think that was that was a strong showing for Archimago, not a strong showing for Avatar of Air.
Yeah. I think Avatar of Air just it's not even necessarily like they tripped up in the early game. Archimago just came out the gate running. He just had a very strong start.
Yeah.
They had early thunderstorms in the Inundit. They had the sites that they wanted when they wanted them, the positioning that they wanted, and then they drew the cards, you know, well to transition them from the middle game to the late game. It was just a very good Archimago game for sure.
Yeah, one of the things that Avatar of Air really wants to see in that matchup and in its matchups against something like Enchantress or any other control deck is Maddening Bells. But now that we're playing with 50 spells, Maddening Bells is much less likely to come out in the game. Yeah, it's much less likely to show up.
Yeah. The package of like disruptive artifacts in the form of like Devil's Egg, Maddening Bells, and I know some people play with what is the Land Deed. You know, that whole like, you know, little pile of disruptive artifacts is just a lot lesser. So the Avatar of Air has a much less consistent disruptive game plan.
It does.
And they have to focus a little more on a broader aggressive game plan like we've been seeing out of the Fire decks recently.
Yeah, I think we're going to see aggro, at least the air aggro, move away from Avatar of Air and towards Sorcerer.
For sure.
Sorcerer being able to refill his hand so easily is just really powerful. You could see in this game, Avatar of Air just kind of ran out of gas.
Yeah.
Wasn't able to keep up with the healing from the Ring of Morrigan.
Yep.
The healing from Divine Healing. Like, he only had to cast Divine Healing once.
Yeah.
But, actually, technically, it was
True.
cast
Technically,
twice.
2 of them resolved.
Yeah, and he also had the Pillar of Zyros, too. It's just so much healing.
Yeah, for
so
sure.
we are going to move on to round number 6 a little bit later. First, we have a treat for you, and this would be an interview between Vinny Bellarona.
Ballerina. Yeah,
Ballerina.
Yeah, she'll be interviewing
Elvira.
Exactly, Elvira Shakarova. Yeah, pretty cool.
We'll see you soon.
I'm Vinny Ballerina, and I am here dressed as the Wind Sylph, drawn by the artist
Elvira Shakirova. That's me.
Hi. So, I decided to choose one of your characters to dress up as because I just absolutely love your art. It's gorgeous. It's beautiful. It really spoke to me.
All right. Time for some more door prizes. Once again, I'm going to read off some names.
What would you say is maybe your favorite card that you've drawn so far?
Oh, my favorite would be the Dream Quest. I love all the like tiny little details and like adding up a little more, even more details, like for people to find out more stuff as they watch the art. And yeah, maybe this one. Yeah, and I really loved painting myself too. This was inspired by like old
Matthew Curl,
Russian landscape painters, and also the Turner's painting too, like landscapes with the moon like behind the wind sylph. So yeah, I'm so stoked to see the cosplay. It's amazing.
You can make your way up here. You'll get a chance to roll.
Thank you so much. Oh my God, thank you. Another question I wanted to ask is, how did you get into sorcery? Do you play the game yourself, or do you just enjoy fantasy art?
Actually, Eric found me through the Magic Altering community, and then offered me to work for him. So this is like my first card game I painted for, and I do know the rules. I play a little bit, but I'm very bad at it, and like strategy is not my forte at all.
No, yeah, the creativity of it's so fun, but like knowing all the rules, it's like...
Yeah, and people building decks, it's mind-blowing for me, because you need to know all the cards, how they work with each other, how they like best like... It's way too much for me.
So do they give you cards to draw and then you draw them the way you see, or do you create something and then they name a card after it?
The way Eric gives me an assignments, right? He most of the time he does like one-liner assignments, like or even like paint some dryads or like paint some sirens, and it's like, okay, I guess. And sometimes he can be a bit more specific, and yeah, I think his direction is really works really well, because he can put in one sentence everything he needs to be on the card, and the rest is up to me. So yeah, that's really freeing and adds a lot of more responsibility. I like to produce the good art for him. Yeah,
I love that. That's amazing. Last question is, if you could create a new character or landscape for a card, do you have any idea what that would be?
Oh, a new character for...
Yeah, for the game, or just a new character in general, like if you could make your own game or something.
Oh, wow. I wish I could paint Morgan Le Fay, because she's like one of my favorite like witches, enchantresses for Arthurian Legends, and I will paint one for a calendar or like separate personal project maybe later this year. So yeah, I wish I could like paint one for like the Gilded Knights too.
Well, I'm excited to see the one that you do.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think
we've done it.
that's all, I guess. Thank you so much for talking to me. I really appreciate it. I love your art. It's been an honor to dress up.
Do you play yourself?
I'm just starting to. I just really liked the art and stuff, and I like to do makeup and cosplay, so
that's cool.
I wanted to start experiencing it a little more.
That's great.
Welcome back, sorcerers.
Hello, hello.
There's been a alter in the reality. You have now Sun God the Sorcerer, accompanied by
Windsylph, the Windsylph.
yes,
The blue
yes,
person.
Windsylph, aka Vinnie Ballerina, cosplay extraordinaire, and we are going into constructed round 6, and I am excited. Just so you guys know, I am a self-proclaimed awesome player, knowledgeable player. You know, we'll see. You can call me out on that. But Vinnie Ballerina is helping you guys understand all these little nuances. She's new to the game. She's played some
Very
games,
new.
but she's gonna be you guys' question person. You know, so we're gonna help you guys follow everything that's going on here. And to start off, we have the Archimago player playing a lighthouse. And you know, personally, like, I love playing a lighthouse and then having a 2-drop to play. But unfortunately, it looks like he doesn't have one, but it's still a great wind site. It's an ordinary wind site. Sorcerer is playing a tri-land. I think it's it's hard to see at this vantage point, but it's definitely got fire in it. And he says he passes go. Archimago player is tapping to play is that a pebbled path? I think it is. That foiling is real nice, but it makes it hard to read, I tell you that much. But either way, that is a great earth site to play. And he's going, oh boy. Looks like he just played a common sense. Let's see what he's going to search for. Naveed is the Archimago player. John is the avatar of John is the sorcerer player. By the way, that Frank Frazetta playmat is super nice. I'm sure you guys have been enjoying that this whole time. Those are not easy to come by. Okay, so another card has been played, and I always forget the name of this site, but I know exactly what it does. This is something that blocks projectiles coming at the avatar. Really good site to play. Vinny, I got a question for you. Which art do you think is the best looking so far on the game board?
I mean, honestly, I'm loving the foil. Very gorgeous, very pretty.
Shiny, shiny.
Shiny. We love shiny things over here.
Okay. Oh.
Ooh.
And
what
an
is that
Angel's
card?
Egg.
Ooh,
being
Angel's
played.
Egg.
Not only is that shiny, that is a fantastic turn 3 play. So he's clearly trying to keep his life total in check. He's prepared for the oncoming onslaught from this sorcerer on the other side. Let's see what the sorcerer is going to play. Okay, a Valley of the Light. Let's see what he chose. Not too easy to see, but I'm going to say he might have chosen fire. Let's see. Looking at his threshold, he has 1, 2, 2. You might have to get a check on that. I'm not sure if that is correct, but what I do know is that he just played a Entangling Terrain. Oh, no, excuse me. He played a Slumbering Giantess with a token on it. That is a great turn 3 play. Ooh, but a Quagmire just got played. So Quagmire actually not disables, but immobilizes everything nearby. So that Slumbering Giantess, if she gets woken up, it is not going to matter too much. And then he's also using the common sense that he pulled last time.
What does the common sense do?
You know, that is a fantastic question, and only in sorcery can we ask, what does common sense do? It's actually very detailed. It is not that common, actually. It takes a lot of skill to play common sense really well. Common sense allows you to pull any ordinary card. That's the common slot in this card game. It allows you to pull any ordinary card from your deck to your hand. And actually, yeah, in this game, a lot of the ordinary cards are some of the best cards. You have the most of them in your deck, and they do really good things. A lot of removal is in the ordinary slot. Great question, Vinny. And So now it's on Sean's turn, and he just played a desert to wake up his slumbering giantess. A great move, but he can't attack yet because of that quagmire. Buddy. Yeah. That giantess is stuck in the mud.
Genesis.
Ooh, but then a Brother Knight gets played off of a Philosopher's Stone. Vinny, I'm not sure if you remember Philosopher's
I'll be done
Stone.
after that. I'm just going to shuffle.
You remember when we talked about that yesterday at the
If you wanna
con?
keep going, that's fine. I have 3 spells in hand.
Ooh. I only recognize it from Harry Potter, unfortunately.
I like it. I like it. Well, that's the thing. It does have a special connotation. It's one of the most sought after cards in the game.
Sure.
And it gives you extra. Let's say it gives you extra mana, quote unquote. It really reduces the mana for each color that you play. So you play all 4 colors. You could play 4 different spells for 1 less mana each. It's very powerful. The more colors you play, you tend to be able to utilize it even more.
Interesting.
But yeah, but that did not last long because an earthquake got played by the Archimago, and that basically does what an earthquake does. It sinks basically all of the minions and artifacts that are in its range. So the Philosopher's Stone got sunken to the bottom of that middle site. And actually what happened is he rearranged the sites as well. And yeah, super powerful card. Really good play by the Archimago. And the crazy thing is, with his deck, he can play that card again with his ability by removing 3 spells from his cemetery. It's going to be interesting to see how the Sorcerer comes back from that.
Cap, yeah. It's all nearby sites. Yeah.
He is not going down easy.
Okay.
He's just played a charge minion. The red cap Prowies.
I thought those were gnomes.
Yeah, but the beautiful thing about what the Archimago did, everybody thinks they're gnomes at first. You are so right.
Fair enough.
But they are fairies. The great thing that the Archimago player did was playing that pebbled path in that center space on his side, because that stopped the other person's minion from having charge. And now he gets to deal with it without taking any damage. I would say it's definitely the case that the Archimago player is controlling the game at this point. Let's do a quick art check. Vinny, do you have any other thoughts on what your favorite art is here? I mean, that Angel's Egg is shining.
I mean, yeah, the Angel's Egg is spectacular.
Yeah. I'm not even huge on like collecting foils, but you know what? When
I
see
would
a nice
for that
foil,
one.
Guys, we have a new foil collector here. I think Vinny wants to collect Angel's Eggs.
On top.
On top, yeah.
Well, all I have to say, Vinny, is wait till you see Devil's Eggs.
Is it even crazier?
It's definitely even crazier. Ooh, but a Root Spider has been played, and it looks like on top of Rift Valley. That's interesting. Looks like the Sorcerer player is just saying, you know what, I got to get some damage in because, you know, he's going to just start overpowering me. I'm not getting any pressure from my minions. They're getting killed before I can attack. Those red cap Prowies.
Said one of the powers die at the end of the turn because they didn't attack.
Yep, that's true. That's true. And you know, I'm not sure how the Prowies actually got taken out there. But if they didn't get taken out by the Archimago, yeah, they would have died at the end of the turn. So yeah, that's something that that's definitely the case. I'm hoping that it was played the right way, but it might be something that might have been a misplay. The thing about this game is there are so many interactions, misplays can definitely happen. It's up to both players in tournaments to maintain the board state so that misplays don't happen.
You have 1 card in there?
1 spell, yeah.
Archimago's casting a blink.
I'll flash it for the camera. So, yeah.
Or no, excuse me. He might be playing Common Sense for the blink. He just shuffled his spell book.
Yeah. What did you exile?
Common Sense, Lightning Bolt, and
So one of the commenters says he used Lightning Bolt to kill it. Well, I gotta say that was a misplay. It looks like that was not caught by both players there. Again, this game is super complicated when it comes to the terms and interactions. It's fun, and complicated might be the wrong word. It's just very detailed, and it does take effort to keep up with everything.
Very,
sometimes.
very detailed.
Yeah. But that's what we love about it. When you get all of these detailed, beautiful art cards together with all these great mechanics, I mean, that's how you create the best story and the best experience. So, you know, we don't shy away from
I'll play a cave troll
from complicated if it's fun, do we?
Pick up the Philosopher's
We do
Stone.
not.
Yeah.
It's a wonderful thing. All right, looks like he put in a burrowing minion to try and save his Philosopher's Stone. I'm digging it. But I do fear that Naveed, the Archimago player, is just starting to pull away with the game while Sean is trying to pick up the pieces here. I don't know if he'll be able to recover fast.
You saw what he was about to do to me, and you didn't.
But I'm not sure.
Come on, buddy. Thought we were friends, man. So,
Cycle blink for a sight.
Yep. Yeah, go for it.
I'm actually hearing some friendly banter. Looks like that is that's happening because of all the interesting stuff going on here. That's the great thing about this game. Even when you're losing, you get to enjoy a very great game.
Blinked, tap for a sight.
I think that's my favorite part about this.
Exactly. I think that's what a lot of card games have lost. But Sorcery has it front and center. It is about the vibes, first and foremost. Playing with good folks.
Heck yeah.
Wow, wow, wow.
I'll move the cave trolls up.
This is about the time when
Philosopher's Stone.
players slow down a little bit because there's a lot going on. He moves up with the cave trolls to bring his Philosopher's Stone back to his hand.
Tap for a spell.
And now he is tapping to draw sight.
I just want to straighten those cards a little bit.
I think we're all a little OCD in this community, and it feels good to keep your cards straight.
Genesis.
Yep.
Morgana will cast a Onyx Core. Okay, Sorcerer. I still have 3. I'm gonna cast a Violamp. Doesn't matter.
My goodness. Well, you see a Violamp being played, being summoned from the underworld, but he has nothing to shoot a fireball at.
Sure.
Vinny, do you remember the Violamp card?
Yes, I do.
I think you were trying to cosplay as Violamp at one point.
One in Morgana's hand.
Yeah, red paint wasn't my thing this weekend. Decided to go for blue.
There you go. Well, if you dress up as the Violamp, I think everybody would agree you would not be nearly as vile.
Maybe. You never know.
But yeah,
you don't know what I'm capable
sorcerer,
of.
I just don't know if he's casting his spells to the ability that he really wants to do so. It's kind of like watching a watching a fantasy movie and watching like Lord of the Rings, and man, the sorcerer's just whiffing right now. I don't
the
know.
Violamp is gone.
But this still feels super epic. The original sorcerer facing off against the new avatar, the Archimago, with all his new abilities. Who will triumph? And it seems the other interesting thing here, unless maybe the markers are a little different, or the markers haven't been updated, is the no one's lost any life yet. But the cave troll is looking to bash in for 3. I think the cave troll is the sorcerer's best friend. He saved his #1 artifact, the Philosopher's Stone, and now he's trying to attack in. But it looks like that was taken back. So the cave troll has to get put on a leash for a little bit.
Yeah, it has to do with that last or whatever, I'm assuming. weird, but yeah, it is what it is.
Well, we see. What is this? Oh goodness. Ooh, this story has hit a twist. So, you know, all of these sirs and knights sometimes get a little confusing for folks. So I'm gonna explain it like this. He just played the knight that can cut projectiles out of thin air.
Oh, wow.
Sir Morian. Sir Morian comes with his own entourage, and you cannot shoot projectiles his way because he will just cut those out of thin air and they will do nothing. He comes
Good
from.
for him.
Good for him. I think a lot of minions wish that they could have that ability. But yeah, his card says enemy projectiles cannot enter here.
What do the foot soldiers do?
That's a great question. So the foot soldiers are, well, they're the foot soldiers of the world. They're either militia, they are bodyguards for different units. In this case, these foot soldiers are Sir Morian's bodyguards. But Sir Morian got on a war horse. That's another card that was played, and it has charge. So it can immediately move as soon as it gets played. So Sir Morian not only got to get summoned, but he also got to move up one. And so Sir Morian is coming to save the day. These are one of those cards that can really change the state of a game. It's really, really fascinating.
Ooh, someone in the chat said he's like a baseball player. Designated hitter.
Designated hitter.
Nice.
I like that. Man, yeah, he's one of the all-stars. Let's put it like that. He doesn't strike out. He doesn't even strike. You can't. He's always hitting the baseballs. Ooh, but see, this is the thing. Even though Sir Morian is on his trusty warhorse, you know what, Vinny? I'd like you to name the warhorse. What is this warhorse's name? That's charged into battle with this baseball player on top of him.
Is this a specific card or no?
So yes, the warhorse is a specific card. It's a charge minion.
His real name. His real name.
Yes. What is his real name?
Ooh.
And that's what he looks like right there. Quite the prestigious animal.
He's so fancy looking.
Right.
I was gonna say something silly, so now I kind of feel bad. I was gonna say like Mr. Horse. No, that was bad. That's so bad. Please
that warhorse, I think, is looking at you kind of angry right now.
Yeah.
Ooh,
he's gonna go to war.
Grandmaster Wizard was played by Archimago, and then, now this Violent from the Sorcerer. This is a Violent that's really coming for the gusto. This Violent got summoned and shot that Grandmaster Wizard out of the,
down to 10.
Out of the land, just put it like that. And all of a sudden, it is 20 life Sean, the Sorcerer, 10 life Naveed, the Archimago. It's so interesting how things can change at the drop of a dime in this game.
Now I'm still thinking of the warhorse name. I feel like it should be named like Mars or something,
Ooh. Hey, go ahead and put some ones in the chat if you like Mars as the warhorse's name. I like it.
No, that sounds like marsupial.
And now Sean's played Shield Maidens. How do you like Shield Maidens, Vinny? Did you see that?
They seem cool.
Yeah.
I let them protect me.
I let them protect me too. They're really.
That's what they're there for.
Exactly. They have a really powerful defense, and they're beautiful to boot. Oh, this is like peak Game of Thrones action right now. Like. So now Archimago has, just dropped a nuke down on the realm. Craterize deals 10 damage anywhere you want in the realm. I believe it has to be played, where there's a site. I'm almost certain.
And that is intense.
Exactly. It destroys the site. There's just a rubble left over on that site square by Sean, on Sean's side. And it also does splash damage to almost everything in the realm. It leaves some things out, so you can play it strategically. But it is a fantastic board wipe and damage spell. Wow. So we once thought that the Sorcerer was taking control of this game, but Archimago just kept giving us some more surprises. I think that the Archimago is really hard to come back from if you're playing against him. If they have a really stacked cemetery, there's just so much redundancy. But it is beautiful to look at. I'm rooting for both of these guys. Okay, the Sorcerer has conjured a monstrous lion. What do you think about that card, Vinny? How does that card look to you?
Which one?
The monstrous lion card.
He looks a little angry, I'm not gonna lie.
He looks like a mean-looking lion.
He looks a little angry. Ooh.
He might be smiling.
He is.
I don't know.
No, I mean,
Maybe so.
You know, if he's into the chains and stuff, I don't know. I don't know if I can say that here.
I just got word that there's leather gloves possibly on the lion's claws. Vinny, you might not be too wrong about that.
No, he got the leather, he got the chains. I don't know. He had a collar, I think. No.
Oh man, he's got something wrapped up on his arms. He's got some.
I don't know if he's smiling.
I guess it's leather armor, but
you know,
he might be having some fun with that armor too. I'm not sure.
God.
With the lionesses, I'm not sure.
Jeez.
Hey.
Or the other lions.
Or that's what I mean. Or the other. That's right. Or the other lions. That is true. That is true.
Anyway.
We need to get word from the lion on this. I think we, the lion needs to have his say here. His
Very
say.
true.
I guess that's he has a mane, so that is that.
He's his own owner.
Yeah, but he's his own. We need to hear from the lion. Somebody patched into the lion. But it looks like that lion was short-lived because he is off the board and the Archimago is pressing onward. He just played a windmill, expanding his domain. What will he do next? He is casting I believe a magic missiles from his cemetery.
Ooh, the Sisters of Avalon. I almost dressed up as them.
And now he's playing a Sisters of Avalon from his hand. I think the magic missiles is actually, well, let's see. Well, Sisters of Avalon makes you discard. It's a fantastic card in Archimago because discarding is not a big deal for you because you can always play it from your cemetery.
I just love seeing the foil reflect.
It's beautiful, isn't it? Ooh.
Some
Colicky
dragonets
has been summoned.
Let's go.
Vinny, I think you, last time I played a game with you, you did a pretty gnarly play against me with Colicky Dragonets, didn't you? I don't remember what the minion was that you killed, but you basically got free value. I think you did Firebolts and then Colicky Dragonet. And there's the handshake. There is the handshake. Well,
Death Door,
guys,
we're there. We're there.
This was a fantastic game.
Woo. We're back.
Guys, well, there you go. If you wanted to know what Gandalf versus Saruman looks like in card game form, that might be it. But I see the Sorcerer as Gandalf. So I guess this is like the Elseworld version where Saruman, the Archimago, destroyed Gandalf. I don't know. I might just be too into Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, I don't know, because I'm not really into Lord of the Rings, so.
Well, guys, I hope you guys enjoyed that game. Hope you guys enjoyed our commentary. And we're going to throw it to the Ruby Courier. You're going to see a little more of Vinny right now because there's a fantastic interview that we did with the Ruby Courier. They are a magazine, the first and only Sorcery hardcover, or I should say paper magazine, and he's doing some really cool stuff. So we're going to that right now. Stay tuned.
All right, check it out. Hello, I am Vinny Ballerina, and I am here with...
I'm Jack, the editor-in-chief of the Ruby Courier, the OG and only Sorcery Contested Realm magazine.
Heck yeah, hell yeah, heck yeah.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. I don't know, are we supposed to be family friendly? I don't know. So, tell me a little bit about what you do here with The Ruby Courier.
Yeah, it is the Ruby Courier. So I published like I said, the only sorcery magazine. This debuted at Gen Con back in August as kind of a little surprise, more or less. It was started off as a fantasy kind of like fun project, and then everybody responded to it really well. They liked the writing, so it's basically my job now.
Heck yeah. Hell yeah. I forgot to confirm. Okay, so how long have you been playing Sorcery?
So I've been playing Sorcery since December. One of my coworkers showed it to me at work, and I was a little skeptical. And then he showed it to me again, and then I went and spent like $2,000 that weekend.
Happens. Happens to the best of us.
Sorcery happens.
Sorcery happens. Have you used that as a headline yet?
I haven't. That's not a bad one, though. I might have to use that sometime.
It's a good one, I think. What is your favorite part about making this?
Well, so I started a new column with this issue. It's the Realm and Reality column. So Sorcery has a lot of real-life references, and I'm kind of a history nerd, so I started delving into what references they make. So this month, I looked at a card called The 13 Treasures of Britain, which is based around some mythological Welsh items, including a magical chessboard that'll play itself. In fact, with this issue for SorceryCon, I did a giveaway based around that. So we gave away 13 different sorcery-related items, including an Eric's Curiosa.
Very awesome. Very cool. Anything else you want to talk about?
Yeah, you can get the Ruby Courier in your mailbox every month. If you visit patreon.com/the Ruby Courier, that's COREIER, you can read it digitally or get it in your mailbox every month with a color cover. And if you pay for the Roots membership, you'll start getting some booster packs in the mail every so often, and you'll get some stickers. You'll get your name in the magazine. You'll get a Ruby Core thank you note, which looks freaking amazing.
That sounds freaking amazing, dude. Anything else? All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vinny.
Shibby. Oh,
Or
right, so
Matt.
Matt. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So we got
We got Shibby back from round 4. Yeah.
we got
The
Murray.
ring us Shibby.
No, we're both 5 and 1.
5 and 1.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. He's about to end my dreams.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
All right. Well, good luck.
Thank you. Do you want us to like wait when y'all get set up? We've already drawn starting.
We're going to start as soon as I get up there.
Okay. Okay.
What's your name, dude? Adam. Good to meet you.
Yeah.
Murray.
Murray. That's right. I remember Murray. You look like a Murray, too.
I do have a look about me. Oh boy. Shibby's like, what did I get myself into? This guy can barely read or write.
All right.
Oh, I don't have to print that.
You got this too. Okay. Opponent and me. You're me.
Oh. Hey, can you manage? Can you wait?
I'll just do like.
Welcome back to SorceryCon 2024. We are going into round 7 now, and we are joined by Matt and Murray at our feature table. Yeah. Murray is on Sorcerer. We saw Sorcerer a couple of rounds ago.
No, that's Matt. Yeah, we actually saw Matt in round 4. He was rocking what seemed to be a 3-color Sorcerer deck, and then we got Murray on the left piloting a Geomancer deck that we have not seen today.
Yeah, Matt's deck was the deck that played with the Hamlet and the Annual Fair, and then got all of the sides blown up by the Great Drowning of Men.
Yep.
So he is back. He is back at it. Now, both of these players are 5 and 1 at the moment.
Yeah.
They're not undefeated. Let's see, this is the last round before the top cut.
Yeah.
So after this round, we'll move to the top cut. So basically, the winner of this round is guaranteed into the top cut.
Yep.
The loser has to basically use tiebreakers, if I remember correctly, or the records of his past victims.
Yep.
To make it into the top cut. So
yeah.
Geomancer, though, I have played a couple times against Geomancer in the new meta. It could be a Roots Geomancer. It could be a Geomancer that focuses on spells like Guards.
Yep.
We saw some people commenting about Guards in chat earlier. Guards is kind of a popular spell right now, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's pretty cool. It seems like the hot new version of Border Militia, which is a spell that gained a lot of popularity near the end of the beta meta.
Yeah, people are really liking the Guards. Usually what I see is the Geomancer will step forward and then use Guards to fill in all of the sites around him.
Yeah, with 9 foot soldiers.
And you'd think that, maybe Geomancer can't make it to the late game every game, but man, surprisingly, it does. It's able to just draw more spells at the beginning of the game. It has a lot more options to deal with the opponent's advances. It has a lot more options for pumping out foot soldiers with the villages using its ability.
Yeah.
So we do see a Rift Valley come out here.
With the Geomancer ability, yeah.
Yeah, with the Geomancer ability. And that's a shame. That's kind of a waste of the Rift Valley here.
Yeah,
but
a little unfortunate that it got ripped off the top there, but
I think it's okay. I think that's okay for Geomancer.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, I'd be more disappointed to see a village here because then I'd be wasting the Genesis ability from that village. Yeah. Okay, so look, we get a small peek at his hand there. We see a windmill. I saw a sinkhole and maybe another sinkhole. I couldn't quite tell. And then I saw a wyvern and a pair of other earth cards that I couldn't make out.
Now if he does reveal a village, he can use the Genesis ability for the soldier.
He can, but yeah, what I was trying to say was that he couldn't play Land Surveyor that turn, so he'd have to delay his game plan a little bit. And yeah. Okay, so here's Matt. This seems
look
like
at
the
that,
ideal
the
opening
Hamlet.
from his deck. Yeah.
On turn 2.
Yeah,
Right in front of the Rift Valley.
Yeah, exactly. Calling back to what we saw of this deck in round 4, this seems to be a color-intensive deck seeking to use Hamlet's mana advantage in combination with Sorcerer's card advantage to just pump out little minions, and this seems like the opening that he wants. Starting
this is crazy with the color out of space.
Yeah, exactly. He has all the fixing he needs. So now he's got a little cost reduction engine going on, and he's already got 4 power in play on turn 2. So
did he not kill the soldier with the violet?
No, he killed the Lancer Bearer that Murray played his last turn. Yeah,
true. Very, very, very good start for Matt. Again, this is Shibby from the Discord community, if you're familiar with him. Murray, a little background story on Murray here. I actually taught Murray how to play sorcery at Gen Con this past year.
Yeah.
Yeah, and his buddy ended up going on and beating me in the finals.
That's insane.
His buddy was Jake.
Oh,
yeah,
man, that's so cool. Yeah,
so Murray is here. Yeah, I taught Murray how to play, and here he is. He's playing a very similar deck to the deck that I lost to at Gen Con.
Yeah, I mean, clearly you've taught him very well. Now that he's 5-1 in what seems like one of the first constructed events he's participating in, at least like large scale constructed events.
We'll see if he can hold off this onslaught of ordinary minions that Matt is about to throw at him.
Yeah, it looks so. I can kind of see the corner of Matt's hand there. It looks like he's got the Fisherman family, the Blacksmith family, and a Lightning Bolt, and then his third sight in his hand. So yeah, he's looking to do what we've seen him been doing so far, which is just play out 2 power minions and make them work.
So I have a question.
For sure.
If this is what you're doing, how much different is this than just playing like a Wolves deck?
That's a good question to be honest. Yeah, I don't know. I think the only advantage that Matt's really getting from this is that I don't know, maybe you get to play a little more flexibility in your
definitely
spells.
more flexible.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get to play with things like Vile Imp, Lightning Bolt.
I think we saw Palibury Bats. I might be mistaken, but he could definitely be definitely in the deck based on the fact that
you can play with all these 2 mana, not all of these, but there are 2 mana burrowing minions.
Yep.
So
little resistance to Earthquake on the Wolves deck.
It's such a fun looking deck, but I still am worried about what it looks like when you don't get Hamlet.
Yeah. Same.
Then what happens?
Yeah. I mean, clearly we'll see the decks, at optimal performance right now, but yeah, I mean, I think that tower is kind of emblematic of what he's doing without Hamlet. Like right now, I think he'd be doing his turn 2 play of Villagers plus Violent, but I can't see how that's been taking him to this 5-1. It could also be that he's just shoving away 3 sites every hand if he doesn't see a Hamlet, and if his deck is so consistent, so straightforward with families, Vile Imps, removal spells, and beasts, then you can just keep whatever combination of 3 spells you get and dig pretty hard for that Hamlet. But
yeah, we kind of missed that last game. The fact that he was playing families really does help him with his threshold fixing.
Yeah, for sure.
I was worried that the deck playing 3 elements just wouldn't be able to get there, but
yeah,
how many families is he playing, I wonder?
Yeah, I mean, he could be playing as many as 16. That's how many there are. So if he's playing that many, then he probably is going to have fewer issues with threshold for sure.
Yeah, and in this 3-color deck, I would expect him to be playing as common as they're coming out here. I'm assuming he's playing with all 4 water, all 4 fire, all 4 earth, and all 4 air.
Yeah, most likely.
We were actually wondering if it was a 4-color deck last game, and it
appears
seems
to
like
be.
it is.
Yeah, precisely.
I wonder if he has Ruler of Thule in here. I would not be surprised.
Yeah, me neither. It definitely seems likely that he's packing some kind of way to make these minions a truly potent threat. House Arn Bannerman or what have you.
I think it's crazy that these families are making it this far into Constructed.
Same.
I really did not expect them to be played.
No, not at all.
In Constructed at all. But look at this. Hamlet just making them good.
Yeah, making them look pretty powerful. Yeah, genuinely, when you really think about it, they are just, actually, you do think about this a lot in draft, where families are just, effectively elementless, 2-power, 2-cost minions. So if you need to fill curve, even if you're not in the element while drafting, you can just pick up some families.
Yeah.
Because they are just minions. And I feel like that's what Matt's doing here. He's basically playing an elementless deck for the families, and then using them plus a couple of dual sites, an annual fair, collector space, obviously, to try to to play a couple more high power, high utility
Yeah, and
units
to
like the
increase the
Violent.
consistency.
Exactly, yeah.
I think that this might set a trend for more people trying out new decks with Sorcerer with the families.
Yeah.
Specifically Sorcerer, because you don't want to draw a ton of sites at the game.
Exactly.
You really only want like 4 sites, and then just start churning through your deck with a Sorcerer.
Yeah.
And so more specifically, multicolor decks with Sorcerer.
Yeah, of course.
Because usually the Sorcerer decks are only 2 color.
Yeah.
Like, it's not very often that you see 3-color Sorcerer deck
No, not at
because
all.
you're not drawing that many sides.
Much less 4-color.
Yeah, but now we have a 4-color Sorcerer. I don't think I've ever seen a 4-color Sorcerer.
No, me neither.
Right?
Yeah.
The families make it possible.
Yeah, because a lot, like you were saying, a lot of the time with the Sorcerer decks is even if you're playing a 2-color Sorcerer deck, if you get to turn 5 and say you're playing like an Air Earth deck, say you're holding a Divine Healing and you're like, well, I have 3 towers and 2 villages, I just can't play this Divine Healing.
Exactly.
And with the families in your deck, you can keep drawing sites or spells, and if you find the Earth families, then you can play out your Divine Healing. You can make all that happen. So that's definitely a possibility.
This is very cool. I love all of these exciting new builds that we're seeing today.
Yeah. And not only that, but this seems like an interesting budget build. So if he ends up taking this to the finals, then and it gets some publicity with this thing, then I could definitely see some people.
Other than the color out of space.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I think he's playing the tri-sites. We saw Carolina upon us.
The castles.
Game. But yeah.
So he did get his site blown up with a
sinkhole. Yeah.
Sinkhole is so good in Geomancer.
It is. And he got the Hamlet blown up, actually. Yeah, we didn't even mention that. Yeah, now the Hamlet's gone, so his super mana acceleration is mitigated.
Is gone. And with the Root Spider out, I think this is just going to put a hard stop to his advancements here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, he did draw a grapple shot for turn, so if he is playing the aforementioned Palaberry Bats or, some other 2-power burrowing minions, I could see him playing them underneath his Dark Tower and then maneuvering them over to, grapple shot the Root Spider or fight the Root Spider to let him continue advancing. But, as it stands, it seems like Murray's got, the commanding board state.
So we did see a Lightning Bolt hit the Geomancer. I'm not sure what the die roll was for. Is there a soldier token on the village that I'm not aware of?
I don't know. I think, that must have been it. That must have been it.
Oh, he said he was just having fun rolling the die.
Oh, yeah, gotcha. Yeah. So, no, as an explanation for what he was doing there, how most people, if you're playing a Lightning Bolt on a site with multiple units, you roll a dice to determine. So he was rolling the dice and saying, hey, on a 1 through 6, you hit your avatar. Just a bit of friendly banter.
So now we see the Impenetrable Cops come out. I've seen this site quite a bit today.
Yeah,
I think it's a good site, especially in a field full of Archimagos.
Yep.
Playing Arcane Barrage and Ball Lightning.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely, if Archimago becomes like the big deck, or like if it becomes one of the big players in the meta, I could definitely see Impenetrable Cops become a mainstay of the aggressive decks.
Yeah, that one and Pebbled Paths
for
are
sure.
both
Those
very,
two
very
are
good right now.
Super influential. Yeah, to answer you, Alu246 in chat, we are in round 7. So after this round, we'll be cutting to the top 8.
I've got all 4 available, right? I will.
So I think I see this game playing out in the following way. I think Geomancer is just going to want to try and build up sites to 7 and even 8 mana to get to things like guards and Crater Eyes.
The Fomorians even, it could be playing those.
It could be playing Fomorians too. Ratanus Titan.
Yep.
Usually these Geomancer decks do want a lot of mana so that they can pull off these big effects.
Yeah.
They don't always hit roots anymore.
Yeah.
Because we have a 30-card Atlas, roots, sometimes it's just buried very deep into the Atlas.
Yeah. And you don't find it even after a number of Land Surveyors, Crossroads, and digging effects, even with Tithe to help you out. Yeah, and we see here what the Air Splash is getting used for with the windmill, Blink. Blink is a card that I think I've brought it up before, but it seems really, really useful into this current meta You know, kind of like we were talking about earlier with the Archimago projectiles. You know, it lets you, you know, neatly dodge those, making it so that, you know, if the Archimago wants to track you down with these projectile magics, it has to move itself instead of them playing more sites, making their arcane barrage bigger, all that kind of thing.
There's one of my favorite signs coming out here in this new set, the Pond.
Yeah.
But I haven't seen a whole lot of Beast in Matt's deck.
No. Further solidifying my belief in the Palaberry bets. I know I'm focusing in on this card to what seems like an unreasonable extent, but
maybe. So we have Violamp and Grapple Shot still in Matt's hand. We haven't had a chance to dig really deep into Murray's hand. I saw a few things. I think there was another unicorn in his hand.
I know, right? Like, it's so good right now.
Always a pain in the
You're like, I'll move over here because.
I think that once Murray gets like something like an earthquake, that just completely wrecks Matt's setup here.
For sure.
With color out of space and then burying all of his minions.
Yep.
I think Matt will have a tough time coming back from that.
Yeah.
He does have water out though, so if he can keep his minions on water,
yeah, if he's
that would be useful.
Yeah, really, Murray's just got so many potential options here to deal with Matt's board. I mean, the Root Spider is keeping the families at bay. Like, right, like both of those, like the Root Spider can keep dancing back and forth between squares 13 and 12, and the families can never actually get onto Murray's site without getting disabled themselves. So yeah, I can see these families just kind of existing, having in kind of a stalemate here.
The other problem that Matt has is all of his minions are just going to be smaller than most of Murray's minions.
Yeah.
The unicorn was all he needed to put a stop to the aggro.
Yeah.
He only took one hit
from
those minions.
He's the only reason he's a 15 is because of the lightning bolt. So.
Oh, well, I mean.
We've had better days.
So we do see a windmill come out.
This site for 4.
Okay. I have no block.
I wasn't sure if Murray was playing air in this build or not, but I think there's a Highland Clansman in his hand.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the reasons to play air, I think. Yeah, I mean,
and a Wyvern.
Yeah, there's Wyvern in there too. Yeah, I mean I mean we saw the windmill play, we saw the blink, but as we've seen in this tournament so far, charge seems to be like the defining new factor. So Clansman is just another example of that that's existed since beta, where it's just a really powerful ability, and that's probably what it's probably part of the reason he's splashing air is for that big 7 cost.
And look at that, another sinkhole coming out and destroying
the pond. Yeah,
the pond.
Sinkholes do make me think he's on a Roots game plan, but I think he's just. I mean, he's probably not looking to draw too many sources. Yeah,
he definitely has Roots in here.
Yeah,
but he's just not going to bank on it. And I love the way he's restricting Matt's sites here.
Yeah,
I think he's doing a better job at site destruction than the site destruction deck.
Yeah.
But yeah, 2 sinkholes back to back for the Geomancer. That's rough. Now Geomancer is just getting so much more card advantage than it otherwise would have here.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would call it card advantage because the Sorcerer can still outcard the Geomancer, but
Please come over and give them money.
it is definitely giving the Geomancer time to churn through the deck to get to its big plays.
Yeah, for sure.
This is going to be a bit of a grind, though, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Matt, it seems like Matt's deck is, like you've been saying, it's pretty reliant on getting that Hamlet, and also just Sorcerer in general really struggles if it gets its sites disrupted pretty heavily, like it is here. Murray doesn't really care about sacrificing a sinkhole because it's replaced with a rubble, and Geomancer can just replace the rubble immediately. But for the Sorcerer, they have to functionally decline to draw 2 spells to get a new site out, which is what we see Matt doing here. Not only does he have to pass up drawing a spell for turn, but he has to pass up drawing a spell with the Sorcerer. So yeah, I think Murray's really recognizing this and using these sinkholes as a powerful form of card advantage.
I am going to grapple shot my Fisherman's Family to the unit.
Okay.
So now we see the grapple shot used on the Fisherman's Family to deal 2 to the Unicorn.
Yeah.
And then he'll attack with one of the families to finish off the Unicorn. I'm assuming the Blacksmith family, so that then he can attack with the Fisherman's Family onto the Rift Valley.
Yeah. Am I incorrect in my assumption that you can't have?
Oh, he used it on a Root Spider. Yeah, he can't do that.
Yeah. The family can't shoot projectiles if they're disabled. So yeah, no, the players fix it themselves. We're good. No,
We'll wind that back if not.
No.
I'm sure. So most people probably know this, but I do not because I'm a newer player.
Yeah, we were just making sure we can get it absolutely certain. The players were helping it clear up, but we just got to make sure there's no doubt in our mind.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. That's gonna.
Yeah,
be
Matt's still holding on to the Violent, so he can do some combination of Violent one turn and then grapple shot grapple shot and attack the next, but it's really not looking good for Matt in terms of dealing with a unicorn. Right now, he's getting soloed to this unicorn. He can't deal with it. So.
Yeah, that's always the struggle for aggro. These big beefy minions that come out and just completely put a stop to the show.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because you just people often say, oh, okay, you can attack into the, or you can attack and they only defend one of your minions and then the other ones can get through. But you really don't want to be sacrificing a minion every turn. It's just diminishing your late game. It's diminishing your ability to actually get your opponent to death's door and to really finish the game off, which is really awkward.
I'm not sure what Matt is going to do here.
Yeah.
I'm going to.
He only has one spell?
Yeah, he's got two. There's the grapple shot that we saw just now, and he has a Violent that he drew earlier. So a pillar, yeah, said Murray. Actually, I don't even know if that many minions have died this game. I know it's at least 2.
more than that, so I have 2.
So then I gain.
Okay, it looks like it's 3. So yeah, Murray will go back up to 18.
Is that what you got?
Exacerbating the problem for Matt.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to take a look at Matt's deck in between rounds, so I don't actually know what else he's doing other than this.
Right,
So
other than just dumping out 2 power minions.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, aside from dumping out little guys, I'm hoping he has something in his deck because I'd like to see him make a comeback, try to get himself into this game, but it could be the case that this whole event he's just been he's just been killing people with these super fast starts and not giving them a chance to respond.
Well, and Root Spider here is just devastating for him.
Yeah, for sure.
Ooh, I don't like the unicorn coming forward here. The unicorn was one of the ways that Murray was keeping Matt from playing out minions.
Yeah.
Now Matt can just play a site next to the pond, play a minion, and start piling up again.
Yep.
Oh,
never mind. Another Root Spider.
We have a Root Spider.
Root Spider can, now Root Spider can go back to dancing back and forth in between the pillar and the Rift Valley. So
I wonder if Matt has any burrowing minions. All he would need is a Cave Trolls.
Yeah.
He should play Cave Trolls too, because Cave Trolls
Definitely.
on a Hamlet would only cost 2.
Yep, reasonable card. Yeah, and you can even play it underground there because it's on the site. Doesn't matter whether it's above or below.
He
there.
might have one. He'll need to draw it if he does.
For sure.
Otherwise, he's out of this game.
Yeah.
If he has no response for these spiders.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like Murray. Okay, so estimating off that, even though we can't see his hand, estimating by the fact that he played the Common Sense and found a Land Surveyor, his hand is probably pretty beefy. Oh, we got a little glimpse there. It looked like a Rateness Titan, a Highland Clansman, and a Wyvern were present, which would explain why he's getting a Land Surveyor. He wants to, get up to those huge plays as soon as possible. Was that a Roots? That's a Roots.
He does
found
have
the
the Roots, but he used up all
he
the
used
Sinkles.
both Sinkles awkwardly. So
But the Geomancer players do sometimes use the Craterize to blow up the Roots.
True.
To reset, and that's funny. That's what I did when I was playing against Murray's buddy Jake.
Yeah. You forcefully blew up his Roots, or
I blew up my own Roots.
Gotcha.
With a Craterize.
Yeah.
In desperation.
Yeah.
I couldn't get any healing, so
yeah,
I had to try to reset.
Yeah.
But yeah, this game is quickly getting out of hand for Matt.
Yeah.
He needs to be able to deal with the unicorn. He needs to be able to put pressure on Murray.
Yeah, he needs to deal with the Root Spiders. He needs to find, and also we know from looking at Murray's hand that Murray's got beef for days. This Autumn Unicorn is not the last we're going to be seeing of Murray's 5 power, 4 power minions with relevant keywords. So we'll see how it goes.
Maybe Matt can get a blink.
Yeah.
Blink one of these minions to the color outer space, attack the unicorn, and then play the Violent.
The Violent, yeah, Violent.
To be honest, though, if I was Murray, Matt has taken so long here, I would just close him in.
Yeah.
Close him in on site, turn off his color out of space.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I mean, because Matt's deck, everyone's deck really is an unknown, right? And what we've seen is some really unorthodox stuff from Matt. So if I'm Murray right now, I'm thinking I don't want to see what gimmick this is supporting. I don't want to see what shenanigans he's got planned for all this stuff, if there even is shenanigans behind this. So yeah, I'd just rather get Matt dead before anything else happens. Murray's got a full hand. It looks like he's got 2 sites there. And then, yeah, his 3 large minions.
Yeah, I would definitely like to see him play that Mirror Realm up in front of the pillar of Zyros.
Yeah.
To force Matt, or to have Matt lose all of his threshold from the color out of space.
Yeah. It would take a while, but, it's a plan you can be working toward.
Maybe that's his plan here. He wants to cut him off on the left side.
Makes sense.
Before Matt notices that he can cut him off on the right.
Yeah.
But one of the reasons why I like playing it in front of the Pillar of Zyros is because then the Unicorn can block or can attack anything he plays on the pond.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just like you were saying earlier.
Because he can't really do anything over on the right side with the spider there. Yeah. Now that the Mirror Realm is there, now Matt has 2 separate places that he can play to.
Yeah.
To put on an attack.
Yeah.
So that's
a little awkward, but I'm still kind of agree with Murray here that like he's got the root spiders. He doesn't have to worry a ton about any aggression. Yeah. So talking about Murray's deck in general, though, what it seems like is kind of like a bigger version of Matt's, where you play a couple, critical pieces to make sure you don't lose out in the early game. He's got the root spiders. He's got foot soldiers from villages. He's probably got some pretty irritating to deal with sites like a gnome hollows or a pebble pass in there. And then he plays those, so he doesn't immediately go to 5 life before he can play any of his big beefers. But then by the time Geomancer has gotten him up to 6 mana, it seems like he just tries to steamroll his opponent with a constant massive threat every turn.
Big beefers.
Yeah, big beefers. Exactly. Yeah.
All right, there's the Violet.
Yep.
Pinging the Unicorn, and
Unicorn about had his
is that a second Violet?
That's a warhorse.
A warhorse.
That'll do the trick.
That will work.
I will charge.
I'm gonna pike him good on the way into that. Yeah.
Exactly.
All right.
So at least I finally.
All right, so finally the Unicorn is off the table after dealing 12 damage to Matt.
Yeah.
Pass to you.
That was a struggle for him.
For sure. Yeah, and now Matt's just next turn he's facing down what looks to be a Highland Clansman, which is really not something he's prepared to deal with right now. Take him immediately to 3, because Murray can immediately move the root spider up, disable the Violent, and then get on that Annual Fair. Well, I caught a peek of a Lady Isolde in Murray's deck. Interesting.
Yeah, Lady Isolde is very, very good.
Yeah.
I want to see this Wyvern come out so we can start. Let's start banging here.
Yeah.
Let's get to town.
Or a dark tower in play.
Murray going up to 8 mana with this Dark Tower, opting not to flip a random site with Geomancer.
Wait, you're counting the rubble?
No.
Oh, I get 2 this turn. Okay, so I'm going to leave this one at 7 just to keep myself. I'll know I'm at 8 for the turn. Thank you for the help.
Is he just wanting to play it Craterized, maybe?
All right, so.
No, there's no Craterized.
Yeah, he probably just doesn't want to show his roots. He's probably banking on it maybe being a late game play. Maybe Matt does something. Maybe I want to use roots. But also, if he wants to cut Matt off on the left, then he would not be able to as easily deal damage. Okay, well, let's say for example he's going to use Craterize to deal with his roots.
That's not his site.
Yeah, he'll figure that out in a moment.
I'll go talk to him.
Yeah, we'll be right back to make sure we rectify the situation.
Do you mind if I?
Oh yeah, well we got that settled.
I can't play that on there.
Yeah, it's definitely possible that Murray here was playing like a lot of the Death Speakers of Times of Yore did, where they play a Summoning Sphere and they start dropping Rateness Titans on your opponent's sites. So yeah, Murray's gonna have to be a little more patient with his Rateness Titan. Wait until Matt can encroach on his territory.
So this spider is going to walk over here.
All right. Yeah, okay. So we see Murray moving his spider aside so that he can play a Clansman and take out the Vile Imp, it seems. Yep, there it is.
And he will
Yeah, and it took Matt 2 cards. It took him the Violent and the
And
War
3
and the Warhorse. Yeah, and 3, and 12 damage to get rid of the last minion. So I wonder how he's gonna do with the Clansman here.
Okay, so I'm up. Yeah. Untap.
And a little friendly fist bump between the 2 players.
Okay.
It was instigated by Murray, though. I don't think Matt is feeling the.
I don't think he's feeling the camaraderie right now with his pretty hopeless board state. Yeah, you're definitely right. Okay, we see a lightning bolt. That can be helpful.
Yeah, I'm not sure Matt's deck is set up to deal with this, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think just reasonably disruptive minions in the early game, and then a series of big threats in the late game that cannot easily trade with your grapple shots, your Vile Imps, with their families. I don't think this deck is prepared for this.
No, and at this point, Murray has so much mana, so many cards in hand.
Yeah.
And he gets a free site placement the next turn.
Yeah.
He just has too many resources, too many options, too many big plays.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's not. He doesn't even have like that many cards in his hand. He's got 3 cards in his hand.
Oh,
Still
is
like
that it? In Murray's hand?
Yeah, he's only got 3 spells in his hand there.
I'm wondering why he didn't play Wyvern last turn.
Last
turn when he played the Mirror.
Mana efficient, I suppose. He uses mana effectively.
Oh no, not this past turn. I'm sorry. The turn that he played Mirror Realm, he had 6 mana.
I think he opted to play a bunch of land surveyors.
Yeah.
So it's likely that he had 2 land surveyors in his hand, and he played one of them to get the Mirror Realm, so he wouldn't have been able to play the Wyvern that turn. I don't remember though that I think we were talking
Possibly,
about something else during that turn. Yeah.
I could see that.
They can tell us.
All right, Matt's got a Wild Boars in his hand, another very cheap beast.
I'm learning more about this game all the time.
Let's just try to play
probably call
around
the
here.
judges
I
too
don't
often.
know what's going to happen.
Yes.
I'm just going to Wild Boars.
Yes.
And Grapple Shot.
Yes.
And hit a land.
You can't.
Yeah, we just had a question off stream if whether or not a spider underneath an annual fair would drown if the annual fair activated its ability to add water. The answer is yes. The spider will drown if it goes under the annual fair and Matt chooses to pay 1 to add water threshold.
Butcher and all that jazz. Like,
Makes sense. Seems right. So.
Oh my god! You know how many times that's happened to me? The grapple shot thing. It's ridiculous.
Seeing Matt consider his options here.
Okay.
When I've been in his situation, I'm definitely taking my time with all my plays, trying to find something out of my hopeless situation. So that's kind of what Matt's likely doing right now, trying to make the most of what he's got.
This becomes untapped, and I'm gonna draw for the turn.
There are a lot of minions coming out now on Matt's side.
Yeah. Yeah, we saw the common villagers, or the common villagers and wild boars. And the thing is, they're just not big enough. So they're not going to be able to defeat the clansmen in combat. They're certainly not going to be able to defeat the follow-up wyvern or the Radiant Titan.
Hi. Thank you.
Oh, we've got a judge call, so bear with us for a moment.
I'm newer at this game. He's got this ability. He can pay 1 and produce a water threshold.
That's
At
correct.
the time he does that, will it become a water threshold so that if this was under, it will drown it?
No, because the wording on that site says if you can
gain 1 threshold. Yeah.
Yes, the player is gaining it much the same way that Elementalist has threshold. It is not the site itself becoming a water site.
Is this a water site?
That is a water site as long as it is adjacent to void.
So if it was up here in the middle, it would no longer be a water
As soon as it is not adjacent to void and it loses the ability to provide water threshold, then it is no longer a water site.
Thank you for your service, Judge.
No problem. Good luck.
Thank you. All right.
So it looks like the judge ruling on the floor was that the annual fair would not become a water site after Matt pays 1 to add water threshold with it.
I am going to move Root Spider.
Yeah, I think the reasoning behind that is that it's not actually flooding the site.
I am
It's
going
the site's just giving you water threshold in the same way I think that the water families does. But
it's because of the wording on the site.
Yeah,
The fact that it says gains instead of provides.
Yeah, this site provides. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That would mean it's the water
It
site.
says gain threshold instead of provides threshold.
Yeah, a bit of a niche interaction there because you know, every other site in the game that can produce water threshold will also be a water site when it does so.
So it's basically gaining water affinity, and it's not being provided by the site, but by the ability on the site.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
A little bit of rules minutiae for anybody curious. Okay, we do see Murray deploy the roots. It doesn't look like he's going to trap Matt in with his in terms of sites, because I think he just understands that Matt has the sites that he needs. He's probably not looking to draw more sites. He's probably looking to draw more spells here, and you know, like trying to corner Matt and just doesn't really mean anything because he's got all the mana he wants.
Pass the turn.
Okay.
You know, if I was Murray right now and I'm looking to really steal this game, I think a Craterize is the way to go. I think if we see a Craterize from him, this game is just over. Death's Door to Matt. You know, Matt loses all his threshold from the Colorado space. He loses all of his minions.
Definitely.
Oh, we see a Midland Army. I didn't even see that one come out on top of the Pillar of Zeros. That's kind of cool. A little exciting for me because I've never seen Midland Army played in a competitive setting. It's just a cool guy.
Yeah, Midland Army is going to make a big difference here.
Yeah. He's going to be able to shoot Matt down from range or just hit him for his life total in one go.
I will just.
Yeah, and also Matt, you know, there's a. Oh, never mind. Never mind.
So he played a lightning bolt again.
Yeah.
He just rolled the dice for fun.
Yep.
He loves rolling the die.
He does. I don't blame him, to be honest. I think a fair number of us sorcery players have some of our long past roots in D&D. So.
Deal 4 damage to a unit up to 3 steps away. I'm going to take out these guys. And
Midland Army is going to shoot the what was that again? A family, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a blacksmith family on the pond.
Yeah.
Midland Army tapped to take care of that family.
Yeah,
and now we do see the Wyvern come out finally.
Yep.
I'm wondering what's going on with this land surveyor over on the windmill. It is just sitting here, and also the other 2 land surveyors behind the Pillar of Zyros.
Yeah. I think right now Murray's just seeing that he's got the game under wraps, and the Midland Army can, you know, shoot the sorcerer, I believe. I think it's 3 steps away.
It is 3 steps,
So yeah, between the Midland Army and the Wyvern, he just doesn't really have a reason to, to move in the land surveyors. And also, it would just take many turns for them to get into a relevant position. So I figure he's just saying, why bother when I can finish it quicker with these huge minions anyway?
I think he's simply protecting himself.
Yeah, that's
He's put both of them on top of his avatar to protect from lightning bolts. He just doesn't want to take any damage.
Yeah.
He just wants to he wants to win at as high a life total as he can.
Yep.
Oh, it's still a water site. I think it's still a water site. All right. I will tap this to do.
Okay. Yeah, we see a Midland Army shot on the
snow leopard.
Yeah, unfortunately, Matt.
Awkward.
Yeah, Matt put the snow leopard back on the avatar. So now both the avatar and the snow leopard are taking 4 damage, plus an additional 5 damage from the Wyvern, taking Matt down to death's door.
Yeah, now Matt has to somehow find a way between the Midland Army attacking him, the Wyvern hitting him, and the Root Spider keeping his stuff disabled to end this game.
And cast Cave In on this site.
Yep.
Okay.
I will come up here and attack for 2.
Yep.
I will come in here and attack for 1.
Yes.
There's door.
I think the slow death was there.
I was trying. I'm like,
I know.
If you were smart, you could just dare this turn. I'm going
yeah.
to flip this thing over just for the heck of it.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Midland Army is going to be able to wrap this game up next turn unless Matt draws a blink, plays aside, and then blinks away.
Yeah, it looks like he's got a lightning bolt, a couple of grapple shots, and a Protrusion cavalry in his hand.
And that's the game.
Yeah, that's the game. Didn't see the blink, so that'll be that.
All right, I would say that Geomancer had a good showing there, showing you how it can just play outside the whole game while drawing spells, keeping its hand full, being able to get to those 8 drops, 7 and 8 drops, and then dump them out so that an aggro deck like Matt's deck just can't keep up with.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, as we saw there, Matt not running what seemed like any hard removal. He was all focused on getting trades with grapple shots and violence with like low damage, which shows to me that I think Matt had a pretty particular idea in mind of what his deck wanted to prey on, and the Geomancer just fell way outside of that scope, and he had no real chance.
Yeah, and even though the Sorcerer was able to draw an extra spell every single turn, the Geomancer could kind of match it, in its own energy.
Exactly.
And its energy was just bigger than the Sorcerer's energy.
Yeah.
Because little two power guys are not going to stand up to even a unicorn.
5, yeah,
let
exactly.
alone a Wyvern or a
Clansman.
Retentis Titan,
Yeah,
even.
exactly.
Clansman.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's a struggle. I think that's a very bad matchup for Matt's deck.
For sure.
But maybe we'll give Matt some ideas on what to do, what to add, what to change in his deck.
Yeah.
For future events.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, I think that another thing that Matt was trying to do was say, oh, okay, even if my opponent is playing 4 power minions, then I can, by combining a family and a Violent or a grapple shot and a Violent or, some combination of 2 damage, he can get rid of it. But unfortunately for him, every one of his opponent's threats was 5 power. So he had a 3-for-1 himself, 2-for-1 himself. He could use a lightning bolt, but you have a limited number of lightning bolts in your deck. So he just wasn't able to, Sorcerer card advantage cannot keep up with constant 3-for-1s from your opponent.
And then all of the little land surveyors and soldier tokens continually being able to block.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a tough matchup for him.
For sure.
Well, that wraps it up for our main Swiss part of the event. We are going to move on to the top 8 very soon.
Yep.
And we'll see you then.
Yeah.
facing the death dealer here. So, oh god. Thank you. Oh my god, I'm so nervous.
Oh, fuck.
I've never even been on camera before. Oh wow, and there's nothing that's knocking my knees. I can get right up close to you.
So nice.
Our casters up to do an intro, and then we'll come right over to you guys if you want to just resolve all the games.
Sure. Okay.
Oh, they'll give us a phone for our life.
A what?
They give us like a phone to track
Okay,
our life because I
sweet.
think it like updates it on the screen.
Okay, sweet. Man, going into this already knowing that I've lost once is like intimidating to be honest.
But like, I really like that they give all that stuff for top 8. So
I know.
now, like that's
I've definitely had my fun. I have had my fun.
And there's some places like they don't give you anything to like top 2 or top 4. But like we've gotten the cool shit now, so now it's just all the rest is just all kind of gravy.
Yeah. So we'll see. Now we're just playing for fun, I guess. Oh, okay. Let me do my typical shuffle here.
We're going.
It's like weirdly bright.
Yeah, it is.
Not me, just like bleeding from my lips because my lips are so dry.
Yeah, same.
Just had to be a mirror match too. Although, I don't know. Your deck's so tricky, so it's like a puzzle trying to even damage you. The copses are good. Does it stop a piercing projectile though?
My understanding is yes.
I imagine it would.
But I think piercing just refers to like goes through other units.
Minions, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the cops is good. When you played that, at first I was like, all right, what are you up to? Because like I imagined you were playing fire as well. But yeah, I guess not.
My previous build was fire, but
like fire and something or just fire?
Air.
Okay, yeah. Fire and air's the typical from what I've seen.
Yeah.
I just like, I mean, again, this deck is not optimized at all. So.
All right, thank you guys for hanging in there. Welcome back to SorceryCon 2024. We are going to be headed into our first feature match of the top 8. But before that, I did want to just let people know what's going on with the draft. They are in the final 4, currently playing to see who enters into the finals match. And I'm not familiar with 3 of them, but I know CJ. A lot of you viewing might know CJ, who won the Courtesan Cup. He has the YouTube channel. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, sorry.
Old School Nerds.
There we go. Yeah, we got that.
Old School Nerds. So yeah, CJ is in the final 4. He's playing to see if he can make it into the final 2. And it looks like all 4 of those players are at it right now. So yeah, just wanted to update you real quick on that before we head into our feature match. And let me just check in to see, are we ready? Okay, we are good to go. And this is actually an Archimago mirror match. And actually, can I just do this real quick? Because Andrew here thinks that it is pronounced Archimago. I've always said Archimago. I looked it up. Unfortunately, there are multiple pronunciations on Google.
Yeah.
People will say Archimago. People will say Archimago. In the chat, can you please say number 1? Just type in, enter 1 for Archimago, enter 2 for Archimago. 1, if you agree with me that the pronunciation is Archimago, put a 1 in the chat right now.
We need to settle this argument. We've been on this for too long. Yeah.
1, Archimago. 2, Archimago. Come on, chat. Let's hear from you now.
All right. So now taking a look at this feature match. All right. It looks like the
Archimago,
player
Marcellus.
on
It's
the
Archimago.
left is packing some sort of fire-centric build, whereas it looks like the player on the right is running what looks like an earth and an air deck.
Oh my goodness, there's so many twos.
Yeah.
I'm so
Three
glad
both? What do you mean?
Archimago is two. I'm glad that I said Archimago was 2.
Wait
I think that means I win. So I appreciate you guys, chat.
Terrible. Alrighty. So
I looked up video footage of it, and it showed twice. There were 2 different pronunciations that said Archimago, and only one that said Archimago.
Yeah, to be fair, you also just found the first 3 videos on your Google search.
I looked hard.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Real hard.
You
For
really
about 10
entered it,
seconds
and then
I
you
did.
hit the videos tab on the
There
Google
was 10
search. It was
seconds I
really in
searched.
depth. Yeah.
Too fluent.
All
I'm
right.
kind of disappointed in you, to be honest. Not gonna lie.
Alrighty.
Hey, look, there's a perilous bridge.
Yep.
Out on turn 2 for Marcus. I don't think it's going to do a whole lot in this matchup.
Yeah.
Since they're both playing Archimago.
Yep.
But we'll see what happens. Hey, look at this, a desert from Drake.
Yeah, and he's got a River Flame to follow it up. So yeah, it looks like Drake is playing, the fire-centric version of this deck, where you play a lot of burn spells. We can see a Fire Salamanders. Is that a Meteor Swarm I see in his hand? It's possible that Drake is actually packing a mono fire version. I've yet to see conclusive evidence to that, but a Meteor Swarm is pretty interesting. I saw some minor explosions.
Fire. Yeah, just all fire.
Yeah, whereas Marcus, I believe we saw in, was it round 6, I think it was that we saw? No, round 5 we saw Marcus. Yeah, so we've seen his deck. His deck is an earth, air version of the deck that is running, a lot of the usual suspects in terms of, offensive sites or defensive sites that prevent your opponent from getting in. He's got Gnome Hollows, Telepaths, the Perilous Bridge that we're seeing here. But he is also playing some Border Militias. We see one of those Border Militias in his hand right now, and a interesting Vanishment to protect it. So
that is interesting.
Definitely.
Chet says, are you going to post a list on your channel, Zalem? I don't know which list you are referring to. If you mean the list from the players here at the tournament, I will not be posting that personally, but I think they will be posting for Sorcery. Hopefully they would make those lists public. We do have the list, right? Yeah, we do have the list for the constructed event today, so I think that David will be posting that at least in the SorceryCon Discord.
Yeah, it might take him a minute. I mean, he's a busy guy, so I wouldn't expect those deck lists to be up within the hour or within the day. But I can reasonably expect to see them at some point.
Yeah.
Okay. We see a Kaliki Dragonets from Drake and a Poisoned Well. So yeah, it definitely does look like he's playing a super fire-heavy burn deck, with the Dragonets, the Poisoned Well, the minor explosions in his hand. It looks like he's just going to try to burn Marcus out.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a faster game than we've seen before from Archimago. So I am curious to see how he's going to get to Did you say you saw a meteor shower? Are you sure?
I'm fairly certain that. Do you see that spell right there in his hand? It looks like a meteor swarm. I don't know. It's possible I've seen the card a little too much in my goofy brews, so I may be seeing things here, but definitely looks like it. On the other hand, though, I saw a glimpse of a Divine Healing in Marcus. Yeah, there it is. The Divine Healing in Marcus's hand. That's going to be the biggest issue for Drake if he is on a super burn heavy deck. Is that he's going to have to, he's going to really, that's a second Divine Healing, wow. So, yeah, he's going to really struggle to get.
He is definitely going to struggle here because a single Divine Healing will compensate for both of those minor explosions in Drake's hand and more.
Yep.
So, I'm not sure how this is going to go, but I'm betting on Marcus on this one just because of the card advantage he's going to get.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. So far, I'm definitely, on side Marcus.
I'm not saying I'm on side Marcus. Like I'm
That's
rooting
true.
for him.
Yeah. That's true. I'm not rooting for either player. I'm actually a huge fan of Archimago as a whole, regardless of the brew. So I'm rooting for both of these players myself. But I
really do think it's going to be a struggle for Drake.
Yeah.
For sure.
It's going to be an uphill battle. Yeah, like the chat's saying. I'm really glad that's going to be two different decks. It'd be a little more boring if it was it'd be a little more boring if the two decks were very similar in build.
Yeah.
But seeing that, it doesn't seem like there's even any elements shared between the two decks, it's going to be really interesting. Standing Stones from Drake. That's really interesting. I think he's playing Standing Stones as a way to, get access to more pseudo River Flame so that he can, position his units to play the burn spells out of his hand with more efficiency.
Maybe. Or maybe there's some crazy combo in here.
True. Maybe there's some...
You're probably right.
Yeah.
Standing Stones is probably just used to be more efficient with the minor explosions and other effects like that.
Yeah.
Major explosion, etc. Poison Nova actually is pretty cool. Being able to use a Poison Nova from one of your fire minions, kill everything, and then attack. I like that. That's pretty sweet.
Yeah.
Oh, and then we see the Root Spider come out for Marcus. This is not what Drake wants to see.
And a Leprechaun to intercept that, or, to get in the way of that Lava Salamander. Yeah, it's
Marcus,
definitely a little awkward.
Marcus is drawing a lot of the things that he wants to see in this matchup.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Drake's hand still just has the 2 minor explosions plus the 1 card that's a little bit hidden back there.
Is this a constructed match, says the chat? Yeah, it is. This is the top 8 of the constructed match.
The first round of the top 8.
Yeah,
we have 2 more rounds after this. This is a 10-round constructed event.
Yeah, it's really testing these players' endurance. They really have to make sure that they keep their play, clean in order to actually make it through the tournament. So,
So the Pebbled Pass, I think, might play a role here because I'm assuming Drake is playing with charged minions such as Red Cap Poweries,
for sure,
Warhorse, Pro-Trojan Cavalry, etc.
Yeah. Yeah, I could definitely see that happening here.
But there is room for him to attack.
Yeah.
On the right, on Marcus's left flank.
Yeah. Yeah, although, okay, so I know I mentioned this briefly in round 5 when we saw Marcus the first time, but him opting to play the Kettletop Leprechaun over a Land Surveyor is pretty interesting because, I would be afraid if I'm playing Leprechaun that I may not get that I may not be able to draw that site by turn 4 when I really need it. Whereas a Land Surveyor, you draw the site as soon as it enters play, so you can get that 4th site and you can get that information early. But I think Marcus is rocking the Leprechaun, which it's helping him here with the Desert, just because he wants a little more beef. Maybe he wants to defend against the Warhorse more efficiently. I don't quite know what his reasoning is there, but he's probably it's serving him well so far.
I think the main reasoning is just to prevent Death Speaker from being able to use his own minions from the cemetery.
That's very true, yeah. That can be a big thing for Death Speaker and a lot of these control mirrors is that Death Speaker often just gets access to double the resources that normally gets, getting to play the other player's Grandmaster Wizard. And the Land Surveyor you just mentioned, that's definitely...
Marcus might also be playing with Bower of Bliss.
Yes.
Turn off all mortals.
That's very true, yeah.
Especially since he is playing Archimega, so he's very familiar, I'm sure, with the Crave Golem Candlemas Monks combo.
Yeah.
And that combo might do well against his deck if he's not running it, which I don't think he is.
Yeah.
So if he's running Bower of Bliss, he can turn on his opponent's strategy while he can continue his own.
Yeah. Okay, so what do you think we're looking at for Drake's list here? Because you did mention charge minions, and we've seen a lot of burn spells. Major Explosion seems like we're going to be seeing. I'm just trying to get a mental picture of what his deck list is going to look like.
Yeah, he does have the Meteor Shower in hand. So this is just a straight-up burn deck with all the big spells from fire.
Yeah.
Is it better than Arcane Barrage and Air, like what Air has to offer? I'm not sure. Major Explosion is a big deal, though.
It is, that's for sure.
If he can draw Major Explosions, if he can get up, I don't know, man. Like, I know we were talking about maybe being on Team Marcus here, but the game is going late. He's already at 6 sites. Drake is already at 6 sites. Once he gets to 7 sites and starts burning, yes, the Divine Healings can recover, but
yeah, Drake's burn spells do just as much damage, if not more.
There's a lot of damage coming out from Drake.
Sure.
And what is Marcus going to do?
Divine Healing his way through it, perhaps?
See,
That's what he was.
We were talking about how Divine Healing can 2-for-1 Drake, but Major Explosion, because of all these minions out, things like Major Explosion and Meteor Shower can 2 or 3 for 1 Marcus.
Yeah, for sure.
So I think this is just going to be a fair match.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we've seen Marcus likes the Border Militia. I know he just played on a couple turns ago or last turn. Yeah, he played one last turn. And, yeah, Drake's burn spells will most likely make quick work of all those foot soldiers. Marcus won't be able to really rely on those as a win condition. And in the meantime, he has access to only 3 Divine Healings in his deck. And Drake has access to Major Explosions, Flame Waves, Cone of Flames, Meteor Swarms or Meteor Showers, and if you just stack them up next to each other, it seems like Drake's got a lot more firepower if the game can go long. So yeah, I definitely agree. Although initially I was slightly favoring Marcus. If Marcus can't really put pressure on his opponent very much, especially if his only real source of pressure is going to be those foot soldiers.
So we did see Drake cast Firebolts, I believe, to take out the foot soldier on the Perilous Bridge and deal 2 damage to Marcus.
Yeah.
And then the Dragonets moved over to finish off or take out the foot soldier on the Mirror Realm. So Dragonets is really good here, just completely undoing the Border Militia, countering the Border Militia from Marcus.
Yeah, for sure. And I do actually kind of like this little foot soldier attack here by Marcus, because if Drake wants to deal with the foot soldier, he now has to decline to deal damage to Marcus with the Dragonets. So a bit
the only issue I have with it is Marcus is going to attack for 1 with his foot soldier, which means that now Drake can just attack the other foot soldier and then pass turn to shoot the final remaining foot soldier. So I'm not a major fan of it. And now, okay, so Marcus is playing out the Thunderstorm that we saw. This is the
same guy we saw in round 5.
Marcus from round 5. Yeah. So we're going to see multiple Thunderstorms, I'm sure, come out. So Marcus is playing the burn game too, you know.
Yeah, he definitely has that option.
This is going to be very interesting.
That an Ascalon Phoenix? That's so cool.
That is an Ascalon Phoenix. Unfortunately, this is the wrong matchup.
For sure. Yeah. It can't be dealt damage from fire spells, but it does not say anything about air spells. And, you know, if Marcus is packing a Crater Eyes, won't be immune to that either.
You know what's interesting? I don't think I've seen Marcus play Barry or Earthquake.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, we did only see one game of him, 50 card Atlas. It's reasonable that we don't see it.
Earthquake is very strong, though. It's hard to believe he wouldn't be playing that.
Yeah, no, he almost certainly he's almost certainly is running the card. He's just hasn't drawn it yet. Yeah, I mean, he seems like a guy that's conscious of the meta. We see the Pebble Paths, we see all these disruptive sites. So he seems like he thought about all this beforehand. And he thought that, oh, okay, I got a plan for charge minions. I got a plan for all that. And yeah, it definitely seems like he's on top of that thing, which means he would also be playing Barry to deal with the ring, Earthquake to deal with the ring, all that kind of thing.
Now, one thing I'd like for Drake to do is get his avatar out of the range of cardinal direction from Marcus.
Yeah.
I'd like to see him play a site next to himself. It would also help with things like Thunderstorm.
Yeah, it would also help with making Marcus's. I mean, it would have helped earlier in making his Border Militia less effective. I mean, I know I know Marcus on I think the 2nd turn, maybe the 3rd turn, discarded a Border Militia with his Sisters of Avalon, which is now long dead. But I kind of wish Drake had been he probably had a thought process. To be fair, he's probably not very scared of the Border Militia, given that a lot of his fire damage is splash. He's got the Dragonets that we saw earlier that can clean up the foot soldiers, so he's probably not too worried about it, to be honest.
I think this Phoenix is going to put in some work here, though. I don't think Marcus has an answer for it right now.
Yeah, if he's got a Common Sense or a Barry, he can take care of it pretty cleanly, but
it looks like just a Crater Eyes and a Divine Healing. So both players have their top end in their hand, waiting to go, ready. Now Marcus does have 7 sites out, but he needs to be able to discard a site to play Crater Eyes. So he needs 2 more turns before he can play Crater Eyes.
He's actually got a Philosopher's Stone right on top of his avatar, so next turn he'll be able to do it.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, but he was unable to use his mana effectively on his last turn because he had to tap to play the site.
He will be able to draw a site and play Crater Eyes the next turn. Yeah. He will kill his own Root Spider.
Yeah. Because yeah, Craterize is occupying sites that will kill things underground.
But it might
you
be
can
worth
probably
it
also
here.
Move it away and save it. There's probably a way to do that.
Now, the Phoenix is 4 power, so for him to be able to kill the Phoenix with the Craterize, he would have to target the desert that was just placed
remote
on 19.
Yeah, he can also play the desert. Oh, there's a major explosion. Okay, there's the first of many. Massive burn spells out of Drake.
So wait, why didn't he play Major Explosion first to increase the power of the Phoenix?
I think the Phoenix was on a further away site. I think it was on the remote desert in the very bottom left.
It was, yes.
So he wouldn't be able to affect it with a major explosion. Actually, it was River of Flame that casted the major explosion. That's pretty, neat.
Yeah, so Marcus,
good stuff that's working out.
Marcus takes 7 damage here, and an additional 4 damage from the Phoenix.
Yeah.
I don't think that they've updated the live total just yet.
Not
Here
yet,
we go.
no.
Wow,
Yeah.
Marcus is all the way down to 3
That's a crazy
live.
swing. Yeah, this is I must say, if what we're looking at in the future of the meta is Archimago decks, all prepared for charge minions and all ready for this kind of matchup, I would be very down to see a lot of these kind of matchups where it's like a big fire deck with some huge burn spells versus an air deck that's
Yeah,
using
it's very cool.
Yeah, I like
Did
this
you-
matchup a lot.
Did you see what Marcus just drew?
No, I didn't. What did you draw?
Arcane Barrage.
Oh, okay. That's his win con.
He can cast that for 8 this turn. And then with the Thunderstorm, take Drake down to 3.
Yeah, I think, right now he's probably going to look to play the Divine Healing, get himself out of immediate death range. He can... Yeah, unfortunately, though, now that he did that, he's used the Philosopher's Stone bonus. The Philosopher's Stone cost reduction on Earth, so he won't be able to play the Craterize this turn, unfortunately. We do see Archimago tapping to draw a spell.
Yeah, he won't be able to play Craterize. I'm almost thinking, I guess he was just playing very safe because the Arcane Barrage does need Cardinal Direction. So he could have taken Drake to Death's Door, but being at 3 life was just too low for Marcus.
To Death's Door, really? How could he have done that? I missed that line.
So the Thunderstorm with the Craterize.
Okay, so we got the Foot Soldier. Oh, yeah. No, you're right.
I do think that if you can't finish the game out the following turn, which it wasn't guaranteed that he could finish it, unless he could banish the Craterize from the cemetery.
Yeah. Was that
I don't
doable?
think
He can
only
play
has
Barrage for
Divine
0.
Healing.
He can play Barrage for 0, though. And then on his next turn, he can tap
play
to
for
draw.
0.
So he could have replayed the Craterize. The
I
thing
don't-
there is that...
I don't think so.
Really? So, no, I think... Oh, no, you might be right. Yeah, because he has to draw a site anyway to...
Yeah, so he is playing a bit safe here, and I think that's fine.
Yeah.
But I do think that Drake now has potential here to take Marcus to Death's Door depending on
his draw.
The draw. So we know he has a Meteor Shower in hand. So
Yeah.
So it's 5, 6, 7. The
We
Meteor
also-
Shower costs 9.
We also know that he has Minor Explosions. He hasn't played either of the 2 Minor Explosions we saw in his
he
first couple
hasn't?
cards. So he does just have Death's Door right
Why
here.
does it look like he only has 1 card in hand?
I don't know. I think it's 3 just piled up. Because we definitely didn't see the Minor Explosions get played, so they are almost certainly in his
sure?
hand. Did we?
I think he played him. He just announced it and threw him in the cemetery.
Oh, okay.
Because that's how Marcus actually dropped so low in life.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. No, yeah, you're probably right then. Never mind. It does mean, though, that his cemetery is looking pretty healthy for his own Archimago ability, which means that he probably has enough cards in his cemetery to play a Minor Explosion. Sorry, the Major Explosion on Marcus and take him to Death's Door this turn if he wants.
So Marcus attacked with the Root Spider and then cast
Arcane Barrage,
Barrage to kill the spider.
Oh, so the Thunderstorm would hit Drake in the head?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, interesting line of play.
Yeah.
We'll see what Drake draws off the top here.
Yeah, I don't think Marcus is necessarily incorrect either. I mean, because now it's a lot more likely that the Craterize incidentally kills the Archimago. He doesn't have to be so precise with its placement. He can probably he can go for the Ascalon Phoenix and then hit the Archimago with a splash damage.
Oh, he drew an Infiltrate. What
Yeah,
a
it's
terrible draw in this situation.
He can take the Foot Soldier, but that's really not what he's looking to do here.
No.
Yeah, and awkwardly enough, with the clarification in the rules, Archimago has to be the spellcaster for the spell that he casts, which means that Drake can't have the River of Flame play the Major Explosion in his cemetery this turn and take Marcus to Death's Door, which means he has to settle for just attacking with the Ascalon Phoenix and calling it there for the turn. Yeah,
Why wouldn't he just move forward and cast a Major Explosion?
I don't know.
Would that not have taken him? I actually forgot that Drake was playing Archimago because he's in mono fire.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, Major
bills.
Explosion is in his cemetery, along with the minor explosion. Unless he recast things and already banished cards from his cemetery.
Yeah.
Maybe we missed that because a lot of his stuff is off. We can't see any of his cards.
Yeah.
We'll have to ask anyone playing Archimago to do like Marcus is doing, so
Yeah.
we can see the cards. Because if Drake still has 3 magic spells in his cemetery, yeah, he could have just moved forward.
Yeah. So Marcus plays the Crater Eyes, pitching his.
Yeah, that's game
tower.
because
Yeah.
the next turn he'll kill him with the Return of the Crater Eyes.
Yeah, for sure. You're right.
But I'm wondering if Drake missed an opportunity here.
Yeah, for sure. I think he did, for sure.
I think he might have just banished the spells. He must have.
Yeah, at some point earlier in the game. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to go over and take a look because we clearly missed 1 or 2 sequences here. So we'll see how they ended up playing it out. Drake picking up the explosion or the flame wave. It was his draw for turn. Okay. Can't play flame wave here as it would kill himself with that 1 damage. So, negligible draw here for him.
So I did check on Drake's cemetery, and Drake did already banish his spells.
Gotcha,
They're off the mat, so we can't see them.
Yeah.
But yeah, he does have the Major Explosion there, but he does not have any other magic that he could use.
Yeah, he drew a flame wave for turn, as I was telling the stream, which is just a non-draw here. He can't play it without killing himself. So.
Well, at this point, he should realize that Marcus can simply flash back the Crater Eyes for the win.
Yeah, he realized there's the handshake. All right.
What a cool game, though.
Yeah,
wow.
For sure. I definitely was expecting a lot less out of the game. I was a little pessimistic going in, but I was really excited to see that game.
I honestly think that Meteor Shower just doesn't need to be in the deck.
No, it's a little too costly. It takes a really long time to get to, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, maybe there just isn't a whole lot of magic, but that does excite me about the possibility of maybe just fire air. Like, why not just throw air in there? Just do fire, air, burn.
Just kill your opponent quickly, and then
Just
hopefully
play a
the
bunch of-
splash damage, gets rid of their minions. So.
Yeah. Or, I mean, there's just a lot of possibilities with that deck. So
Yeah, definitely.
I like it a lot. Now, he did have a River of Flame in a really nice position.
Yeah.
I like the addition of the Standing Stones.
Yeah, same.
To help with making sure that your Major Explosions deal 7 to your opponent.
Making sure you're
There
reaching
are a
all
lot
that
of
kind
cool
of thing.
things in that deck.
For sure.
And obviously, it's done well for him today.
Yeah.
Both players, I'm actually not sure. Oh, well, we're in the top 8. So
Yeah.
yeah,
They're good.
I was trying to think of their record prior to top
they're
8.
probably
I think they were 6-1.
they're either 6-1 or 5-2 with good breakers.
So so Marcus does move on to round 2 of the top 8.
The semifinals.
The
for
semifinals.
the constructed tournament. Yes.
Yeah. So we'll catch you guys whenever that round starts. For now, we're going to go to a break.
Yep.
We'll see you soon.
Thank you. Give us a moment here.
Sorcerers, if you have left a stack of cards with Margaret Morgan King and not picked them up, please come get them. Sorcerers, if you left cards with Margaret Morgan King and have not picked them up, please do so now.
No, I have multiplayer decks on me. I don't know how I'm still going to be done, to be honest.
But watch, it'll be viable one day.
The time I'm shooting the lead for me.
So Great Wall,
So, yeah,
the site, I guess you can use battering rams to destroy it.
And I got an extra like half hour all the time a game. But you know, I don't know how long these games are going to go. So
It'll be a thing.
He's really trying to do second. He's really trying to show us up right now. He's really trying to be second for us all.
Ja, om dat dan niet... Oh, gast. I don't know if either of those people in the
Oil in? What?
I'm kind of surprised. I thought it was oh yeah, cool. Oh, are they Belgians or? Are they the Belgians?
I wanted to lay my eyes upon the blades.
Oh, you have it.
Oh wow, okay.
Can you play with it? Like,
no, I'm saying
I just mean like legally, because it's got.
Okay. No, it's
got all the things. It is a real card. Don't tell it it's not a real card. What?
I love it.
Yeah, some games in every day. I thought you said you were leaving. Why aren't you? Why are you still?
What are you doing?
I don't even like this game.
He doesn't even go here.
Oh, hey man, I'm good. How are you? Dude, running on Steam. I'm running on like I got one cylinder, just barely pushing me through. What's that? Yeah.
Wait, little engine?
Yeah. I thought you were referencing my heels.
Yeah, I said Toaster, but Toaster's a separate thing entirely.
Oh,
I slide it off.
Well, I just want to make sure that one of the corners are the same, so I don't have to do much bunch of moving around.
Don't do that. Don't put neoprene on the playmat.
Yes. Yep. They just want to make sure they get the positioning right.
Oh yes, same size.
You can go for it.
It's not gonna
Yep.
slide.
Yep. Sweet.
Other than that, we're done.
Sweet. Yeah. Did you grab one from in there? Okay.
No, but he's the guy that won.
What's still going on?
I was like, okay, it's like, I'm working with how many giant
Okay, there's new questions. There's new motion.
Yeah, put that there.
I asked it yesterday, don't worry about it. They box numbers.
Oh, yeah.
That's not my fault.
I got my mechanism, my create
Semifinals.
Things are going pretty slow.
What did they finish yet? They didn't play the finals yet, did they?
Come on, you think I came here to lose?
Are you in the top cut?
Yeah, I'm in the semis.
Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah, dude.
And you brought that battle mage shit?
I don't know, man. It fucking
won
works, I
something.
guess. This horse shit
That's
works.
a cool box.
What's the prize for this?
I have no
I don't
idea.
think they announced it.
I have no idea.
Hopefully something cool.
Hopefully a Death Dealer playmat for someone besides fucking draft bullshit.
Draft bullshit was fun. My deck was
Well, I did
not
get a
as
chance.
good as my
Hey,
my draft
I
deck
did get
earlier
this.
was like kind of bomb. My draft deck for this one, I was like, I had like
Well,
6 good cards.
I'm a little surprised that all of you guys got Death Dealer.
Yeah.
Wait, you got one too? What the fuck? What is
Top
this?
8, man.
Whatever.
I mean, to be yeah, no, that's fair. It's supposed to be pretty exclusive.
I mean, there was like
I ain't complaining. They didn't do the finals for this yet, did they? Like nobody won the painting yet, did they? Finals for what? Did they win the painting yet?
Yeah,
Who
he
won?
did. He already won.
Oh fuck! I was like, oh wait, what happened? The whole tournament. Who won?
Oh yeah, the final tournament, that's over.
Shit, I was like,
Oh, please tell me those are more playmats.
Want me to find out what else happened? I'm sure you'll win if you get fun.
You got a great drowning in men though.
Yeah, off of a door prize, but like, what's up with
the
constructed?
thing is set up, or are we still waiting for that, or we just
We're
need the
about
player to
start.
sit down?
We just need him to sit down.
Okay. I was just grabbing him now. Okay, cool. I have to let them know about the grand prize that has been.
Well. Tulsa is just over here very upset about not knowing what the grand prize was.
I'm sure he was.
Guess what he has in his hand?
It's something. Anything for like top 4?
Nope, just
gotta win.
Just the grand prize here. So for some additional motivation here, the grand prize winner today is going to receive this original oil painting of Shade.
Ooh. Okay.
So, good luck.
Oh, jeez.
I mean, this
No
is-
pressure. No
Yeah,
pressure.
no pressure at all.
No pressure.
This is the semis. This is the semis.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
not the finals.
Right. I also let the other match know.
You guys should have known beforehand.
So
Everyone should have known before.
No pressure this weekend.
That's as far as I know. I was just told to let you guys know about this one. I can check with David.
No, I just want a Death Dealer playmat for winning the freaking SorceryCon constructed event.
Just for the finals. Yeah.
But there is something for top 2.
Dude,
Yes.
they were handing it
First
out to
place and
people
runner-up
that
have something.
they handed out 3 over
That and some other stuff.
8 at Gen Con?
Yes.
No, they handed out
there
3
was
at
top
Gen
8.
Con.
Oh yeah, they handed them out to like people.
First place and runner-up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, David. Yep.
But here we don't get a Death Dealer playmat for SorceryCon constructed main event championship, whatever.
Well, this is not the main event. The limited was the main event, technically.
This would be the main constructed event.
Sure.
It's
This
the
was
premium.
I would
It's
say
the
that
premium.
this was 10 grueling rounds all in one day.
Yes.
It's a pretty big.
No,
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Definitely. I agree with that as well. I did all that.
Whatever. I've been chasing that freaking playmat for a bit now.
It is, but that's harder for sure.
But yeah, Avatar Bear is a pretty decent matchup. It's a little rough at times, depending. Yeah.
Yes. Come hither. I had like the most fun I'm almost ready.
So we live right now?
I don't think so. Maybe. Who knows? They'll let us know when it's live. I was surprised it was 7 rounds and not just 6.
Could have done without 7.
Yeah, fantastic, man. How much so?
I'm doing well. Are you okay with being on camera?
Yep.
Yes, that's fine.
Are you okay with your voices being recorded?
Totally fine.
Yep.
So just go ahead and resolve your mulligans. I think we're going to start in about 100 minutes. So just go for it, resolve your mulligans, and we can start.
Yep.
Okay.
So, since I'm higher seed, they said that I get to choose who would go first or second.
Really?
Yep. No die roll.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know if you're lying.
I'm not lying. You should have. There's benefits.
And we're back for the semifinals of the constructed event at SorceryCon 2024. One very interesting thing that was just revealed was the grand prize for the event. It happens to be the original oil painting of Shapeshifter.
Wow, that's so cool.
Yeah, it is an amazing prize. So that's what these players are playing for. Root them on in the chat if you can, whoever your favorite player is today. So we aren't playing with Marcus and Drake, but we are playing with Alexis and Matt.
Yes.
And we have Matt on the left, Alexis on the right.
Yeah.
Alexis is playing Battle Mage. This is Count Tolstoy on Discord, if you're familiar with him.
Yep. I believe we saw a game from him
he was on
earlier today. Yeah.
Yeah, he was on stream earlier today. Matt was very nervous about being on stream, but here he is, all the way from New Zealand.
Oh, wow.
From Auckland, New Zealand.
That's
Matt
so
is here to
cool.
play in the main event, and he's made it to the semifinals. So very, very cool.
Yeah.
With Avatar of Air.
Yeah, I'm so glad to see people traveling as far as they are. Yeah, so we can see here that Alexis packing the Battle Mage deck, and Matt, the New Zealander, bringing his Avatar of Air deck. And that Avatar of Air has been a pretty requested avatar, so we're excited to show you guys this match.
So this should be an exciting match. Matt actually just got out of his last match. It was a long, grueling match against the Artemago.
Yeah.
Being piloted by Moth.
Yeah.
Which some people will recognize that name, Mothrolite from Discord. He won the league last season.
Yeah. And we actually also saw him on stream in round 6.
Yeah, in round 6. So Matt did barely get that win against Moth, and now he's here with Avatar of Air.
Yeah.
Versus Battle Mage. Oh, wow. I already see a Ruler of Thule in Alexis's hand.
A Phase Assassin and a Degradation. Already some really interesting cards. Yeah, you're right.
Degradation could be useful here if Matt plays a Phase Assassin.
Yes. Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. Phase Assassin is definitely the biggest thing that Degradation is looking to answer here.
But Alexis is going to put it on the bottom because he's not sure if it's going to be useful in this match.
Makes a lot of sense. I mean, these air aggro decks tend to have, beasts. They have, the Pegasi, they have eagles, they have hippogriffs, so they've got a lot of different beasts. But, it's not 100% that we're going to see any mortals.
So we see him draw into a mix air.
Yep.
And so Alexis has the Phase Assassin, right? Is that what that is? It's very dark.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure it is.
It's a Phase Assassin. Look, it's a foil, so it's,
I can't see Matt's hand at all. I wonder if we can get an alternate shot for it to see Matt's hand here.
Yeah, I think Nah, I can't say for sure what we're looking at.
Right, now he's going to hide it.
Now, I'm sure we'll get a look at it at some point today. Oh, did we change the mats while I wasn't looking? It used to be a Death Dealer. Did we change it to the Great Drowning of Men?
Yeah, the Death Dealer was taken and given away.
Oh, gotcha, yeah. Yeah, the draft event ended, actually. We were able to crown our victor for that one. And they walked away with a painting by, Dustin Brossard, I believe is his name? The artist.
I actually didn't catch the ending there. I was focused on the quarterfinals.
Yeah, or semis, yeah.
The quarterfinals.
Quarterfinals, you're right. We're in semis now. My bad, my bad.
No worries.
Probably that one.
Are they?
Yeah.
I wonder if they're waiting on the go-ahead to start playing.
Yeah, I'll make sure they can.
I think.
All right. Good.
Well, that's cool. We do have Zach sitting at the table judging, making sure that the plays are on point.
When you're playing really good players, and we know what happens, you have to be good to draw well. Right.
Good players draw good cards, yes.
Let me make sure that they know that they can still play.
Yeah, I think they're waiting for the go-ahead, and they never received one.
Yeah, whatever.
Okay, mate.
All right. Good luck, sir.
Yep. Cheers. You too.
Tintangle. Mix. Crack the mix. Phase Assassin.
Alrighty, yeah, they're starting it off. Holy moly, yeah, Alexis is starting off flaming. He opens on a Tintigel, and then immediately plays a Mix Air into a Phase Assassin directly on top of Matt's Avatar of Air. So he's wasting no time getting his aggression on in this game.
I like this turn 1 play on top of Avatar of Air because that means that if Matt plays Bottomless Pit, it won't matter. Phase Assassin is already there.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Bottomless Pit's one of the cards to be afraid of in an Avatar of Air for sure. So he runs the risk of Matt actually playing a free city, but the Phase Assassin will be able to react as stealth, so it won't die immediately.
That's a crazy start for Alexis.
Yeah. I think Matt's thinking about his opening right now. Yeah, he's definitely probably a little shocked to see such a fast opening. So we'll see.
Four waters into Zeph. You need a Imperial Road, Amethyst Core, into Tower, into that.
Yeah. Okay, mate. All right.
I think Matt is just a little bit struck at the moment. I'm not sure what's going on.
Yeah.
There are multiple people around them too, though. Oh, you know what? Drew was asking them some questions.
Yeah, they were getting a little mini interview. By, Eric Scrose's staff. So. Yeah, Matt leading on a Merlin's Tower. He must just not have, he must just either not have a use for the Merlin's Tower, or he really wants to progress, or he wants to, on his next turn play a tower and then drop a 3-power minion of his own to contest that Phase Assassin.
So, Chet says Moth should have played the control. Moth actually did have control. He was playing Artemago control.
Yeah.
And he lost to the Avatar of Air.
Yeah, no, he was rocking the most defensive build that we saw, I think.
Hey, we have a fan of Matt in the chat. Go Matt, Team NZ.
Yep.
If you have Lightning Bolt, this just feels bad.
Yeah, there were some people talking about the Witch in chat. Witch did the Witchfire deck, Fire Air Witch did almost make it into the top cut.
Yeah,
it was cut out just barely. It went I
believe by the battle
5-2.
Right? Yeah,
it went 5-2 in the tournament and didn't quite make it in.
Yeah. Yeah, our other match, I believe, is a Geomancer, the same one that we saw in round 7 versus a
Archimego.
Yeah, an Archimego. Yep.
Yeah, which was the same one we
just saw.
Round 7, right? Or no, round 1 of the top 8.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We saw him just last game. Sorry, we're losing track of things here.
All right, so both players are thinking hard about this game because the painting was just revealed to them. They didn't know they were playing for a painting.
Yeah, so now some real stakes on the line. Alexis must be
now it's real.
Extra super happy to open on such an aggressive start now that he knows that there's a original painting on the line. Yeah, so Avatar of Air going on it with a beacon, which is a good substitute for a tower in this case, while not actually representing a Gothic tower that would turn off future Gothic towers. So he gets out his Host Eagle to defend against a Phase Assassin attack.
Phase Assassin is so crazy. You just move it into the void, give it stealth again, and then you can attack the next turn.
It's really just like a big Sly Fox. We saw a fair amount of Sly Fox across all the limited games, and this is the original version, so to speak.
I like Alexis moving in front of the Merlin's Tower to get Matt
Stealth
to play a site forward.
Gotcha.
Although, if Matt has a free city, then that's a bad idea. Or a Bottomless Pit, so actually I'll take that back. I like this play much better.
Yeah.
Thinking of what Avatar of Air usually plays.
Yeah.
As far as defensive sites go.
Yeah. Looks like Alexis drew a Feast of Crows, which we'll see him play out. I'm really curious what he's going to name here. What do you think you should name? Lightning Bolt's one of the options, right?
In Avatar of Air, I would name Rolling Boulder.
Rolling Boulder?
Yes.
You think that's one of their, that's one of their classic killer cards, yeah?
Yeah, Rolling Boulder is tough to deal with.
Even if it's unlikely that they're going to have, a play set of it? Or do you think they always pack 4 copies, or 3 copies, excuse me?
If I'm playing Alexis Battle Mage, I don't really care about Matt playing minions.
Yeah.
Avatar of Air always plays with 3 Rolling Boulders. Rolling Boulder can cut, especially if Alexis draws into more minions and tries to pile up and overwhelm Matt.
Yeah.
The Rolling Boulder is the one thing that Matt can use to get back in the game.
Yeah.
And he can even potentially hit the Battle Mage multiple times with the Boulder.
Yeah.
Using the Avatar's fly ability.
Definitely true. So yeah, let's see, what did he name here?
Wow,
if he named Gaia
hippogriffs.
Hippogriffs, this is going to be a brutal game.
I had
Did
a guess.
he name it?
It was a
Did he?
50-50 between the
No
two.
way.
All right.
He named
Oh
Gaia
my
Hippogriffs.
God.
Wow.
What a ridiculous opening.
I knew this would
Mix air into
my goodness.
into a phase assassin, and then a Feast of Crows taking out 2/3 of Matt's hand. This may be a much faster game than we thought we'd
I
get.
think that pretty much
so rough.
is a nail in the coffin.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be too
What
sure.
a
We can see a
lucky
rolling
hit.
boulder, start to getting it, getting Matt into the game, especially if he can catch Alexis with a couple of minions on his sights. But yeah, for sure, getting 2 cards knocked out of your hand on the 3rd turn is hard to come back from.
So Chet says, how did the Battle Mage win against Archie? Can you give a quick rundown? It was Avatar of Air that played against the Archimago. I don't know what the Battle Mage played against.
It was the Witch. Yeah, the Battle Mage played against the Witch, I believe.
Oh, Witch did make it into top 8?
It did, yeah. There was one Witch.
okay.
Their game was pretty quick, so we weren't able to catch the end of it.
That's
but
right.
yeah,
I did hear about that. So Battle Mage beat out the Witch.
Yeah.
They were both on death's door, if I remember correctly, from my talk with the loser in the match. I hate calling him the loser. I couldn't think of a better word, though.
Not winner? I don't know.
The non-victor.
It's all right.
But yeah, so unfortunately, Witch got hated out by the Battle Mage, just barely. And then Avatar of Air took out the Archimago because Archimago didn't draw a single healing spell the entire game.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess I said like the personal item you already have.
Yeah, like the power of Archimago is such that, if you have a divine healing, you have 34 life functionally in the game, but you also have to draw it. You only have 3 of them in the deck. You have to actually draw your divine healings. So, with a 50-card spellbook, it just happens that it misses sometimes.
How do you get to 34 life? Oh, you mean?
Yeah,
oh,
sorry. Yeah, my
Yes.
bad. You're not gaining
I was
above
like,
20.
wait.
You're just regaining 7 twice, functionally having such a high life total.
All right, we see the Host-Eagle come in for 3 on the Lighthouse.
Yep, and a Devil's Egg dropped on it. Matt's last cards in his hand.
Alexis just has to be feeling so good about that Feast for Crows.
Yeah.
Let's see if it pays off here.
Yeah, if he's able to capitalize on the card advantage, and he's able to put another minion down next to Avatar of Air, or next to Perilous Bridge, or or on the Lighthouse and attack, like say if it's a Gaia Hippogriffs or whatever, an airborne minion, then he'll definitely be in a good spot. Yeah, there's the Ruler of Thule that we saw in his opening hand. Excuse me.
Swing here for 4.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a harsh match. I had forgotten about the Ruler. We had just seen it too.
Well, Matt is going to get to his boulders a lot quicker without the Gaia Hippogriffs clogging up the decks. So if he top decks the... actually he doesn't even have a minion to use it.
He can use his Avatar. Oh, he needs to play a site with his Avatar in order to play the boulder. Yeah, pretty
I
awkward.
think it's just a turn too slow. If he has the boulder, that's going to be tough.
Yeah.
So he's getting hit for
2 cards in your hand.
11 damage this turn, taking him down to 6.
Yeah.
That is a lot. Ruler of Thule is just so brutal. Everything is going Alexis's way this match.
For sure.
Unfortunately, that's just the way the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, that's how it goes sometimes. Yeah, you just get
free city or bottomless pit. to kill the.
Yeah, and it happens a fair amount in these aggro matchups too, where both players are playing like super lean decks, where they trade resources really aggressively in the first like 3 turns, and then after that, it's it's whoever can continuously put down pressure. And Alexis's hand, delivered on the early pressure, had the Ruler of Thule in it, ready for the late game pressure, and then and then he was able to draw the Feast of Crows and really take out Matt's game plan.
I'm not sure what Matt could play here. With only 3 mana out right now.
Yeah.
That would really make a difference.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of like Ball Lightning. Unfortunately, both of the minions have 3 power.
Yeah, I mean, if exactly. If his, I don't remember. We definitely saw his last sight in hand. I just don't remember what it is. Actually, did we?
If he had flown his avatar over to where the Phase Assassin was attacking, then maybe, if he happened to get a free city or a bottomless pit, he could have then this turn flown that minion over and then taken out maybe the other minion. But
very true.
As it is, he has to tap to play a side.
Yeah, if he
to do
wants
anything interesting here.
Yeah, you're right. Ball Lightning is probably what he's looking for here. Killing the Ruler, and then...
yeah, it would kill the Ruler, deal 2 damage to the Battle Mage, but then he would still go to Death's Door the next turn. So it is too late, unfortunately.
Definitely.
And
without,
he doesn't even have the high Hippogriffs, but honestly, there's not a single thing that I can think of that would make a difference here.
Yeah, honestly, even the Hippogriffs might not have done the trick here. Like,
have.
Even if he had them in his hand, turn 1 Phase Assassin, turn 4 Ruler of Thule, sending your Avatar out there, like, it's rough.
It's just there was no way to anticipate the Ruler of Thule.
Yeah.
So he had to play his game, attack forward with the Hostile and the Devil's Egg. I think the Hostile and the Devil's Egg had a chance to really make
to
this
race
to race and make this a game, but Alexis is also playing grapple shots. He could have just grappled in the Hostile, picked up the Devil's Egg, and then attacked Matt on his side, and then it would have been
reverse story.
Yeah, I think
same thing that we're looking at right now.
I think this is a tough matchup for Avatar of Air personally.
Definitely.
When I talked to Alexis before the game, and he said it was a 50-50 matchup.
Yeah. I think he's definitely thinking about the matchup as it was in beta. I know we were talking about earlier how Avatar of Air had more consistent access to a disruptive artifact package, and that can make it kind of hard for the Battle Mage to play out its grapple shots and its aggressive spells. That might be what he's thinking of, but Battle Mage with this good a draw, it's going to be hard.
So this is cool. And he was able to play 2 minions on this turn, which gives him the possibility of not going to Death's Door, but he would have to sacrifice both of his minions in the process.
Yeah. I mean, it does give him a shot, right? Like if he draws Rolling Boulder, then he still goes to Death's Door, but he's at least a little, he maybe has a little more hope. So we'll see what Alexis.
He does have the fly ability, so he can fly to run away diagonally into Alexis's zone and territory, or onto Alexis's site. So
that's true.
There is a sequence of events here where he could get Alexis to Death's Door.
For sure. Yeah, that honestly was probably what Alexis was talking about as far as this matchup being kind of hard. If both players develop, reasonable sight sequences, then, it could prove somewhat challenging if the Battle Mage has to use too much of its movement spells to get the Avatar of Air to Death's Door. It could prove, a challenge to actually pin down the Avatar of Air and finish the game.
Yeah, it looks like Alexis is choosing to simply go to Death's Door here. Potentially. I mean, I'm sorry, not Alexis, Matt. Alexis is thinking hard here about whether or not he wants to attack.
Swing here for 4.
Because I don't think... So if Matt attacks next turn, so the Devil's Egg takes Alexis down to 10. And then if he attacks with all 3 of his minions, that would be 7, 8 more. So Alexis would be at 2 at the end of the next turn.
Yeah, and then 1 more from the Devil's Egg.
One more. But if he flew with Avatar of Air, he could attack Alexis' side. So actually, Matt could just not block here, go to Death's Door, and then take Alexis to Death's Door by the end of Alexis' next turn.
Yeah, and then force him to have
He has
the
to have an
grapple
answer.
shot,
Wow.
the projectile.
This is actually pretty interesting. I like this play by Matt.
I do see Alexis's hand though. He does have a grapple shot in his hand. That's what it.
He would need to be able to get to. Well, he can get to Alexis.
Yeah, he
All he
can
has to do is
draw sight.
Yeah, draw sight and play a sight.
Hang out of 4. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we see Matt here choosing to go to death's door and forcing Alexis to have the grapple shot.
Yeah,
I
he
like
has
this
to
play.
have the grapple. I do.
mean,
I do
he
too.
has
I think it's the
grapple
only
shot,
play.
Right? So like the game is most likely over, but but forcing your opponent to have it is often the right move, right? I've seen players concede too early and not realize. Oh,
Matt. Well, I was going to say that Matt does have death's door lethal on board without having to play another spell, so he could take Alexis' death's door and then play a spell to potentially avoid grapple shot.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Yeah, although, so as far as spells to avoid grapple shot, like what is he looking for here to not die to particularly grapple? I can think of if he could play a 4-power Void Walk minion, then he's there. But the issue with a Phase Assassin or a 3-power Void Walk minion is that then Alex is able to draw sight, play the sight underneath that Void Walk minion. I mean, he'd play the Void Walk minion in between the Merlin's Tower and the Lighthouse in the very middle of the board there. And then, if he draws a Phase Assassin, he plays the Phase Assassin there, and the Ruler of Thule attacks the Phase Assassin, and then the Avatar can grapple shot on through. But
yeah,
although
it's the Ruler of Thule is making this so complicated.
Definitely. Yeah, because if it weren't for the Ruler of Thule, then Avatar of Air would be able to fly to the Lighthouse and attack the Tintigo and have 2 minions in the way of the grapple shot. But then the Ruler of Thule just moves right back on over to the Tintigo.
Avatar of Air could draw a blink and a minion, and Avatar of Air could fly over to the site, blink to the tower, the Gothic Tower, attack, and then play a minion where the bat is currently, and that would block the grapple shot. But then the Phase Assassin could just move up because of Ruler of Thule.
Yeah,
and then the grapple would happen anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it doesn't seem like Matt has any outs here, but I'm not super familiar with his deck. So a Fairy Queen, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean your stuff being immune to. Yeah, can we pull up Fairy Queen here? I don't know if we still have that. Yeah, there we go.
I like fairies.
I remember exactly what she says.
Hit you for 3.
Wow. This actually turned out to be a close match.
Yeah.
Because neither player is caring a whole lot about what the other player is doing.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is what we
just
saw in the
attacking
aggro
each
match
other.
earlier is, both players just kind of looking at each other, beating each other up while they ignore the other one. Yeah, so Fairy Queen unfortunately only prevents damage from, large minions or large units. It only prevents damage dealt to fairies. So, unfortunately the Fairy Queen won't be able to save the Avatar of Air from, a buffed Phase Assassin killing it on the Gothic Tower. But we'll see.
One spell.
He's almost certainly going to go for the Death Door here. I think that gives him the best chances of winning, where he attacks with the bats, attacks with the Cloud Spirit, and attacks with his Avatar.
Lightning bolt, grapple shot. Mind if I put the Fairy Queen there instead?
Okay, yeah, so I see chat saying that Matt can play a site at space 6, and then float over there and escape from grapple for a bit. That does give him a turn, no? I didn't think about that line.
That would give him a turn, but he wouldn't be able to take Alexis to Death's Door.
Yeah. So yeah, I think here, Matt's looking at that safer option that the chat mentioned there, or he can go for the risky option, forcing Alexis to have the grapple shot, and proceeding from there.
So my issue is, I believe grapple shot wins no matter what. So play as if your opponent, or not my issue, my game plan would be, because grapple shot pretty much wins.
That's fine.
Play as if they, make them have the card.
Yeah, as if they don't have grapple shot.
You have to play so awkwardly to avoid it, playing that site to the 6th space. It looks like Matt's going to take a similar line. He's going to, move his Avatar over. Oh, did he pass turn? He did.
Yeah, he passed.
Okay.
He
so
chose
Alexis
not to
now has
attack with
figure
the... the oh my gosh, what's the cloud minion? Double air threshold, 2 mana.
Oh, a Cloud Spirit.
Cloud Spirit, thank you. Jeez.
Yeah,
so he
it
chose
was-
not to attack with the Cloud Spirit.
Alexis drew a Highland Falconer. I don't think that helps him here.
I like him not attacking with the Cloud Spirit here because he knows that Alexis could have the grapple shot.
Yeah.
So grapple shot would grapple in, kill the Fairy Queen, and then the Cloud Spirit can block for him.
Yeah, for sure.
So he does buy himself a guaranteed extra turn here, but Matt still has grapple shot. And there's just nowhere for Alexis. I'm sorry, Alexis still has grapple shot, so there's nowhere for Matt to run to.
Yeah.
So yeah, it does. It lets the game go on for one more turn. But the end seems inevitable.
Okay, so yeah, Alexis taking the nearly guaranteed death, or nearly guaranteed kill now with the Phase Assassin. I'm sure Matt can probably scrounge up something creative to get himself out of this one, but Phase Assassin with stealth is going to be pretty hard to beat, especially with a grapple shot in hand.
Yeah, it's actually clearing out in this event hall quite a bit. There aren't nearly as many players in here anymore, and the feature match is not that far away from us, so we're kind of like talking a little bit low.
Yeah. Can't be talking too loudly about the things in players' hands, lest we give away valuable information to either of the players. Yeah, there's only like 50 people left in the hall. It used to be like, 400 or whatever our attendance was initially.
All right, Alexis is on 4. He'll go to 3 at the end of his turn.
Yep.
And he'll go to Death's Door
On
the
Matt's
following
next
turn.
Yeah. Yeah, this is like the one characteristic of Avatar of Air that it's known for, is its slipperiness. Being able to, do these really like bizarre plays and like really hard to think of ways to get itself out of trouble. It's keeping it here, keeping it in the game here. I think Alexis is playing out the Highland Falconer. Yeah, he's playing it out at the Gothic Tower, bringing the Palaberry Bats in there.
I really like Matt's game plan here. The more I think about it, since he has so many minions coming out, it is possible that he will be able to trade with Alexis's minions.
Yeah.
Like, I see the Fairy Queen has Airborne, if I remember correctly.
She does, yeah. She's an Airborne spellcaster.
So the Fairy Queen could attack the Ruler of Thule if he leaves the Ruler of Thule hanging around. So he'll definitely want to move the Ruler of Thule away to increase his odds. But he's moving it closer.
Oh, he's drawing a sight with his Battle Mage. Okay.
But then I guess if he moves the Ruler away, then the Host Eagle up there hidden under the Devil's Egg.
Yeah, could get it too.
Yeah, could kill it.
Yeah.
And now we have the Falconer and the Bats out on Alexis's side, though, to be able to block for the Ruler.
Yeah, this is so stressful.
I don't know. Like, I feel like the Ruler should have gone back to the Tencha Gel because the Bat and the Falconer are there,
They're gonna
right?
help it out. Yeah, that could be the move.
I'm not sure, though. This is a very complicated board. Oh, no, what are we talking about? The Bat and the Falconer can move as if the edges of the realm are connected, so they can move to block for the Ruler where they are.
Right.
Very
Ruler
cool.
protecting itself with its own
Okay,
ability.
I like that.
A Host Eagle just dropped the...
Yes, chat says, does Alex have grapple in hand?
Yeah.
Yes, Alexis has grapple in hand.
Yeah, you can see the hint of that, of the art there.
And Matt has guessed that he does. He is playing as if Alexis has grapple in hand because he knows that is what loses him the match. So Matt is doing everything he can to avoid the grapple shot.
Yeah, Matt's really had to beat some pretty crazy odds. And he's still in this game. He had to beat the crazy opening that we saw
turn
from
one Phase Assassin.
Alexis. Yeah. It was the crazy durability of the air decks, man. That's really
Feast
interesting.
for Crows.
Yeah. players are deep in the tank here. These last couple of turns are going to be super critical because of the number of minions in play. Matt has to figure out how to both get Alexis to Death Door. Although I think he's accomplished that already by attacking with the Palaberry Bats and having the Devil's Egg trigger at the end of the turn. I could be wrong though. I wasn't paying attention. I wasn't paying close attention to the life totals.
I think it's. I don't know if he's attacked with Palaberry Bats just yet. They haven't changed Alexis's life total.
Oh, the Bats is tapped, so he may have attacked, but I don't know for sure.
Alexis is at 3.
Oh, was he at 5 at the start of the turn? I thought he was at 3.
Is it Turbo Redneck?
No, I said he's at 3.
Yeah.
So the Bats did not attack.
Oh, okay. I gotcha.
He's so much fun to play with, too.
But they're tapped.
Yeah, I think he either forgot to untap him or it's still Alexis's turn.
Gotcha, yeah.
Oh, right here?
But the Avatar of Air is untapped.
Super nice dude. He's at Gen Con.
He wasn't he?
I think it is Matt's turn.
Yeah, no, it's definitely his turn. He's.
I think he just hasn't untapped the bat yet.
Think about how to play around a grapple shot.
It's difficult with the stealth minion in the corner. I thought it was going to be more of a blowout after I got those 2 hippos, but you were drawing minions back to back.
Yeah, we're going to go over and take a look real quick to check this out. It's crazy he had to draw sight because area control, so he can't draw a spell to deal with things.
There we go. No.
I don't know who you're talking about there. Are you talking about Matt or are you talking about Alexis?
All right, so he did swing with the bat. They just forgot to update their life total.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah, okay, so then the Devil's Egg does have Alexis at Death Door at the end of the turn.
Yep.
Which
So
means that
now-
now Matt gets to focus fully on making sure he does not die this turn. Oh, I see what you're saying now. Yeah, in chat, that he has to draw a sight to move out of range of the Phase Assassin. Because a stealth attack will end his game right here. Actually,
Alexis
he
still
can
has
move.
the grapple shot.
Yeah. This
So-
definitely
Of a 3-round night.
seems super challenging. Yeah. Even because if Matt's option right now is he can play a sight on 7 and then float his avatar there, meaning that the Cloud Spirit can defend, the Fairy Queen can defend, and the Hostile can defend. But then he runs into the issue of Highland Falcon or Palaberry Bats grapple shotting into his avatar. So if he plays the sight on 6 and floats there, then the Phase Assassin stealthily moves onto the site and then... Oh no, then the Palaberry Bats can move on top of the Avatar of Air and then grapple shot and get lethal that way. Because of the diagonal movement from Airborne. Yeah, this is probably all the stuff that Matt's calculating in his head right now.
Yeah, this is a tough board state, for sure.
We should honestly screenshot this board state and then release it as a puzzle later for people to solve to see if there's an out, that kind of thing. That'd be a lot. That'd be really interesting.
Matt can fly the Cloud Spirit to a location that might help him, but I don't think so. The Cloud Spirit has +2 movement, so it can basically attack any of Alexis's minions.
Yeah, that's...
if it wanted to.
1, 2. Yeah, that's true. It can attack the bats, but then the Falconer could defend.
I think what I do is
which unfortunately ruins the... Yeah, and also if he has to move Cloud Spirit away, then he's weak to grapple shot from a couple cards, so...
So he's not playing around grapple shot anymore if this is his move.
Yeah. Yeah, because I'm getting a headache. I'm not going to lie. I'm too tired to analyze this kind of board state. This is getting really challenging. I'm not used to this kind of thing.
So the Fairy Queen is still here at 3 power. Can easily take out the Ruler of Duel.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it can't because they're blockers.
Yep, because the Palaberry Bats, yeah. Yeah, honestly, props to these players for thugging it out through this kind of board state. Yeah, I'm trying to look for the lethal line here. I can't. Matt's
I mean,
got just
Avatar of Air
enough
here,
minions.
Avatar of Air right here dies to grapple shot for sure. It's unfortunate that Matt didn't see a bottomless pit. That would have definitely helped him in this match.
Yeah, it would have at least given him some interesting options as far as like his forced movement goes. So.
Chat says, play set to 7. Use Cloud Spirit and Eagle to attack the bats and Falconer.
It runs into the issue there of grapple shot winning the game again. Ruler of Thule can grapple shot backwards over site 2, and then take out the Avatar, assuming it floats there.
Just think about this.
So if a side is played on, it seems the only option to explore truly is if a side is placed on 6.
Yeah.
If a side is placed on 6, then you fly to 6 and you take out the bats and the Falconer.
With what? With the Cloud Spirit and the Hostigal? He runs into the issue then of Phase Assassin moving onto the tower and then grapple shotting him straight away.
No, because he could just move over with the Fairy Queen.
Oh.
Now, there's a problem with this, though, because he has grapple shot. He can just draw a sight. Alexis can draw a sight, play it under the Phase Assassin.
Yeah.
Or anywhere, just grapple shot the Cloud Spirit. And then, I'm sorry. Play it under the Phase Assassin, grapple shot the Cloud Spirit with the Phase Assassin, and then attack.
Self-attack, yeah, you're right. That's still lethal.
So he would need a block. He would need to be able to kill these two and have a blocker.
Yeah.
Kill the Falconer, or kill the bats is all he needs to kill.
Actually, yeah, Chad makes an interesting point. I don't know if Ruler of Thule definitely can't shoot projectile backward, so.
No, it can't.
Yeah.
But that's not important in this scenario.
I can't see the line
It's not.
to
No.
play around it.
No, I was saying that.
Oh, wait, yeah, Ruler of Thule can also just move to site.
No, I'm saying that Alexis can play a side under Phase Assassin, grapple into the Cloud Spirit, and then just attack the Avatar of Air if the Avatar of Air is sitting on 7. 6, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but I
avoid stealth.
reopening the case of putting a site on 7
Yes.
and flying there, because that means that, and then using Cloud Spirit just to kill the bats, and using the Hostigal to kill the Falconer. But then in that case, the Ruler of Thule can walk backwards onto the lone tower and grapple shot the Avatar there that way. There's a free city. He did find the free city. Not super useful against a grapple shot, unfortunately. It's not actually a minion, so it won't defend. It won't be able to, block that kind of thing.
All right. So that will be the game here in the semifinals. Both players at death's door, but there is the grapple shot for the win for Alexis. And there's the handshake. I don't think that there was a way out of this, to be honest.
No, I'm definitely curious to see.
So the only way out is for him to not take Alexis to death's door that turn.
Yeah,
that's pretty much
true.
it.
Yeah,
he would have to have a blocker up.
Yeah, that's
and then
definitely true.
Yeah, at that point, it's like, oh my goodness, like, can you survive one more turn?
Yeah.
Maybe you just go for it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, but also that whole time he was not certain that grapple shot was in Alexis' hand.
Well, you have to play like it is,
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
in the way that Alexis is playing, coming in.
He was just trying to cluster the area around the Avatar. He definitely has some movement damage spell.
This was a good match. I really enjoyed this one.
Yeah, despite the crazy opening from Alexis, it was still. No, Matt put up a fantastic fight here for sure.
It kind of shows you how much the Avatar of Air can really just power through things.
Yeah.
With the amount of damage it can deal when it gets out of Devil's Egg.
Yeah.
Or a life loss, I should say.
Yeah.
So I really wish that there was just one more minion on the board so that we could see a double death's door for multiple turns. And then I would have been vindicated by saying that he should have chosen the rolling boulder, because the rolling boulder probably would have won the game.
Ended the game at some point. Yeah, there you go.
No, but that was really good. Yeah, there's really nothing else that could have been done. We explored multiple different site locations for Matt to place his site.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, just needed one more minion to be able to defend against a potential grapple shot.
Yeah, exactly.
If the Gnome Hollows was there, it would have been a completely different story. If he had Gnome Hollows. If he had Bottomless Pit
for sure.
that turn, then it would have been a different story. He could play Bottomless Pit, fly to Bottomless Pit, and then it'd be good.
Yeah.
Because I think the Battle Mage was still 2 steps away.
It was
in the center.
it was one. Yeah, It was one line away, but there was a Fairy Queen in the way. So if
you
Alexis
put,
would have had to deal with the Fairy Queen in order to.
Well, even then, like if he had bottomless pit and he put it on 7 or 6, he could just flown up to it, and then he would have been multiple spaces away from.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, he's definitely safe from the phase assassin, from the little phase assassin there.
And then if he, then Matt were to kill the bats, then no airborne minions were left to actually enter the bottomless pit.
Yeah,
so.
for sure. Yeah, this has definitely been one of the most interesting last couple of turns that we've seen so far. I'm really curious to see some kind of analysis on whether or not he should have drawn a sight. What was the math on spell outs versus sight outs there?
Yeah, that would be good. I want to see I want to see a couple of our Avatar of Air players talk about this and discuss this if possible. So that will wrap it up for the semifinals. Yeah. I believe we're still waiting on one match before we get to the final match.
Yeah.
And where the winner will win the
shapeshifter painting. The original, yes.
So
really
we'll see you soon.
To see that one. Yep.
Hey, I mean, you got some goodies though. You got the champion, you got the good stuff too. It's not completely, top 8 meant something, kind of. Really wish that they would have the death wheel.
That's crazy. I can't believe you came back from all that.
Yeah, dude.
That was an awesome game. That felt a bit rough. It was a bit rough.
Yeah.
That felt a little bit rough.
For sure. We analyzed your board with you, and there was
could not
nowhere
find
for
a
you to
single
go.
play.
I
couldn't
you just
find
needed one more
there wasn't
minion.
a play where he
Or
was
bottomless.
definitely
If you had drawn bottomless pit there,
I know.
I know.
I just
No, if you got bottomless pit,
put bottomless pit under there.
Assassin would still be Assassin would still be alive.
No, because it's in.
It didn't enter it though.
No, it doesn't enter. You could have put bottomless pit on 6.
No, if you would have put it on 6, I
On
would
your
have.
avatar, killed both of his minions here.
With what?
With his cloud spirit and his hostage.
Oh yeah. He was at 3. He's at 2. Yeah, you could kill them both there.
Yeah.
I would play a site here, move phase assassin over, and it's a bottomless pit.
So I had a free city.
All you needed was bottomless pit.
I did draw a hippogriff.
I had a free city.
So I drew a hippogriff, yeah. And then I had 4 waters. I would have grappled the fairy queen. 4 waters hippo into him.
Yeah.
Fantastic game though.
That was a really good game. Tough. I've never seen a turn 1 phase assassin with no sights. Like, have you done it before?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's done it before. It's a play. It's hot.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, also
That's
like
cheating.
It is cheating.
Yeah.
It is cheating. It is cheating. What is it? Good. You've got to be a good player to draw
If you
well.
crack a mix before turn 2, it's always cheating.
It's always cheating.
Hey, I'm investing my entire hand here.
No, I remember when the game was getting started, Zalem and I were looking away for the first turn. We look back, there's already a phase. We're like, we missed something massive.
The thing was, we didn't have the turn 2 to deal with it.
I didn't have the
Avatar Bear normally does.
You don't wrap up here. This is where you're playing your final.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
you might
didn't have the bottomless pit, the free city, or the lightning bolt for turn 2, which you normally would. So I gambled it.
Tolstoy, Alexis almost didn't enter the constructed event.
Oh, but I do fucking
round 1.
For what?
And last time I said, don't do draft. Just drop, get into the constructed. You can make it to the final.
Yeah, I felt like I was just gonna get hosed by RNG in the draft. Like, yeah, I can make a decent deck, but like, there's too much variance with that.
But you do miss out on the death dealer.
Apparently, man. I mean, hopefully, if I win, they'll send me something.
Kevin was here? Sorry. Yes.
Okay. I had the grapple shot.
Did you have it
when you were at like 7 life, and I already had all the stuff out? I drew the grapple. I'm like, okay, yeah, it's set up. Let's see if we can get there. I didn't want to grapple the queen and then hit you, because then you could block, and then you could just do a bunch of other stuff potentially, and I might still go to death's door before even having an answer in hand. So I was, I think best move assassin. He's stealth.
Yeah.
It
A lot of pressure.
The stealth
Yeah.
phase assassin.
You again.
Did you make it?
Oh, dude. Archer make it.
Yeah.
Archer Murray.
Yeah.
The guy was awesome.
Insane, dude.
No, he was good. He was good.
What you won? Oh shit, dude!
No one's more surprised than me.
Congrats!
Turn one.
This is his like third. This will be his
Oh,
third.
You're not. Yeah.
This will be your
Like,
31st
not that I don't want to
game.
hear your story. I'm just saying he rolled me so bad that I've already got trauma from the first time.
This will be your 31st
He's got
game
more
of
trauma.
Sorcery.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what he did to you. He's got more trauma.
Oh, you got. Wow. No, the last turn of the game, he killed every creature of mine on the board, and then I had like 6 guys out. Killed them all. Drew like 8 cards, and then killed me. So, I don't know what your story is, but I ain't never been rolled like that in a game in my life.
Yeah, it was.
Not even hopscotch, and I'm fat.
Turn 3? Was it turn 3? It was turn 2.
Turn 3 ruler.
He's turn 2.
Oh wait, no, it was a turn 4 ruler.
2 cards I don't see.
Turn 3.
Oh, that's no.
Yeah, turn 4. Turn 3. I played Feast of Crows.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Turn 2. Turn 2 Feast of Crows. Dumps 2 hippogriffs from hand. Yeah. And then a ruler of fool on turn 3 to go maximum.
Try naming hippogriffs against me, buddy.
I was debating.
I
I was
double
like,
dog dare
grapple
you.
shot or hippogriff. And then I saw that he was already at 2. Just play a tower, play another hippogriff. I'll just name hippogriff. So yeah, happened to be the right call.
Like he's got depression. The only thing that can like
Anyway, I never.
He just had.
You ever been rolled like that?
I don't know. I'd probably
The
go
only
for
thing that I can't quite believe is that I managed to.
It's definitely a hard thing.
She got me to door also.
Oh, you're on door also.
Yeah.
Oh, well, hey.
That was a good game.
I was on I was on 4 nearly, and you were on 20 roughly.
No, you were already pinging me by that time. I was like at 12.
It was just very much like. All right. That's why I've been avoiding
This isn't. I gotta tell you, man, this isn't making me feel any better about
There's so much analysis going on. Like it was interesting. It was interesting.
Where's the camera? Right. Anyway, as you say, it's got to be a good player to do it well.
You got it.
You're
Good
a good
players.
player.
Good players draw good cards. That's all it is.
You know,
That's all it is.
you know, you owe me some wins. You've ruined.
I'll give you a win on the Sorcery League.
Can I tell you? Just love it all the way from New Zealand to come here, and each time I come, I get matched against you, and you just like, no, this ain't right. Gonna crush your dreams, crush your dreams. All right, anyway, good stuff.
I'm happy that I got to play against so many people that I played on TTS with also. Especially you that came from New Zealand. I'm really happy.
Take it home. You can forget about the last matchup.
Yep. My brother and I drove here from California. I mean, I don't know. Who knows? I don't know, man. I mean, I don't know if I can win. He's playing Geo. If he gets an early roots, I don't know. We'll see. I need to go to the restroom real quick.
There's no pressure.
What's the scheduled time that we're supposed to
No, just as soon as possible. We're all trying to get out of here.
I'm just gonna sit down. Is that okay? Yeah. Well, I'm about to pull it out, and you've got very nice shoes. You know what's funny? No, that's not great.
He said $2 for the day out, and I said, no, I think that's for judges. That's not. Oh yeah, they're getting $2 for the day out. There's a lot of that's where the carry goes. That'd be sick. Although a lot have been open here already. So, yeah, that's something I've done. Well, you just have to out of the way.
We're living in an urban area.
They're all like ridiculous. I'm not sure one guy that's kind of all time.
Has charged.
Oh, in that last one? Yeah, that makes sense. I was like, just in top deck, please God win. But yeah, that's fair.
So someone was like, so constructive. I was like, I was wavering between this ultimately
He also
you can play that now or against Franchise Speaker. And I just like totally shut it down. I was like, I don't know if I want to play this. What if I play against Power Plus all day?
Squire dropped off the shield, killed my Siege Giant, and then he didn't do it, so he tried to swing at my tax collector. I would have killed the Siege Giant.
I was like, should I play Castles Ablaze?
Yeah.
But I should have just been like, you know what?
Yeah, I agree. I was in, but I mean, it's crazy that I could have won if he didn't top actual burn. No, not even that. If it wasn't burn, because I was literally killing his minions every turn and playing jump blocks. And I finally had a bike. Sorcerer! That's so bad. I was on borrowed time for 8 turns. It was fun. Yeah. That was my first.
I was like, wait, hold on. Fasting there for a little bit. Okay. That's pretty good, though.
I got inspired whenever he
Can I try it? Will I offend you if I try it?
Sorcerers! Contest of realm!
Close. Let's get this match going. Not enough volume.
More louder? And I'm big, so if you poison dose this for a normal sized person, it may not even work on me. Jesus Christ, that was a horse tranquilizer.
Tranquilizer for elephants. And you didn't even go down.
Cool. I roam the savannah, free and noble.
Feel free to make yourselves comfortable, resolve your mulligans.
Is it filming or not yet?
Your camera is not live right now.
Just recording.
It will be in about a minute.
Okay.
I'm now, no offense to your gum. It was a kind offer, but I don't want to be chewing it because you know how some people can't think and chew gum at the same time?
I got you, man.
Thank you.
That's his cheat mechanic. Gives you the gum and you can't think.
I'd be like, he knows.
Can't do it.
Yeah. I just gotta suck up a little of his mental horsepower and then it's all good. That's right.
That's a trash can right there. Perfect.
Was it Alexis?
Yep.
Excellent. Good to meet you, man.
Again?
Again. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, I just
Turbo redneck.
Thank you. That's what my mom called me the day I came on
It's
out.
on your birth certificate. I don't know what people are saying.
First name Turbo. Last name, middle name Red.
Last
name Neck.
Yeah. Turbo neck.
Turbo Neck. That's why I go by my middle name like serial killers do, right? Turbo Red. No. Or who else? There must be some reason Tommy Lee Jones.
Ulysses S. Grant.
Presidents. Oh, presidents.
Yeah. The S didn't even stand for anything.
Oh, it just sounded better?
It just sounded better, yeah. He wanted to sound more distinguished.
Well,
it's a fake name. All right, Deck. You better do what you can do.
I'm sure you'll be fine. I'm not.
Welcome back to SorceryCon 2024, where we have finally our finals match for the. Tell me again, it's the painting of
Shapeshift.
Shapeshift.
Yes, that is. We have an original oil painting for at stake here.
Yeah. So real quick before we head over to the feature table, I did want to give a shout out to Jesse for winning the main limited event. That ended today.
Yeah.
And Jesse actually flew here from Belgium with another guy. And I thought that was really cool because I've been talking to some of the players today. We had 3 people here from France. We had 1 or more people here from New Zealand. So it really was kind of a worldwide gathering of sorcery players here at SorceryCon 2024.
Yeah.
Did you ever get a chance to talk to any of these guys that flew in from other countries?
I talked to Eric, but he doesn't quite count. Yeah.
So that makes sense. All right, well, let's
yeah.
get on with this finals match. We have Alexis, and he will be playing against the Geomancer deck with his Battle Mage deck. If we can move it on over.
There we are. All righty.
So, and remind me again, I know I've met this guy a couple of times.
You're thinking Murray? Murray's the Geomancer player. Yeah, we saw Murray earlier.
Murray's playing
today.
Geomancer.
Yeah.
Alexis is on Battle Mage.
Yep.
And this is going to be an interesting one. So right off the bat, I'm thinking of all the little soldier tokens that are going to be coming out for Murray.
Yeah.
Able to block against some of Alexis's early aggression.
Yeah.
If Alexis can get Screaming Skull in this
Oh,
match,
yeah.
it is going to probably be game over.
Yeah, it's at least going to be game changing. Yeah.
And what I want to see on Murray's side is Autumn Unicorn early.
Yep.
If he gets an early Autumn Unicorn, that's going to make a huge difference in his survivability in this game.
Yeah.
So soldier tokens, Unicorn, things like that. Royal Bodyguard, if that comes out, that'll be nice.
Yeah.
Imagine if he gets a Retanus Titan and gets up to 7 mana, and Alexis is sitting on one of his sites.
For sure.
I've definitely beat down Battle Mage with Retanus Titan.
Yeah.
Once upon a time, back when I was playing Death Speaker a lot with 3-color Death Speaker. Yeah, we are going to have to be slightly quieter because of the echoing nature of this giant conference room.
Yeah, I'm sure you guys saw the shot of the empty conference hall behind us. This is the last event to be getting played here, and there are probably only 20 or 30 people left in the area. So yeah, we're gonna have to be surreptitious about talking about their hands.
Yeah, we're actually facing a wall here too, and so the echo is just going boing boing.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so right away in Murray's hand, we do see one. Is that a common sense? I believe it was a common sense.
Yeah, I see a common sense there, and I see a couple.
I see tactical move in Alexis's hand.
Yep.
They're still resolving their mulligans.
Yeah, so we'll take a look at their full hands in a minute now. Okay, that's a Castle Haunt and a Screaming.
There it is.
The Screaming Soul, yes.
Jeez, I almost yelled too loud again.
and magic missiles, yeah.
Alexis does have the Screaming Skull, which will definitely make a difference in this match.
Yeah, for sure.
Because Murray really does rely on these soldier tokens.
Yeah, for the early defense. I mean, yeah, we saw when Murray played earlier today in the 7th round, we saw him, stave off tons of aggression in the early game, and with a combination of Root Spider and foot soldier tokens and also Lancerbearers. I think he's playing a full play set of Lancerbearers. So.
Yeah, and I see chat saying I think Geomancer is slightly favored, but I'm cheering on Battle Mage. I think that Geomancer is slightly favored if Battle Mage doesn't draw Screaming Skulls.
Yeah,
Screaming Skull. But as we can see, it does have the Screaming Skull. So
yeah,
and Alexis is going first.
Yeah, and we see Alexis playing a Kelp Cavern, I believe that's what it's called. Yeah,
Yep,
it's
Kelp
a
Cavern.
new site from Arthurian Legends. Lets you look at the bottom 3 cards in your spellbook, pick one of them to put on top of your spellbook, and then put the rest back in the same order they were. Yeah, so I saw him choosing between a Merlin, I believe, a Gaia Hippogriffs, and a third card whose name eludes me. So yeah, we'll see which one he picked next turn.
I see a tower in Alexis's hand too.
Yeah,
So that'll help getting the hippogriffs out.
Yeah, he's ready to
turn
power
3.
out. Yeah, exactly. Ready to power out some early aggression.
We do see the impenetrable cops played under Mary's avatar. This does help against grapple shot.
Yep.
But if Alexis can get his avatar inside the impenetrable cops, impenetrable cops does not prevent projectiles from within.
Yeah. So yeah, grapple shot will definitely do some mad work if Alexis can get his battle mage over to that site. Yeah, it also prevents finishing damage from magic missiles and that kind of thing. So it's gonna make it could potentially make Alexis's job at finishing the game off pretty difficult.
All right, Alexis trying to consider if he should play to the side or forward.
It looks like he opts to go to the side. Yeah, it's a lighthouse. Interesting, because I know Geomancer does not tend to play forward. It tends to play, within its own, within the 6 sites that are around it immediately. So we'll see what Alexis is planning here.
I think Alexis just wants a little bit more time, and it might be afraid of maybe Boss Troll or something like that coming out.
We see another turn 2 Rift Valley, just like we saw in round 7. A little awkward Rift Valley.
Alexis also wants to appear non-threatening.
Yep.
So that he can play out the tower and attack with the hippogriffs right away.
Exactly. Yeah, Murray gets to lead on the Land Surveyor here, hopefully digging him further into his utility sites and giving him a chump blocker, or a chump defender for the early aggression that Alexis is going to be putting out here.
So unfortunately, the sinkhole in Alexis's hand is not going to be terribly useful.
No,
all it's going to do is help. Was it a sinkhole or a kelp cavern?
Oh, that's a kelp cavern.
I'm sorry,
That's
that's a kelp cavern. Yeah. So did he not have a tower in hand with the hippogriffs?
I don't think
There's the
so.
hippogriffs.
Yeah.
Or no, that's his the top.
Those are the bottom 3. Yeah.
Yeah, the bottom 3.
Yeah. So it looks like he didn't take them early. Didn't take the hippogriffs. And what is that third card? Can you tell? I can't.
There's Merlin and hippogriffs, and is that a mix?
I'm really straining to see. It could be an.
I think he mulligan. Did he mulligan the hippogriffs in his opening hand?
I think so. And now he's putting it back on top now that he's gained a bit more information. Okay, yeah.
All right,
Playing
there's
out a
that
castle haunt. Yeah.
Really nice play here by Alexis.
For sure.
And he was fortunate that Murray hit that Rift Valley to allow that castle haunt to come in and start attacking for 4 every single turn here.
Yeah, and also we can see here that the Castle Haunt in comparison to the other 4 power 3 cost minions in the game, like Lugbug Cat and its name Headless Haunt. In comparison to those 2, this one actually only costs 1 threshold. So Alexis isn't punished here for not having having played out his tower, which he does have a tower. I can see the tower now in his hand. Looks like a dark tower.
We'll see if Murray. Now Murray is being extremely aggressive here.
Wow.
He is allowing Alexis to simply
attack wherever he pleases.
Attack into the windmill.
Yeah, for sure.
That is a big surprise.
Yeah, if I were Murray, I think I'd definitely be playing out to the side here. Keep my. Yeah, and also if he keeps his sights really contained, like he'll have to do with the sights he makes with the Rebel here, then it makes it easier for his Root Spiders to navigate his own sights and, quickly neutralize any threats Alexis might put out.
My guess is he has Border Militia in hand, and he's trying to build up sites to use a Border Militia, but he's putting himself at too great of a risk.
Yeah, okay, so it looks like he's moving back the Land
Surveyors
Surveyors here. So, okay, we're seeing a Common Sense, a Dalcian Phalanx, a Root Spider, a King of the Realm, and a Midland Army in his hand.
That's a pretty top-heavy hand.
Interesting.
Okay, I'm a little confused.
Yeah, I wonder why he chose to put the spider there. Because he could have just put the spider underneath the haunt, negate the 4 damage immediately. Yeah, because now the haunt can run to escape the spider. It can attack. Oh, no, can it? I don't know how this haunt works, clearly. I might have to stay on this
The
side.
haunt has to stay on the side.
Gotcha, yeah.
Does he not know? No, he's taking the damage without question here.
I mean, he has to take the damage in this case, but yeah, the root spider play definitely confused me a bit. And now we see the screaming skull getting played out.
Just in case the root spider chooses to block.
Oh, yeah, makes sense. Yeah, it's Murray can't be happy to see this thing. He's probably going to have to reevaluate his first couple turns now. I mean, right now he'd be looking to set up some foot soldiers, get the Lancer Bear in place so that he can properly defend against the Battle Mage. But now he's, it won't really matter. All they'll do is deal 1 damage at a time. So yeah, I can honestly see him throwing his Lancer Bear into the Castle Haunt in the next couple turns, just so that, he can't even give Alexis even, 1 extra card off the Battle Mage's ability.
Yeah, I think we're going to see him move this down.
Yep.
I'm wondering if he just misread the card. Castle Haunt is a new card.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if he thought that the Castle Haunt couldn't attack for whatever reason.
Yeah, I don't know.
But he definitely took an extra 4 damage that turn.
Yeah.
We haven't had a life total
he could be
update,
playing.
but Murray should be at 13 life.
Yeah, from the attack with the Battle Mage, that's for sure. Yeah, I mean, I think he could also have been playing the Root Spider out to make it so that, Alexis couldn't play as clean of a, actually, never mind. I was going to say he couldn't play as clean of a Hippogriffs, but the Hippogriffs could just be played, or the site, excuse me, could just be played to 7 or 9, and then have the Hippogriffs fly over the Root Spider to Rift Valley. So, yeah, let's see what we got. Yeah, Murray is working with a really top-heavy hand. There you go. He's got a Dalcian Phalanx.
He got a bit aggressive with that windmill, really wanting to get the Phalanx out.
Yeah, definitely. And now he's getting, kind of getting punished for it. Now, yeah, I mean, he'll have to move his Root Spider next turn if he wants to attack with the Dalcian Phalanx.
You know what? I wonder if he thinks that the Root Spider prevents the damage from Battle Mage.
That could be the case, yeah.
Or, disables the Battle Mage.
Yeah.
But surely not. I think he's been playing for long. Now, Murray is somewhat of a new player.
Yeah.
He learned for a couple months, I think.
Yeah,
of course. Yeah, I taught him
how
how
can
to
you
play
forget?
at
Gen Con this year, yeah, exactly.
But as far as competitive play goes, I'm not sure how much experience he's had in that regard.
Yep. And we see a degradation here from Alexis.
Wow,
banishing
what a powerful degradation.
Yeah. Yeah, I see they're joking around here with a custom foot soldier token that bears the art of Dalcian Phalanx. It feels like an appropriate foot soldier token
goodness.
to use. Yeah.
That's crazy. The Phalanx has been miniaturized.
Yep. Down to the size of a foot soldier.
All right, and now Alexis can just attack that token, draw a card, untap, attack the Lancer Bear, draw a card, untap,
this is the
and then
power
attack
of Screaming
for 3.
Skull. He only has to take 2 damage to do all of this, and this whole sequence is just going to be really rough for Murray. Yeah, and normally Murray tries to win games like these by beating your opponent out because all of his late game plays are going to be 3-for-1s or 2-for-1s. But when he's forced to feed Alexis all these cards with the Screaming Skull, it's going to be a lot more challenging to do. Alexis even drew a second Screaming Skull, so a Dispel will not get Murray out of here.
The stars are aligning for Alexis here.
For sure, yeah. In his last game, too.
Yeah, I think for the whole night, it seems like Alexis is destined to receive this painting.
Yep.
Let's see if Murray can bring this back.
Yeah.
So Murray is down to 10 life.
Yeah, I like moving the Battle Mage back on top of the Root Spider because it means that Murray's forced to move the Root Spider somewhere else and enable that Castle Hunt if Murray wants to play some minion on top of the Battle Mage or some minion to hamper the Battle Mage's movement.
And Alexis is down to 18 life.
Yeah. Yeah, from attacking both of the 1-power minions. You can see the crowd gathering in the shots of the players. You can see the crowd gathering behind these people for this,
So yeah, for the moment, the main thing that Murray needs to deal with is that Screaming Skull, so he can start blocking.
Yeah.
He doesn't know that Alexis has a second Screaming Skull.
Yeah.
But he's playing Earth. Earth has a lot of answers to Screaming Skull.
Definitely, yeah. And going into a format where I think a lot of people were expecting to see a lot of Ring of Morgana, that was the outshining, quote-unquote, broken card of the set. I expect him to be packing a reasonable amount of, artifact answers. A Cave-In, a Berry, Earthquake, Dispel, all that kind of thing.
I don't think he'd mind seeing a Divine Healing here.
Nope, not at all. Yeah, getting himself a little more of a cushion would be good. So Murray playing another village right in front of Alexis's site. I think he's really tempting fate here. Alexis could play another charge minion, or not, even if the minion doesn't have charge, Murray is going to be hard pressed to defend that site. Lingering out as it is. If Alexis gets down a phase assassin onto that site, it can just keep wailing away, and Murray will have to find some way to get a minion over there.
Well, I'm not too upset about that site placement, to be honest, because if you can get 2 minions out for blocking after getting rid of the Screaming Skull, you can have one up on Windmill and one down on the other site.
Yeah.
The cops defending these 2 little crosses,
True. Yeah, that's true.
So that's terrible. He could have played it out onto the edge, though.
Yeah, I think I would have liked to see it on 20. But, he does run the risk of Alexis then playing a site on 9. And then being able to fly airborne minions, further into Murray's, realm. Yeah, site placement is going to be a real tricky thing for Murray here because he does want to get to the late game, so he does want to play 7, maybe even 8, 9 sites this game, and figuring out where to place them safely such that Alexis can't just take advantage of every additional bit of space is going to be a huge challenge.
This Castle Han is actually doing so much work here because Murray has a unicorn, which would be great here.
Yeah.
Except that he has to keep the root spider underneath the Castle Haunt
in order to keep it from beating him up. Yeah.
So Alexis is playing beautifully here. Attacking on the site with the Castle Haunt means that if Murray does want to block, he'll have to remove his root spider, which will free up the Castle Haunt to block for Alexis's battle mage.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a common sense here. There's the dispel.
There's the dispel.
Really needs to get rid
Should
of
I take the spell? The dispel is pretty strong here.
For sure. Yeah, but we did see Alexis draw another one of the most important cards this matchup. We saw him draw a shrink for turn. Turning a nearby minion's power to 0 is
this is
super useful, especially in tandem with the Screaming Skull.
This is why water air is so powerful with Battle Mage. I hear some people talking about fire being a possibility with Battle Mage again in this meta.
Yeah.
But shrink is just so good.
Yep.
Making an opponent's minion 0, turning an opponent's minion into a 0 power frog, or a minion, and then attacking it to draw a card off of this unit and not taking damage.
Yeah.
And then now untapping with the Screaming Skull and being able to attack again is
so
just
useful.
free card advantage.
Yeah, it's truly incredible. Okay, so it looks like Murray does go for the Dispel here. He's going to be in for a pretty nasty surprise then whenever Alexis decides to play out his second Screaming Skull.
That's the deck's name. Battle Mage is a problem.
Battle Mage, well.
Bit of mid-game banter going on.
It's actually
he loves the fist bumps. Murray loves the fist bumps.
He sure does.
He's always a good sport, man. No matter what's going on in the game,
definitely.
He's always a good sport.
I don't think this is gonna.
He's a good addition to the community.
For sure.
So will, you already did once, didn't you? Kinda.
That's part of the use of some of these outreach events at Gen Con. Having learned to play events at your store, you can really bring some more great people into the community that way.
Untap. Draw a spell.
Yeah, unfortunately Murray didn't have the mana to play the Dispel that turn because he wanted to play out the Unicorn as well. Oh, and we see Alexis draw functionally another copy of Shrink,
You should
a
set
polymorph,
yourself up
which
for
he'll
the
play
biggest
immediately,
Polymorph.
turning the Autumn Unicorn into a 0-power frog,
Projectile, is it?
and then being able to draw a card of the Battle Mage off of it.
Is it turned into a frog? Turns into a frog.
And both polymorph and shrink being just
And now you can shrink said frog?
absolutely devastating for decks like Murray's.
Okay, so this
Before Battle Mage started running water more often, it was more common
I'll swing at the frog.
to see fire, air, and Battle Mage.
Yeah.
But Earth Air always beat the fire air versions, almost always, because of these beefy minions that can hang around. You could play with Poison Nova, you could play with Disintegrate.
So do you
It
mean,
just
do you
wasn't
mean
as
Earth
reliable.
Air or do you mean Water Air?
Earth Air.
Oh,
So
okay.
Earth Air used to beat Battle Mage Water Air
Yeah, I see what
quite
you're saying. I
often
understood.
because of the big beefy minions that it would play out.
So Battle Mage was forced to adapt.
Battle Mage with water gets to play with the Shrink, gets to play with the Polymorph, and it's just natural. Because the Battle Mage can attack and draw a card off of the kill, it's just natural.
Yeah.
I don't think we're getting away from water air Battle Mage anytime soon.
Yeah, Alexis playing out a Dark Tower here. Pumping up to 5 mana and letting him play out a Blue Knight. Yeah, this is one of the additions to his deck.
One of his new
from,
additions.
Yeah, and it's an addition that's very useful in this particular matchup. being able to give the lance to the Battle Mage, excuse me, or being able to take the lance itself and attack the Autumn Unicorn.
Look at that token.
Now would be a boss time, right?
Yeah, being able to just take out a unicorn even with the Blue Knight.
Yeah, it's so useful.
With the first strike.
And yeah, exactly. And you get to leave you get to leave yourself with a 3/2 minion.
So Murray is down to 7 live, while Alexis is at 18 live.
Yeah, and Alexis with a full hand of cards being given to him by that Screaming Skull.
Another card for me.
I know. That's fantastic.
You're paying mana for me to get another card?
Gosh, it's not lost on me. All right, so this puts me up to 6. I want to make the dude. Let's see what my
Can we get the live totals updated?
Unfortunately, my hand is not good enough for this turn that I will be making the dude. I will be casting.
Looks like they're working on that now.
Spell upon the
So yeah, Murray should be at 7. Alexis should be at 18.
Yep.
I still think you'll be fine.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Probably.
That guy is huge. That guy's got a lance.
Where are the life totals being tracked?
Yeah.
Now Alexis has the Blue Knight ready to attack onto the village.
I think there's a ton of
In the following turn, Battle Mage ready to attack for 3.
All right, so I got 5 left, right?
4.
4. 5, 3. 3 left.
3 left.
3 left.
Nope. Yeah, 3.
3 left.
Because he attacked a foot soldier and then he attacked the foot soldier was disabled.
Do they need me to
The foot soldier was disabled when he attacked
tilt it or something?
No.
But Murray should still be at 7.
Okay.
I can see on the screen.
Okay, looks good.
We've got a bit of confusion here between the casters and the judges, trying to make sure we straighten up the life totals. Yeah, actually, Alexis's life total is definitely correct at 19. When he attacked the foot soldier a couple turns ago, the foot soldier was disabled by the root spider.
Then
So
here for 3. Then again for 3. And then what was the other thing that dealt damage from the Battle Mage?
Oh, they're checking a misplay or something. I'm not sure.
My only regret, I think, so far this far, it's my
Still
turn. I
his
got
turn.
3
He
left.
just dispelled. 3 from the Battle
I got
Mage,
3
3
left
from the Battle Mage.
We're showing out. I've got my only. I think probably on turn 4, I shouldn't have moved up there. I probably should have.
Yeah, leaving the root spider there would have been better.
So we had 3 here.
And also probably just having the phalanx here.
Yeah, in hindsight, that's definitely better plays.
1 here, 1 here. Okay. Man, we were keeping up with it by step, though.
Nah, we were just wrong. Are we good? Yeah, we're good. Yeah, that's on us.
Moved in.
We moved them back.
Okay, we.
Yeah, sorry about that.
I thought we were keeping up with that, like step by step.
No, the thing is, we thought that the Battle Mage had attacked the Impenetrable Cops on the last turn. Yeah, because the Battle Mage attacked the Woodfill or the Windmaw.
Oh right, he tapped to play the tower last turn.
And he attacked the Rift Valley on the next turn. Castellan also got in a damage there, 4 damage there, and then Battle Mage was able to attack Battle Mage killed the frog, but then played the Dark Tower instead of attacking the site. So yeah. Murray should be at 10.
Yeah, we played once already.
Oh yeah, you do remember him because you used your.
Sorry, a bit of confusion there. We're not
Murder
quite used to
Soldier
seeing
code.
Battle Mage tap for sights this late in the game. We're more used to,
left was a
you know,
little troll and a
getting the
prince.
damage down, you know, getting it done.
That's a story.
Should have
Storybook
kissed
right
it,
there.
right?
Yeah, unfortunately, we can't listen in on the table.
Another way to draw a card.
So we do have correct life totals at 10 and 19.
All right, pass the turn.
Draw spell. What's better than one Screaming Skull?
3.
Yeah.
Is it elite? What? I don't know.
Unfortunately, it is elite, so I can only have 2.
All right, that's fine.
But I'll play the second.
Okay, yeah. So Alexis is much to the dismay of Murray, he has the second Screaming Skull in his hand. So now Murray has to deal with this new threat.
Yeah, that's unfortunate too. He thought he'd be able to block this turn, but with the Screaming Skull now for 3 mana, and then we also have a Shrink ready to come out.
Yeah, and honestly, Alexis doesn't even necessarily need to play the Shrink. He might just want to save the Shrink
I know,
for a
that's what I would
6-power
do.
minion later in the game, or some really enormous threat that's hard to deal with.
It wouldn't be a bad idea.
No.
He's thinking about it.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to go for it.
He doesn't want to. Oh, he's taking it back.
Never mind.
No, he's just going to take the 3 here.
Yeah, it makes a lot of
He
sense.
knows that Murray is playing large minions.
Yeah, and he definitely 3 damage is nothing compared to. Oh, it looks like he's gonna go for this site. Not even gonna go for.
Well, he's attacking the soldier token. But the boss troll, he fully expects the boss troll to attack or block.
Yeah, exactly. Because the battle mage only draws 1 card no matter how many minions die in combat.
He should double block here though, Murray.
Yeah, he definitely should, so that the foot soldier token doesn't get attacked with the next one.
No. All right. So what? Okay. Explain to me the advantage. We're at a table. You're teaching.
Yeah, I think they're sorting out the rules here. This is a bit of a niche interaction where you actually want your minions to die in combat. So.
I think Alexis is giving him some advice.
But I would be assigning it to like boss troll here. Foot soldier would deal damage.
He would deal extra damage because
yes.
then you'd have to kill him again.
Yes.
So the added advantages I would get.
You would get 1 more point of
I
damage.
think Alexis is giving him some advice.
I'll do that since I can do an extra point.
1, 2, 3,
4.
4.
I'll double block.
Yep.
You'll
I'll
assign
hit
this.
the boss troll with full untap.
You take. So you were at 19. You
Yep.
took 4 total.
We're back.
I think Alexis was giving Murray a little bit of advice to double block there, potentially.
Yeah, Alex is obviously choosing to kill the boss troll with the first combat, because if he chose to kill the foot soldier then and leave the boss troll alive, then he would have to attack the boss troll again and take 6 damage in total. So he was saving a bit of his life there. And then we see the blue knight coming in for 3 as well, chopping down Murray's life total by 6 in total.
Yep. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Spell.
Yep.
Yeah, Murray's under the gun. He is 1 turn from getting down something crazy like a Radiantness Titan and really trying to put the pressure on Alexis, but Alexis does have a Shrink in his hand, so it's looking like it's going to be a rough uphill battle for
It's
Murray.
looking a little bit grim.
Yeah, for sure.
It would be cool to see a Titan come down and deal 6 to Alexis, taking him to 8. But unfortunately, as you said, Murray doesn't realize that Alexis does have the answer. Alexis just has so many cards in his hand. This is the power of Screaming Skull.
Yeah, exactly. It's Screaming Skull alone that's fueled. He's probably drawn, 5, 6 cards this game off Screaming Skull?
It's been a lot.
It's been a lot for sure.
So we do see 7 mana come out, or 8 mana, or I'm sorry, 7 mana now for Murray.
Yeah.
Does he have the Titan?
You know what was really good?
The Korean.
Yeah, I can't imagine what it must feel like to be Alexis, to just have the answer ready in your hand for whatever Murray can throw out here. It must feel fantastic.
Murray could still, be in the game if he had a Divine Healing and another way to deal with this other Screaming Skull and then start putting out blockers.
Yeah, but
then he'd have to deal with the Knight though as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and also Alexis is aware that the Yeah, Alexis is aware that Murray likely doesn't have any good removal for the Screaming Skull as it stands, because he had a common sense for the Dispel on a previous turn. So it's not like he's holding.
Oh, he does have a cave-in.
He does have a cave-in, but cave-in does cost 4 mana, which means that would be his only play for the turn.
I don't know. I'm getting
a relic of much untapping. Yeah.
Yeah. Murray's shaking his head in desperation as he tries to figure out how exactly he wants to.
I am
finish this game off. Moving the Root Spider back.
He's moving it back because he realizes he is going to go to Death's Door the next turn.
Yeah.
So I think here he just needs to cave in. Yeah, cave in, go to Death's Door the following turn, and then try to get some blockers out. But the Root Spider is pretty much just going to serve as a blocker for the moment.
Yeah.
Castle Haunt cannot move out of the Rift Valley without dying, so he's not scared of that.
That would make me
Yeah, but Murray is definitely afraid here of, a grapple shot, or any number of combinations of cards here that Alexis could have. Murray is just playing to the few outs that he has remaining right now.
Oh, and there's a magic missiles too to boot.
For sure.
Oh, he has 2 magic missiles in his hand.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, no.
There's just too many answers at the moment.
Screaming Skull, man. Defining this game. You called it before the match. You were saying Screaming Skull was going to make or break this game, and that is exactly what happened here.
Yeah, I knew if he drew Screaming Skull, there would just be almost no chance for Murray unless he continued to, unless he got an early answer for the skull, which he just happened to not have.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if you're Murray, do you think are you trying to go super hard for a dispel, try to make sure that your opponent does not do you think you're do you think you're ignoring your
You mean
sights?
at the start of the game?
Yeah, do you think you're ignoring your sights, putting away your spells no matter what? You're definitely doing that. Gotcha.
Oh yeah, every time I play against Battle Mage, all I want to see is Dispel, Disenchanter, Common Sense.
Yeah, get rid of their
because of how powerful Screaming Skull is. Even though it's an elite, it's the same thing with Maddening Bells. If you play against Avatar Vare,
you need
or
that dispel.
Witch,
Yeah,
you auto lose if they have turn 3 Maddening Bells.
And if you don't have an answer to that, then you are stuck underneath that tax for a long time, and you're getting beat up by their airborne minions during that time.
So interestingly enough, Murray just barely won his match against the Witch today.
Yeah.
And the Witch, it was because the Witch had the Maddening Bells out. I don't know how early it was. I don't think it was terribly early, but Murray got up to 7 mana to cast Earthquake to move the bells. Well, he buried the bells and then moved his avatar away. And like I said, both were at Death's Door, both players, and he barely squeaked it out.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm sure Murray was aware of the power of Screaming Skull coming into this tournament. I mean, that's got to be one of the things he's kind of worried about. But it's just unfortunate he had to face 2 of them at once.
All right, so I'm correct here in Murray's at Death's Door, right?
Correct.
I'm not wrong again, am I?
No, I believe you're correct. Murray is definitely a Death's Door, yeah. But between the Blue Knight, the Castle Haunt, and the Hippogriffs, there is 10 damage coming out the last turn. Okay, yeah, so Murray decides to play out a Midland army just to have something on the site to defend, hopefully, against the Battle Mage. But unfortunately, Alexis does have the Magic Missiles. Am I incorrect in saying that Magic Missiles wins here? Or
no, Magic Missiles wins. The Impenetrable Comps only prevents things, projectiles from the outside.
Yeah. Double check.
But I'm wondering if Alexis knows this.
Yeah, it's possible that he does.
Playing with an illegal
Pull it up real quick.
Dude, if I actually had to play this game, you'd be so toast. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. You're very good.
Yeah, can enter the site from the outside. So Alexis has this game as long as he is aware of the ruling.
So you're saying there's a chance.
Is it?
Wait, can I ask?
Well, it's currently still Murray's turn, so.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I thought he was out of. He's definitely out of mana. Is he not out of actions to take as well?
I'm not sure, but yeah, obviously Alexis is not untapped yet.
Yeah, you're right.
Movement has to happen at the same time as well as the check to see if something can even move to block.
I don't know, maybe Murray's thinking about whether or not it matters to pick up the Screaming Skull. It's possible they're also just playfully bantering given the grim state of the game for Murray.
This isn't important.
Is the game just over? Or are they just chatting and not playing out their final spells?
Well, like tapping. You can use the word tapping. It's not copyrighted or anything by Magic the Gathering, or
I have no idea.
Okay, I don't know what. Turning the card sideways. What is it called in this game?
Flooping.
Tap. All right.
You floop your card.
I'm gonna. Yeah.
We need to figure out a way to get this much untapping.
Yeah.
That was actually.
A relic of much
tapping.
Yeah.
It's so sick.
It says a relic of unbridled rage, so I was like, yeah, he's pretty much a berserker. Sounds good.
Yeah, so it sounds like the pause is for a judging question, probably something related to the Screaming Skull, the root spider that's buried underneath that site, or from Mari to check projectiles and impenetrable cops and all that. Yeah, there's a couple of new cards in play here, so just making sure we get it all straightened out, so that the end of the game does not get messy.
I think Alexis could just reveal the magic missiles.
Yeah.
And that would be it.
Yeah, definitely. But no, we've been encouraging our players to play it out, and I definitely appreciate them playing it out.
Yeah, no, I'm just.
Don't give anything away.
Well, no, but once per turn, you can.
Something rules debate.
Is that once per either person's turn?
The pickup action is only on your turn.
Okay, the pickup action is only on your turn. Okay. Cool beans. Thank you.
I guess we could ask to see what the rules question is about.
The real problem is.
Yeah, if we can figure that out, that'd be.
The real, yeah, it is. Well, honestly, no. If I had
All
a way
right, give
to
us a moment while I
sneak
figure
the
that out.
spider, I could come up, toss the Screaming Skull to the Midland Army,
and go back down.
And then go back down underneath it. You'd only have one guy that could attack. You can't throw projectiles in here, so you couldn't do any of your swaggy.
Swagoo.
I'm like, I'm inside the cops. I can play my grab shot and do the thing, like whatever. Like none of that happens.
It's movement rule, so move.
Right.
You declare can the root spider tap to defend, move up. Therefore,
then declare the Midland Army to also
So I can double defend. Okay. All right. And now here and
just talking about that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what they were talking about.
And so I have another question. So once per turn, anybody can drop or pick up an item, correct?
As long as you haven't attacked, you can't.
Yeah.
attack.
Can I use that drop up and pick up action on my opponent's turn?
Yeah. No, well, in this case, the game is already over because Alexis.
Oh, you already knew that?
I was confident in that.
Okay. All right.
So tell Alexis to.
Right.
Not a judge.
Oh wait, where's anybody else with some straws I can grasp?
Yeah, so the rules question here was a little bit interesting. Murray was trying to see if
So where are we?
if he could defend with a root spider if Alexis were to go to attack, and then once the root spider dies, could he then also defend with the Midland Army?
Not when the root spider dies, but when the root spider is declared as a blocker.
I understand, yeah.
So the root spider would move up, be declared as a blocker, and then they're wondering if they can then declare the Midland Army as a blocker.
Yeah.
Now, I think that should not be the case because movement would trigger effects, and you can't have effects trigger like in between.
Resolution.
Yeah, it just doesn't really make sense. You should declare blockers all at once and then resolve movement.
Yeah, but this definitely is a bit of a strange situation. I mean, apparently it came up at Gen Con this year. So they're looking at the precedent, trying to see if they can answer Murray's question appropriately.
Very sloppy.
Yeah, unfortunately, Murray does not have knowledge of Alexis's hand, so he is looking at, Alexis is staring at those magic missiles while Murray struggles with his decision here.
Dragon, baby.
But yeah, we are unfortunately not
she signed an
able to give advice to the players during the game, so we are not allowed to interfere.
Wish you would have today.
All right, so he has the magic missile.
I did drop out. I dropped out of the other.
Did he show it?
No,
so I've expended my
he might have mentioned it, but
I'm just
I don't
gonna
know.
decide whether I want to remove spider.
This is such an awkward time for such a strange rules question to come up. A rules question with only one example for precedent. Yeah, and in the finals of the game at 9:30,
we've gone through 10 rounds here.
Yeah, we can definitely.
I think it's
We'll leave it here.
I think it's over, guys.
We're definitely itching to get out of first.
So what do you think about Constructed moving forward now, after seeing everything that you've seen today?
I think that especially after we see these deck lists published, we are going to see, we saw 3 Archimago decks in the top 8 of the Constructed tournament, which is definitely going to influence the popularity of Archimago going forward, even if it did not win the tournament. I do think that...
I think Archimago is pretty well positioned
for sure
to put up numbers this season.
Definitely.
I think Battle Mage is also...
pretty well
It
positioned.
has a good showing here.
Exactly.
The reason being because we're at 50 sites or 50 spells and 30 sites now, so it makes decks less consistent in being able to deal with Battle Mage.
Yeah, no gnome hollows every game,
Yeah.
all that kind of thing.
Now Battle Mage sees its Screaming Soul less often, sure.
Yeah, but also part of the
Joy
issue that
starting.
aggressive decks have is that
I have 3
they
air
have to they have to find a density of minions in order to play the game properly.
not a
But Battle Mage
projectile, is
doesn't
it?
quite need to
Not
meet
gonna
the same
work.
density of minions.
Yeah, that's true.
And as a
That's
result,
fine. I'll just cast it from within.
because Battle Mage is your,
from
avatar,
outside.
you have a
Son of
3-power you have a 3-power unit as your
I
avatar,
was
so you don't need to
tricking
be
you. I was gonna play a Merlin
quite
right
so.
here.
Alright, well I don't have I was kind of hoping you'd kill my Midland army so I would have all these giant Midland
No,
army
it would be.
tokens.
I mean, it depends on when it would
Give us a moment. There's
But
another
these are
bit of a
projectiles
rules
cast from within.
confusion
I can't
here.
block it. I'm on
I will
death's door.
wait.
Wait. Are you withdrawing the game-winning victory?
I'm shrinking the
Okay,
Midland
thank God.
army
All right.
and then magic missiles.
All right, so shrink. What's that one do?
Sets its power to 0.
Oh, thank you.
See,
We
I had
really
to play
can't
the
tell us
fucking
what
hold
anymore.
on now,
Too
but
many
now you
things
have
are
to
being
sit here
said,
while
and
I
we
get
can't
out
hear any of
tokens.
them. So,
I'll leave
please,
now and go home.
It's disabled. It wouldn't even
patient.
produce tokens.
Because the spider's still under
that
it.
game?
Didn't he take
That's
that?
yes.
Yeah, 10 minutes ago.
There we have it. Yeah.
All right,
there
thank you.
We see the applause, and we have Alexis as our.
Yeah, we're going to
official-
move over and do a quick post.
Yeah.
Your big finish was way.
Yeah, we're going to do a quick post-game, post-match interview.
Yeah, for sure.
Congratulations
Yeah, so
on first place.
yeah, in the meantime,
Pretty excited about
this
it?
has definitely been a really solid showing from Battle Mage.
I'm
Battle Mage
steal
not
all
having
these.
to worry about a density of
game.
minions.
Your
Means
31st
that
No, I'm
it
up
can
to like
just
48 or something.
it can more
I don't know,
freely
it's
play
huge.
the movement spells that it wants
More
to,
gray
and it also
hair,
gets to take
too.
advantage of the lances and new tech flying during
Absolutely.
illusions.
We were waiting there 10 minutes for you to reveal those magic missiles.
My co-host Adam
all
is
these
moving
nice people
over
There was a
in
judge
position
ruling
for
that
a
needed to be
post-game
made.
commentary, for a post-game interview with the winner.
All right, shrink. There's your shrink.
There were several.
Yeah, we're just waiting for them to get that set up.
Defend one, because of the precedent of.
Yeah, this has definitely been a really interesting constructed tournament. I think a lot of expectations were that Ring of Morgan would play a big role, Witch would play a big role, Druid would play a big role, but we haven't seen any of those things play a huge role in the finals here. Which means that it's just exciting that expectations have been broken.
Super congrats. Super duper duper congrats. I hope that painting gets like a good honor place.
I hope so.
Like, well, it's yours now. You decide that. Like,
yeah, everyone's getting set up here for the post-game commentary.
It's on. Is it on? Is there a light on? Yeah.
So.
All right. Well, to all of our viewers,
Which mic are we
thank you
live
guys
on?
for coming to watch the stream. Thank you for being continuous and loyal viewers, and we're gonna throw it over to the post-game interview now.
All right. Hey, so we are here with our new constructed champion at SorceryCon Vegas 2024. I have a question for you. So part of my favorite duty here at SorceryCon is that I get to hand out prizes to everyone, and I try to make it a little bit fun and thematic. For our main event, we had 2 prizes.
This is for first place and runner-up. We had Arthur and Mordred stamped cards.
Oh.
For our beta constructed event, we had Lancelot and Guinevere stamped cards. So I've gotten to pose this question twice already, and now I have one for you. Are you the Lady of the Lake or Excalibur?
Oh, I'm Excalibur, of course.
I figured with a battle mage.
Come on. Even though you never play this with him, but yeah.
Yeah, congratulations.
very much congrats.
So that means.
That's awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you both for being here. We also have a couple other prizes. So.
You never told us anything.
we like to surprise people here at SorceryCon. We have this uncut foil sheet of the elites from Arthurian Legends.
Oh, okay.
Yep. And then it's very, very shiny.
Yeah.
Say it, Alexis.
I mean, I was hoping it was uncut sheet with a battle mage on it, but
Let Simon know. I'll make sure he ships it to you.
Oh goodness, I am just Probably. He'll get back to me on it.
Yeah. And there is one more thing over here.
There's more?
But wait, there's more. You know about this.
Oh. Know about what? I didn't hear anything.
So why didn't we undo the tape beforehand? Oh, we're doing it live. I'm sorry. Sorry, internet. We have the original painting, Shapeshift.
Whoa! Oh my God! There's so many things. How do I hold it all? All right.
I can come hold it for you.
All right. There we go.
There you are. Congratulations. Thank you for coming out to SorceryCon.
Hey, thank you for everyone that's still here. Yeah.
Are you happy with the prize support?
Oh yeah, that I am.
Are they real prizes?
Oh yes, of course. I could feel them. They're in my hands. They're real.
Also, thanks to everyone who's watching the stream. We wish everyone could be here. I hope that you enjoyed watching the coverage we had of SorceryCon over the weekend, and thanks for being a part of the community as well.
Extra questions about the match?
All right.
So
I'll let you handle that professional stuff.
Yeah, there's some people that want to know about your Battle Mage deck coming into this tournament. What made you choose Battle Mage?
Well, I mean, I've played Battle Mage almost exclusively since I started playing about a year ago now. It was the coolest avatar for me, and I mean, there's even an article about it on the Sorcery official website, Shrink the Frog. And that's the deck that I brought today. It's on public. It's glad none of my opponents were snooping around to look for it.
Yeah, if you guys don't know, this is Count Tolstoy on Discord. For some of you, I'm sure you're part of the community already. Maybe you play games with him. You know he loves Battle Mage. Yeah, the camera's right there.
Yeah, I was staring off somewhere else.
And hey, I wanted to ask you, what do you think about fire in Battle Mage instead of water? We had some people talking about using fire now in this meta. Do you still prefer water, or is fire tempting to you?
I would still rather go with the water archetype with Battle Mage, just because of those crucial cards like Shrink and Polymorph and Degradation, which, you know, I got to play all three of them during this game, and they're really cheap spells, really good combat tricks, very big tempo swings with them, especially when you already have something like a Screaming Skull on your Battle Mage already. And yeah.
And speaking of Screaming Skull, that's something that we talked about before the match. As soon as we saw that you were going to be playing against Geomancer, we knew that Screaming Skull would probably be the card that would make the difference in this match. And props to you for your excellent accomplishment in this tournament, especially being somewhat new to the game, right? So, and we'll have a chat with you right after this. But when we saw Geomancer stepping up, we knew that there were going to be soldier tokens. We knew there were going to be land surveyors, and we thought, man, if he gets Screaming Skull in his opening hand, then that's almost a wrap.
Yeah, I mean, it was not in my opening hand, but it was in my bottom three spells. So I played 2 Kelp Caverns this game. The first one, grabbed the Screaming Skull. I already knew it was going to be crucial for this matchup. A lot of small minions, and I mean, I already had some of the support in my hand as far as shrinks and stuff. So I already knew once I had the Screaming Skull, it was going to be a lot easier to get through the game. And yeah.
So you mentioned Screaming Skull. You mentioned Shrink. Were there any other cards that you were looking for? As soon as you saw Geomancer across the table from you, what were you thinking?
Shrink, Polymorph, and Screaming Skull.
Those are excellent answers for these for the small minions and the large minions in the Geomancer deck. So congratulations again, Alexis, for your victory. Let's give him one more round of applause, please. All right, now get out of here. Get out of here.
I'll collect my...
Before you fill both hands, one more time.
Let's get that nice. Hey, are we getting this on camera? Where's the fist bump? Where's the classic Murray fist bump?
Oh, I mean,
there we go.
You brought it in fast, right? Yeah, you brought it in fast. You know.
This is my face right now.
I'm wicked happy for you. Yeah.
Look at this. Look at that face. That is my face right now. Beautiful.
So Murray, Get over here.
Get over here I come. All right, what are you gonna grapple shot me? No.
Yeah, that is cool. So actually, I wanted to ask you when you were going into the final match.
Yes.
How did you feel about playing up against Battle Mage?
Against Battle Mage, my only loss today was to him piloting that deck.
Oh, really? You played him earlier in the tournament?
Yes. And so he was my sole loss today going into the finals. I'd already seen his deck. And I am a newer player. Me and a friend of mine figured out how to play Sorcery in Vermont back in the spring. And he wanted to attend Gen Con, so I learned how to play Sorcery. But we watched we read the rules, watched a couple of videos online. And so we were doing a lot of stuff wrong at the kitchen table.
Right.
And then we came to Gen Con back in August and did a couple of drafts, and I sat in on a learn and play.
Hey, you're not going to hurt my feelings. Tell them who your friend is and what happened.
So Jake, Jake is my friend from Vermont, and he ended up winning the big 64-person event for Gen Con. He took the Death Dealer playmat or Death Speaker. I'm sorry, I'm so new at this. What is it? The big horse. He won the big horse.
Just tell them that he crushed me in the finals.
Did he crush you in the finals?
Yes, I was the one that he played in the finals.
Wait, in the finals?
Yes, at Gen Con.
With the nice hair.
Oh, thank you. I didn't realize.
Did he beat you too?
I was in the finals with him at Gen Con. I was playing the Seer deck and he was playing the Geomancer deck.
I ran off for water.
Yeah, I did I had nice hair back then.
He's like, Murray, get me water. I walked up like 6 flights of stairs to find water at the top of the Coliseum. Oh, sorry.
Hey, there he is right there.
Yeah.
Jake?
Sorry for your loss.
Now you're rubbing it in.
No, now I am. Now I am. I wasn't before. I was not before.
So anyway.
Well done. Okay. So we figured out we got knocked off some of the rough corners during the learn to plays. Nicest, most supportive community of players ever. This is a
right. Let's get a round of applause for the community.
The staff, so many nice people, and so people in my first few games in the tournaments where they were trying to beat me were helping me to make better plays against them.
Didn't Alexis help you in this match, instructing you to double block the battle mage?
How to double block? Like I mean, probably the people who I mowed through earlier are gonna feel terrible. Like when they watch back, they're like, "Can that guy even read or write?" But like, I seriously, it was great. The guy early. Oh my God! Can we get this guy? I
don't care. You can bring it. You can bring the rest.
So in the semifinals,
the rest of the room in.
In the semifinals, I played this guy too. So I played 2 of my opponents out of 7 rounds were the same people. So I played him just before the finals, and we had it on camera.
Oh yeah,
so I played him before the finals, and then our first game, my first game in the finals was also against him, and I called it in there. And so I didn't know this guy's got like a boss troll fetish. It's amazing. And so I played a boss troll, and like I had the momentum, and he goes, "Doesn't count if you beat me unless you do it with the boss troll." So I'm like, challenge accepted. So I just stopped trying to do anything else. And when he realized that we're going to do this, like this is how it's going to have to happen. He takes my boss troll and he goes, hold on. He pulls out a PSA 10 graded boss troll and puts it down on the table and he goes, "Wouldn't you rather use this one?" I said, "Yes, I would." So
that's it.
Yeah.
This is Shibby if you don't know him. He's part of the Discord community as well.
The biggest grin of my day. Like
it was a fun game, man.
It was a fun game, and your deck is original and homebrewed and top shelf. 10 of 10. Would recommend.
Great job on second place.
Thank you.
Well, hey, here we go. The community is beautiful, as you can see, and we welcome you to the community as well. Again, you are a great addition. We were saying that on stream, so. Congratulations, Murray, for making it to the finals, and hopefully we see you again.
Thank you, and thank you for the Lady of the Lake, top shelf.
Nice. All right, well, I do want to, before we close it out here, thank all of the sponsors. I want to thank all of the vendors coming out here. I want to thank Eric's Curiosa for supporting us with price support. Well, I say us, but this is not my event. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, David. They're the ones that put this event on, amongst many other supporters, amongst many other helpers, all the judges, all the commentators, and everyone else involved in organizing and just helping to make sure that this event ran very smoothly. Today, yesterday. This was a long event today. 10 hours playing Constructed.
Yeah, so can I tell you something real quick?
Hey, say one more thing.
I live back in Vermont, and so I'm already 3 hours behind this place. When I came, I work a desk job where every morning I get up at 4:30 a.m. We set the clocks back last night. So this morning at 12:30 a.m., my body thought it was time to wake up. So I actually woke up being like, all right, time to face the day at 12:30 a.m. this morning. So I've had a long day too. I've had a long day too.
You didn't go to sleep since 12:30?
I got it like a little bit after. I'm like, go back to sleep. But like that, my body thought it was time to wake up at 12:30.
Well, thank you again for participating in this event. And you guys are trying to build a community out there in
Vermont.
Vermont.
St. Albans, Vermont.
Hey, if you're in Vermont, and one more time the town?
St. Albans. We play at Guardians Cards and Comics.
Hey, if you're around Guardians, Cards, and Comics, come join the community. Come join Sorcery. If you are anywhere else in the world, actually, we had tons of people here from all over the world playing Sorcery. The community is great. We have a Discord community. You can stay connected. If you are interested in Sorcery whatsoever, I encourage you, pick up a pack, open a pack, check out the art, check out the gameplay. You won't regret it. You'll get hooked just like the rest of us here. So thank you so much for walking.
Play Screaming Skull.
Screaming Skull. It's a beast. Thank you guys for watching, and we'll catch you on the next one. Bye.